This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hard to believe that we're into week 49 of consecutive live cricket here on the network. Just 5 more days left in the season. ECC-W Premier Division. All teams picked up at least 1 point on the first day of action, but Friday is the day and every day is one day closer. And we're going to start the day with an eye for an eye. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECC-W Premier Division and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Monday is day 2 in this ECC-W Premier Division, and we have 4 matches coming your way, of course. We have 5 teams in this division. 4 will make it to finals day on Friday. But remember, every position kind of has its own advantages, doesn't it? So there's going to be a jostling. There's going to be some really good cricket on show today, no doubt about that. So we're starting with match number 5, and I have called this match an eye for an eye because it's going to be the Ireland 11 taking on Italy in the first match of the day. A little bit earlier, we had Ian Ramage at the other end with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Ireland, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Italy, the away team you'll call, yeah. It's been called Dream 11. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll bat first.
Okay, toss on Ireland, who will bat first.
Ireland win the toss then. They've elected to bat. It's a good toss to win, I think. What we've seen in the first innings of the day, obviously it's not really great catching conditions. The ball's a bit slippery to bowl as well. And I think, yeah, if the ball's hit hard, it's a pretty tough proposition for the side that is in the field. And Ireland 11, they only got to about 3.5 overs yesterday, had a really comprehensive win, a 4-pointer over the Scots in their first match in ECC-W cricket. I've got to say, was really impressed with Louise Little. Well, Lulu went big, didn't she, yesterday? And a lightning 50, just 14 balls to bring up the 50. She dominated the innings. Also, got to say, I was really impressed with Jenny Jackson, her left-armers. They've got a good keeper behind the stumps as well. I think Ireland 11, they're real contenders. They've got this match here. They will play England 11 a little bit later on in the day. Well, Italy did take a point out of their match against the Netherlands, who they have beaten in ECN cricket before, of course, but they ended up going down by 22 runs. Good to see some new players in there, and of course some players we know very, very well. But yeah, I just think that Italy, they probably do go in as underdogs. They won't mind that. They're pretty confident that they've got some players that are match winners. And I suppose one thing for Ireland yesterday, they just didn't get a lot of time on the park. So it'll be, I think, a real kind of litmus test today with a couple of tricky matches, that's for sure. Let's talk weather. I can tell you it's a bit cloudy this morning, actually, a bit windier than we have been seeing. But actually, this is the batting end. And if you hit straight, you're hitting with the wind. So if you can get it up in the slipstream, maybe those balls are carrying a little bit further. We saw a lot of big hitting yesterday, of course. And it's a little bit warmer than it normally is this time of the day, although it is windy. So it's currently 14 degrees. We're heading for 16. There are some clouds around, but I am told on good authority that we shouldn't get any rain. So fingers crossed for that. Rico Full is in the commentary box, and I know that we're looking forward to our 3rd commentator joining us for the 2nd match of the day, but Christina's probably still in bed. For now, let's go to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of match number 5 with Ireland 11 winning the toss and electing to bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for day 2.
Muchas gracias, Vinisandu. Muy buenos días y bienvenido de Campo de Cártama aquí in Málaga. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the start of another action-packed and entertaining day on the European Cricket Network. Is day 2 of the Premier Division of this, the Euros of Women's Cricket. Now, before we start today, we always take a little look back at what we saw yesterday. Of course, today is going to be a cracking start up with Ireland and Italy. But let's see how the teams did fare yesterday on day 1. Well, neither of these two featured in the very first match. The first match was basically the final of the year before, and it was when the Netherlands took on England. And I know that the England 11 got a good victory there. Then Scotland were up against Ireland. Ireland And they were comprehensive victors in match number 2, winning with 23 balls to go, chasing that 57. Netherlands did come back to winning ways, and that's when we saw Italy for the first time. Italy put a good fight in trying to get to that 114, but they fell 22 runs short. Merrill Declan was in good form in the day. And then we finished with the Battle of England versus Scotland. England made 77 for 7, and Scotland, well, they were not able to get there. They were restricted to 61 by some fine bowling from the England 11, England winning by 16. So this is the lineup today, and you heard Vinny already mentioned Lewis Little. Well, she wasn't little, she was large yesterday because she stood up and she performed beautifully. She scored the only half century in the day, and having her in the side and some of the bowling strengths that we saw from Ireland, you see them big time favourites here, 90 to 10%. But you know what? I don't think Italy had the best of days with the bat. They got to 91 thanks to Iliana Sims, who scored 35 of 17 in that chase of 114 against the Netherlands. Pedrick, the former captain, got 30, but the top two didn't perform. If they perform, then I think Italy have a much better chance than that 10%. We are ready to go. The umpires will wait for Rado, our Swiss watchmaker, to give us the thumbs up. They are the official time partner, and will be ready to go. Mamalage, who bowled well yesterday, will start. Here's the first of day 2. It's going to be too wide, but a bit of movement. Mamalage, even though she doesn't get a lot of pace on the ball, she does get that ball to move around. Good morning to umpire. That's Snehel at the bowler's end. And looks like Jasmine is at square. And once again, a little bit too wide to start off with. You can see the plan to try and keep that ball outside the off. Not as much dew on the ground today. I think that's because of the combination of a fair bit of cloud cover and a bit more wind around today. That wind could be a feature. I know when we left our hotel base, Sunset Beach Club, it was very windy down that and by the coast. This is going to be the third wide, so we're going to start with the Hatchical wides here. There's Mamalage just struggling to get the ball in the right area, and straight away, I'm not sure if I like this move. She's deciding that she's going to try and come around the wicket. This could work out to the favour of Sophie McManaman. And okay, that's slightly better. And I like the fact that Mamalage doesn't end up going right across the batter. So the first legal delivery, and it's a dot ball, but 3 on the board already, courtesy of those wides. Very good morning to everybody around the world that's tuning in. Hola mi familia. And that's nicely played, a really good shot. It just gets a little bit too square on it, but you can see the idea with nobody back there. Nobody really back at third, nobody that on fine is, and with the pace that Mamalage is bowling, you've got time to get right across. And nice shot selected, doesn't get the outcome she wanted, McManaman, but does hand the strike over to the half centurion of yesterday, Lewis Little. 53 off the 57 they needed in 14 deliveries. It was pretty rapido, and she's the one that Italy will know about and want to remove quickly. Of course, we didn't get the chance to see a lot of the batting from Ireland. So, and there she goes. She starts with a bang. And she just started off from where she left off yesterday. This gets to the pitch and crunches this over. Long on, nice shot. And that's the first of the morning. Arriva, Inna Sona, Swedish, Swad Agia. 6 runs, good start. And they like it. That's one way to warm up, isn't it? Keep those hands warm, just keep clapping the boundaries. Mamalage, what will be the change up from her? Well, it's very much the same area and almost carries. And the throw, it's a bit wild. Just look at this again, and I just think that Nanyakara probably has a play on this. I think it's one that, knowing what Little is able to do, and she can muscle it to the boundary, I think you take this catch on, and in the end, backs off. And then the throw, well, a good throw could have had either one of the batters in trouble. And gone out. Well, that's the difference between Lewis Little and some of the other batters, as Sophie McManaman also wants to go downtown, and he gets beaten in the flight, and Mamalage will get a wicket. Got to say, that's quite a soft wicket for Ireland to give away. Sophie McManaman, from the moment that ball was bowled, it never looked like she was going to get to the pitch of this. And she had time to opt out if she wanted, but she continued to go for it. Doesn't get there. Momalage will get the first wicket of the day. It never looked like she was going to get there. If you look at the shape, if you look at the head, it was too far away and neatly done. And Nathanara Ratanaika, she certainly is not going to miss though. So we see the first maximum of the day in the over, and we saw the first wicket as well. That is how that over finished. It's the first 11 for 1. Ireland, as McManaman, she goes, I've got to say, cheaply. I don't think that was a good shot at all. Something that she does need to work on. Don't really think she needed to go for it at the same time. So she'll go for 1 of 3. Good work by Mathanara. And the bowling of Malage, who maybe was unlucky not to at least have an attempt of a catch in the ball before. Alexia comes to bowl and starts with a short one, which gets worked away quite easily. I mean, that's just an effortless shot. It's 6 more to Louise Little. He's short, he's going down the leg side. She gets into position early, just helps it away. I mean, if you look at Louise, I mean, there she is there. I mean, she doesn't look like a player who's built for these kind of shots, does she? You know, you think she's a bit of a nerdler. Maybe she'll take the single here and there. She's crunching it. She's got some power. May not look it, but she is powerful. Now this one just gets over the field and the chase is on. Iva. You're not going to get there. Momalage gets beaten by the Grizzly. There's going to be 4 more. And 4 carreras más. As Louise Little is just dealing in boundaries at the moment. 2 sixes, the 4. Just the 1 single as well. And just got to get pitched up here, Alexa. Got to get that ball right up there. And that one's not the ball. And Alexia down the leg side. And that's one that should have and probably, in normal circumstances, would have been clobbered to the boundary. They have pushed a fielder on the 45 behind square and a sort of square leg. That's your 2 fielders that are back at the moment. A little bit unusual, but you can understand why. This one probably catches a bit of the pad, I think. It won't go to the boundary. Malage does chase up with this one. Alexia probably will be happy that the strike gets rotated. It means that Annabelle Squires will face her first ball. Better delivery. It does go down the leg side. It's unfortunate. I think it's one of those where it's the final delivery stride. I think what she needs to do is I think you've heard me say this before, just needs to get that arm to go from right to left, get a little swivel on that foot to get the body to go away. I mean, that one straighter, it almost offers an opportunity of a catch, but goes right between the 2 fielders that are either side behind the wicketkeeper. It drops in the middle of them. We'll get a run, but it's a better line. It was straighter. It wasn't down the leg side. And now if she can combine that and the length she bowled the ball before, it'll be perfect. And it isn't the offside. It presents an opportunity and it's dropped. Would you believe it? And that's Molawata has dropped a sitter. You got to say, I mean, that one was just there to be caught, and unfortunately, Molawata not able to hold on to it, and that's a big drop. Little gives a chance at 19 and gets dropped. It's flicked away, just to be a single this time. Not only was it dropped, it came back and took a couple as well. So big moment, little dropped. And Alexia, she does improve with that. The last few deliveries there, she's stopped straying down the leg side and she got a little bit fuller. A little bit of cloud cover around. You heard Billy Sandhu mention that. I wonder if that will help the Grizzly swing around a little bit more this morning. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan, Vanakam. And today South Africa observes Day of Reconciliation. And this day has helped bring harmony to regions. And after decades of injustice, it's in the air and just gets in the gap. Yeah, the apartheid was a racial segregation system that existed throughout South Africa. But this dedicated day was introduced as a way to heal and bridge the gap between the people living in South Africa. So, Reconciliation Day being observed in South Africa today. Well, welcome to all our South African viewers. This one's a straight pull to the fielder who gets a good throw in once again on the stump direct hit. And I think Annabelle Squires would have been in trouble. Well, as I say, my good mornings to everyone. I say buenos dias to Mr. Maximo as well, who joins me in the commentary box.
Buenos dias. Well, this looks like another chance. Someone's got to get there. And this time it's caught. Well, Little gave her a chance, but this time she gives one she doesn't get away with. It's Pasindi Kanankiga who takes the catch. Well, yeah, no time for pleasantries. Rico was straight into it. That's a big moment in the game early on, isn't it? So Mahamalagi, she's a teaser, but she's an Italian fan pleaser as well. That's the second wicket of the morning, 30 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket. She was dropped early on 17, wasn't she? And I thought that could be really costly. But she likes the pace on the ball, that's for sure. Once again, Mamalanga getting the batter to come down the track. That's how she got the first wicket this morning. And it's the same here. Doesn't get to the pitch of it. Wants to go for the big shot. Skies it up. And yeah, we know all about this young lady, Pasindi. She takes some great catches on the network. Had a bit of a mare yesterday, but I was told that she was struggling with a bit of an injury to her hand. So that would explain why yesterday she wasn't at her best, but takes that one, no issues.
Yeah, well, we know how Little's dominated the Irish run scoring in the, well, it's only really about 6 or 7 overs we've seen them bat so far, but Mamalagi will get a crack now at Georgina Dempsey, the captain. Will get off the mark with one. But that's one thing I think Italy would have been disappointed about yesterday. They've worked really hard in their fielding. And even this morning, there was one that Delisha, maybe should she have gone for it, should she have not?
Yeah.
Only got a split second to make up your mind. We saw the catch getting dropped, obviously. But, you know, it's difficult fielding conditions first up in the day. We always know that. Premeditated, actually. Might have top-edged that onto the grill there, Squires. But I would also say the wind's a bit of a factor today, and it hasn't been a factor before. Yeah, that might be one that they need to just check out, Annabelle Squires there, because the top edge into the helmet, and I'm not sure if anyone noticed. Anyway, she seems fine. I would say it's a lot of pace on the ball. That's going to be in the air, and that's going to be out. So Bartram takes the catch, and Mahamalagi's got 2. That's what good players do. Didn't quite have the control early on. She got hit out of the park, but, well, as she has done so often, Chatu comes back and comes back strong, and the Azuri storming back into contention, end of the power play. It's 32 for 3.
Yeah, and it's the one thing that they can learn from this Italy to say, right, anybody else that we can got, now maybe somebody like Komodu Pedrick would be a good option to bowl here now. Pace off has done the job on all 3 wickets, and on all 3, including that one of Dempsey, the batters have come down the wicket and taken on Mamalage. It's only been done successfully once, and that was by Little, but she's, of course, gone as well, gained the same way. Mamalage, 3 wickets in the morning.
Yeah, well, slow as the new fast. I said it yesterday.
Yeah.
I used to think that'd be a waste of a new ball put in the hands of someone like Mahamalagi, but she moves it. She's using that breeze nicely as well. And Ireland, I'm not going to criticise their power play really, because what they do they get more than 10 and over in it.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not going to be too happy with the 3 wickets, but I think they've learned you got to take on the game. You know, we need to back ourselves if we do lose wickets. We've got other batters that can go out there, they can score at a good rate. And I don't mind using the feet as well. And that's it's a basic bit of coaching. If you're going to use your feet, don't think about getting stumped. Don't think about missing the ball. Think about hitting the ball. But just a couple of missed time shots, and Italy starting to hold their catches.
Yeah, and Italy, remember, Ireland winning the toss, wanting to have a bat first. You completely understood that, bearing in mind that yesterday they didn't really have a good go at it. It's just going to be interesting to see what Ireland depth is with the bat really here. They're going to get tested here. Well, that's a good-looking shot. Going to have to be a good stop on the boundary, and it is a good stop. Nicely done. Good technique. Gets low, gets down, gets the body behind it as well, and that's a Ileana Sims.
She was so good yesterday as well. She seems to have come on leaps and bounds. The more we see her, the better she gets. But also excited to see a few new players in this Italy lineup, with Alexia one of them, who's bowling out here in the 4th over.
Good areas, much better. You saw that in the first over. The first 4 deliveries were down the leg side, and she got punished for that. But she finished that over well, with only 4 runs coming off the last 3 deliveries, and she started well here this time as well, Alexia.
Interesting story, actually.
Ooh, almost gets presented with a quarter bowled opportunity.
There's Loughran, who's out batting now, and she really impressed me with her keeping yesterday. We've seen some excellent keepers in this series. Rathnaka behind the stumps for Italy, very good one too. But no, Alexia's an interesting one. Born in South Africa to an Italian and Greek parents. So one Italian parent, one Greek parent.
Gone. And this is a little bit unlucky actually for the batter, but Joanna Loughran is going to go without scoring. It'll be a 3-ball duck. It's a pacey delivery which really hits the seam and comes up, but it catches the batter, I believe, on the side of her body and then ricochets onto the stumps. Another wicket goes, and Italy, they're loving time at the moment. Remember, the start of the match, the win predictor gave them only 10% chance.
Hits there, you're right, hits the back hip, doesn't it, of Loughran. Is a touch unlucky. But we've seen this many, many times, haven't we? Ball swinging in. If you're going to stay leg side of the ball, you're going to become a bit of a human backboard. If you step across to that, it's a big wide, or you kind of catch up with it, you can whack it to fine leg. But Loughran will probably learn a bit from that dismissal. And, well, looks to me like we've got our first Derek of the day. Joanna goes without scoring. Good morning to Derek, the duck. It's 33 for 4.
Because Italy, remember in that one match that they played yesterday, they made a great start, didn't they, against the Netherlands? They got some early wickets, but then there was that partnership between when Declan got going. So once again, well fielded, Sims.
Good field. They got 2 fielders down there, and that's maybe why Joanne wants to kind of back away a little bit and open up the offside, because she feels like maybe it's tough to get a boundary down there. But there's still gaps between those fielders, and if you pick a gap, there are only 45-metre boundaries here, probably slightly less behind the wicket even. Squires, leading role to play here. Let's ball the over.
It's played in that same area, but Italy were very quick to acknowledge the fact that a lot of shots played in that area. They've deployed 2 fielders there. In fact, they've got just the 2 behind square, then you've got a normal square leg the other side, so 3 fielders there. And they're doing their job. They're stopping the boundaries in Ireland. 11:35 for 4. Yeah, I was saying that against Netherlands. Italy got off to a great start with the ball. They had Ireland in trouble, Netherlands in trouble. But of course, there was Declan and Sanya Karuna who put a good partnership together to get Netherlands to the plus 100 score, which was enough in the end. So Italy will know that they've had good starts before. They need to maintain it. So now that they're going to another bowler after good spells from Mamalage and Alexia, this is an important part of this match. Let's see how Emma Moore goes and if she can keep the squeeze on. Are you surprised that they haven't gone for some more slow? I mean, you've got Commodore there.
I would have thought maybe, yeah. I suppose. They got a wicket with pace just then. That's not a bad start from Moore. Moore's UK based, but born in Italy, speaks Italian. Always helps. I was just thinking though with Alexia Kontovarakis, that means she'd probably qualify to play for Italy or Greece. That's a pretty good bit of a sneak job from Prabhat to win the race.
Whip her in pretty quickly, yeah.
She's from Stellenbosch, actually. Been to that area. It's just east of Cape Town. It's a beautiful part of the country. So yeah, she's travelled a long way to be here. But just a reminder that all these games you're seeing, they are under ICC regulations. So if you're going to play for the country, you need to be ICC qualified, which is either by citizenship or by fulfilling a 3-year residency requirement. It's very close to knocking out the off stump. And so, yeah, that's one way to get citizenship, is through your parents. I have a British passport. So funny that England never called me, even when they were going through all these different players.
Didn't have the scouts around as you do now, you know.
Actually qualified to play for Malaysia. I actually think I've still got a hope. How are Malaysia doing? I don't actually think they play it.
I'm sure they do.
I think it's so wet there. And all the games rained off. But they do play cricket in later. I do know that actually. I know a bit more than letting on. But yeah, Moore comes into the setup.
It's played out, and you can see Italy, they've gone pretty defensive, especially there on that leg side. There is nobody, no fielder in the 30-yard circle, and only on the 45 behind the batter. So they're quite happy at the moment and content to give away singles. And even there on the offside, you can see very deep. So you have seen teams, I mean, I must admit, I still do like the idea where on either side of the pitch, you're mid-wicket and you've got one fielder, a close covering. Just, I don't think, you know, I suppose I was brought up playing the game where you're wanting batters to earn their runs. You don't want to give an easy run away. But I can see what Italy are doing here. They're probably thinking, if they're just taking singles here, it's not going to hurt us too much. So played away, trying to get it in the gap. That might go, it will go. So that one will get through, and that's going to be 4 runs, and valuable 4 runs coming at the end of the over. So Ireland at the halfway point moves to 44 for 4. It's a good time, and for the first time this morning, to welcome you into the commentary box.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone. Great to have you with us. And it's hard to believe, yeah, this is Monday. It feels like the last week of the season almost started yesterday because it's our last series of the season. But I suppose Monday, last working week, Monday to Friday. If we do have issues, if we lose today, we do have Saturday available, but things looking reasonably good with the weather. So, yeah, it's been a big year. Thanks so much for another great year, everyone. And yeah, let's bring it home with a bang. And I think we've got 5 really, really talented cricket teams here that are going to put on a wonderful show.
I'm looking forward to a very interesting day of cricket. I think it's going to be exciting. I think already you're seeing here that even though the win predictor and a lot of people felt that Ireland would be big favourites here, Italy are really turning a few eyebrows here.
Well, we've got a little bit of time here.
We've got a bit of a calendar, I suppose,
and we're going to have a look at our advent calendar.
Advent calendar.
They're taking their time. Maybe we'll see a ball here from Luana Sims, but where are we going?
Day 16.
Number 16, sweet 16. Right, first we'll go back to live. And in the air, well, that could be gone. It is gone. Well, how about that? There's Boucher who's going to have to go. Sims comes on and has luck off the very first ball she bowls. Boucher takes on the sweep, kind of plays it on length, doesn't she? And a nice little catch around the corner. Ireland 11 being tested here, 44 for 5.
Well, we were going to open the door of the advent calendar. And, well, I'll tell you what door was open here for Italy. Another wicket. So that is now the 5th wicket goes down. Boucher will depart. Catch gets taken. Batter on their way back. And well, maybe in between the wicket falling there, we can open door number 16.
Malagi's been really good. I feel like I opened the last one. Do you want to open this one?
Right, 16. Let's find
16.
it first. Where are we?
There
we are.
there.
16. Right, let's go for it. I've got the nails. You got that, haven't
All right, hold on. This is
Get
gonna
in
take longer
there.
than we thought.
Oh, look. I'm loving it. Loving it. We got a snowman duck.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a proper
this.
Christmas job, isn't it? Yeah.
Ah, altogether now. That's a nice one, isn't it?
And yeah, we'll work out who we're going to give it to. We've kind of decided we're going to start using a bit of judgment with the Ducks. But anyway, how about Sims' first ball? McGee, a little pop up here. And now, yeah, we're going to see Ireland at the bottom of the order. So a bit of a reality check. I mean, we saw Germany kind of cruise through day 1, didn't we? And hit a bit of a roadblock on day 2. But Luana into the side. She's the younger sister of Alenia Sims. Could see her in the side and making an immediate impact.
Oh, just gets through. They'll take the single, but that's all it will be. Yeah, it's good. And it's got to be a first wicket, I would say, for Luana. I don't remember her playing before. So well done to her. And a wicket off her very first ball. You can't get a better start than that. So Luana Sims, that's well met. But again, the field well set for it. Italy, they've done their homework. They learned very quickly from that first over from Alexia, where a lot of the shots were being played from Ireland, and they plugged the gap. And even though in that last over, 1 did get through, I think at the moment they're very happy with the way things are going.
Good control so far from Luana.
This one is going to test the fielders. Are they going to get there? No, well, we'll have to have a good look at this. It's
I've got flashbacks.
good look at this. Is this 4? And you can see this, the umpire saying we need to go to the camera.
I think that she steps on the rope as the ball hits her boot. It's, yeah, I'm not going to mention 24 hours ago we had an incident in this area, but see this, see there. I think for me that the foot's on the rope when it hits it, so it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, Nanyakara doing her best, but yeah, that's going to be quite a look at it. As the batters will have to go to the right end.
So what have we learned?
Nicely struck.
You're better off being over the rope. No, if you're watching yesterday, you'll remember. We had a busy morning, and the main thing is it got put right in the end. Anyway, Luana just gave her a wrap, kind of lost her line there. This will only be a single and end of a very successful over, I think, for Italy. As McGee will hold the strike, and after 6 overs, Ireland 11, 51 for 5.
Yeah, Liana Sims, very well bowled. Take that. And what a good start for her with a wicket of her very first ball. And I think that must have been her very first ball playing and wearing the national shirt and colours of Italy. And she takes a wicket. So that's something she'll remember. That's what I say, the European Cricket Network. It's all about making your dreams come true. And that's another dream come true there for Liana Sims. And Ireland, 51 for 5, 6 overs completed.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to go back to Emma Moore. Big 4 overs here, 79 expected. So what's that saying? 28 from here, so thinking 7 and over. So let's just say that's kind of an average last 4 overs for both teams. I think that Italy would be hoping they might be able to kind of roll them here, maybe keep them low 70s. Ireland want more. It's going to be a wide, and it is Moore, of course, who's bowling. Getting a nice little hint to outswing there. One just swung outside the line.
Yeah, the bowling here to McGee. Annabelle Squires has made a good start. 12 off 9. She played the pull shot really well, but it's pretty easy to set a field to Squires at the moment. Let's see what Ellie McGee can do. Did get a boundary, of course, in that last over. And she hits that pretty well as well. And that's going to be 4 more. So if anything is short, and that's one thing that Italy and the bowlers probably need to address here pretty quickly. If it's short, it's going to get the treatment. It's going to get hit hard. And if it doesn't go to hand, it is going to be a boundary. You've got to be trying to get that ball just a little bit wider outside the off and get the batters playing outside the off and reaching for it.
Good shot. Just a fraction short. And despite having boundary riders on the leg side, Italy have found themselves chasing balls in the gaps a couple of times. Come back ball for more. Much better ball. You know, it shows she's smart. Yeah. She knows she drops short. She makes the adjustment. Just thinking though, Squires, she's batting 3 here. That's our Snow Derek, by the way.
Snowy.
It reminded me of the Bears thing again. Remember I told you because we've got a white duck. I'll come back to that in a minute. But what I was going to say is that Squires has only faced 9 of the 32 balls since she's been out there. So she's been starved of the strike. But this will only be 1. Yeah, so we've got a white duck. Now, most ducks aren't dangerous. In fact, cricket players are dangerous to ducks. If you remember at Sporting Alphas, where there's a pond next to the ground, the ducks actually invade the field. Didn't we have to stop play because of the ducks once?
Yeah, they
decide
they have
we're going across
times
the field.
of the day where they're just going to go right across the field.
That's in Alphas Dolpi, which is just near Benidorm, isn't it? It's near Alicante.
In the air, catching opportunity, and it goes down this time from Bartram. Does everything right. The only thing here is maybe she's trying to take this a little bit low. Another step forward. She could have been taking it around about waist high, trying to take it low to the ground. It pops out, so that's an opportunity. And will Ireland be able to make the most of this?
Yeah, I think she knew. She ended up just kind of 1 step too far back there.
That's a good shot. Going to be 4 runs. These two are getting things moving here now. Nicely done. A bit of foot fielding there this time.
Danny.
Danny boy.
Buenos dias, Danny. Well, his wardrobe choices tell you all you need to know. Although, I'll say, temperature-wise, it's a bit warmer. Normally it's about 8 degrees at this time of day, but it's 13. The wind has got a little bit of a chill factor to it, though.
That hurts you, doesn't it? You drop a catch to get a single, next batter hits the boundary.
Last ball for Moore.
It's a lovely hit once again from Squires, and that's going to be 4. That's not the way to do it there, Pasindi. She could have really hurt herself. You've got to get down there. I mean, she had time really to get down and and put a block on this, but went with the foot. That could have been nasty.
And even if you don't catch it, I mean,
yeah,
it's a better place to be hit than probably in the shins. Turn up. The Scots think about it. You know, when they're feeling cold, it must be pretty cold. Anyway, 7 overs down, 67 for 5. More, none for 25. I thought she bowled a bit better than that. This is the ECC-W 2024 picture, of course. Little green arrow next to jersey means we know they're going up to the Premier Division next year. Czechia in the Challenger Division going down to the Emerging Division, which will be new in 2025. And yeah, we saw Germany runners up in the Challenger. And Tina Goff will be part of our commentary box crew from the second game today. Again, we're very nice. We give her the sleep in. All right, Luana comes back. Yeah, so I've got lots of roles here, but one of them is I can save your life. So if you ever do run into a bear, this is something that this made you laugh. That's why I'll say it. And the white duck made me think of it.
All right, come on, I'm going to let you do it.
You need to know how to handle the situation, right? So depending on the colour of the bear, you need to take a different course of action.
Good shot. And that's the way to do it. Get down.
That's right.
Nicely done by Alexia. Come on.
Now if it's brown, lie down.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
If it's black, fight back.
That I love, by the way.
My favourite is to say, if it's white, good night. You got no chance. Look that up. I don't think that's fake news.
Let's play it away. And oh, beautiful. Look at this. Oh, I love it. This is team fielding, stronger together. And the slide here was magical. It's a slide and pick up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't tell you the full story. It was a slide and pick up there from Nanya. Kind of watch this. Oh, that is just superb.
Oh, that was sweet. That was dance floor 2 a.m. stuff from Delisha. Picked it up clean as a whistle.
Well picked up again. And, yep, good fielding.
Nice. See how the 79's jumped to 94 now. And just in the space of, over and a bit. Sims has got 2 to come here. A 6 wicket will feel like a bit of a relief if it can come for Italy, but very useful partnership being built here by these two for Ireland.
It's picked up pretty well. It's a catching opportunity and beautifully held. That's a great catch from Alexia. And no wonder Pravath was quick to snatch her up. Because she bowls well and she fields well as well. And that's really good bowling from Luana Sims. You saw that she was keeping it just a little bit short. They were pulling her. They were playing some nice shots of her, actually. And then this one is flighted up. McGee, eyes light up, says, yep, I'm getting the old Maximo here. But no, didn't get the power. And she finds the wrong fielder. Alexia comes across and takes a very neat and tidy catch.
Pretty productive little innings there from Ellie McGee, though. Finishes 14 off 10 with 2 boundaries. And she's a big difference that Ireland haven't kind of rolled over here. And they're going to make, I think they're going to make 80s. They might even make 90s at a push. But nice catch down there by Alexia Kontoparakis. I don't know, her parents will be cheering her on. I wonder if her parents had any of her saying, no, go play for Greece. No, play for Italy.
It could have been an interesting conversation at the dinner table. New batter may not be staying too long. It's going to be out. It's going to be a second wicket. Unfortunately, no. It seems she won't get the opportunity to bowl the hat-trick ball because that's the end of her spell. But what a good spell. 3 for 11. I had the feeling that when Mamalage was bowling, and that's why I said to you early on, I'm surprised they didn't stay with the spin because I think Ireland struggled there, and I think Luana Sims backs that up pretty well by taking 3 herself. Mamalage took 3 at the top of the order. She takes another 3 here, and it's just a swing. It catches up with her, and a nice, tidy, easy catch taken there by Matanana.
Yeah, and you could see she knew as soon as she hit it, she was in trouble. She wasn't caught. She was going to be run out there, I think, McBride, because I don't think that Squires had too much interest in the run. But, hey, that's the name of the game. You're trying to get on with it. She'll end up going without scoring 71 for 7 after 8. Still, you wouldn't imagine they would run out of wickets here. They might. But I think, yeah, a lot here is on Squires. That's, you know what you're hearing there. Pedrick coming on again. I like this move. And Pedrick this year gave up the captaincy which is something she's held for a long time. She's obviously still a big part of the setup. I thought she actually played really well yesterday. I thought she was good with the bat in a tough situation. This is Neve McNulty, who's coming out in the number 9 position. I just think, good kick the pace off the ball.
That's nicely played. Take a single. I think the key also here is you probably feel that Annabelle Squires, 24 or 15, she probably wants to get most of the strike here. Good line being bowled here by Pedrick. She knows that Squires particularly would like to play the pull and the hook shot, so she's keeping the ball pretty full. I think that Pedrick was fantastic in the T20 finals there in Rome earlier that I did. She bowled brilliantly, she led brilliantly. And again, you see the effort getting that ball outside the off. It's just going to be a single.
Quick
you
hello.
take that.
Sorry, Rico. Quick hello to Nimesha Ikanaka, who's in the chat, who's certainly sporting in Italy. Looking forward to seeing you again soon, hopefully. I just wonder if they thought about putting the squeeze on the number 9 here, McNulty, who we know can bat. But, you might even have a chance to run out Squires and kind of solve the problem. She's posing at the other end. Good. That'll do. Lovely ball. Squeezes through. But, well, now we're kind of, 2 left in the over, so you're not too bothered, I think, now. But I think early over, if you can think you can kind of grab 2-3 dots on one batter, get them feeling the pressure, maybe run out their partner. Let's see. Two to come now.
That's really good bowling. It's fantastic bowling. You can see why, as soon as Mamalage finished, that I was keen for somebody like Pedrick to come on. I actually mentioned at the time. I just think she bowls that niggly line outside the off. She varies her pace well. There you go. Just join up the dot.
Great over from Pedrick. Only 3 off at 74 for 7 after 9. We know that sometimes in the men's game, I refer to these kind of attacks as the slow bros. I think maybe we got the slow sisters for the Azuri. We've got Mahamalagi up front. You've got Pedrick obviously there. Let's not forget how Luana Sims bowled in the middle as well. Not quite soul sisters, but they're the slow sisters. And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
Yeah. Well, we've got to find somebody to bowl this one, and it looks like you're going to go with Pasindi, who I rated her a lot the first time I saw her. Good bowler. I know that Prabhath, I was talking to Prabhath, he said she's just come back from a bit of a vacation. She's been away, so he said that she's probably not as fit as he would like her to be, but she still holds her place in the team. She's a youthful bowler, a very good fielder. And Pasindi will be bowling the last over. And Ireland, can they get into the grade 80s here? Can they get a really good over and even get close to the 90s? I think you get to a point now, with this score 74, every one here could be so crucial.
Could be. All right, Squires wants a boundary. Gets the ball that's hittable, but it's an excellent piece of fielding. That's kind of overchanging Mahamalagi, because if that gets through for 4, obviously Squires keeps the strike, but she's able to knock it down, keep it to 1. McNulty will have to take over.
What a stop. Mamalage, she's had a fantastic 10 overs. She's bowled beautifully. Her catching has been good, and then she just saves there 3 runs, because that ball was heading for the boundary. Better areas, a bit straighter this time. You got the field set for this, you see. That's the thing with Italy. In fact, it's interesting, if we could see a wagon wheel of this whole innings from Ireland, the number of shots played on the offside, I think, are very, very few. I think early on there was a couple of singles there, but the offside fielders have hardly had anything to do.
That's whipped away, and we'll get a single. Yeah, for Italy, you're fine with just ones here. Just don't want to concede a boundary at this stage. 77 for 7. That's a famous scoreline. Saw it last night.
Yeah.
Cost Wayne 5 memberships. He said if it finishes 77 for 7, he'll buy a round, and it did. Next Wayne again.
And once again, straight to the field. I mean, you're almost at a point where I think Italy quite easily could have, if they wanted to, just pulled another one across, just kept him inside that circle on the leg side, because you literally have got 2 fielders out in the covers there that haven't had anything to do. You could have just quite easily have just kept one out there in there and put a bit more pressure by putting somebody on the leg side. And that's a nice looking shot. That is a cracking shot. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras knows the ball that's coming, Annabelle Squires. She anticipates, she predicts, and she nails.
Maximo time, yeah, it's a really good shot from Squires. It kind of shows you how to play the in-swing. It doesn't matter really if it's 10th over or even if it's earlier. You get inside the line of the ball, you get a better swing on it. You're not fighting the angle. It's a really good piece of hitting. Could be an important one. Last ball coming up.
Whipped away. They go for 2 here. Might as well have a go. It's a very good throw, and the chase is on. We're going to have a photo finish, or maybe not. Looks like it's been given out on the field of play as Matanara Ratanaika wins the race, wins the battle, knocks the timber over, and as a result of that, will get another wicket. So Squires, being unselfish, trying to get another very crucial run on the ball for a team, will fall for 34 of ball number 20.
Intelligent keeping, and just wins the race, given out correctly so. But yeah, this is all about knowing you've got enough time as long as you take it cleanly. So she concentrates on that. Knows she doesn't have to do anything crazy. She doesn't even have to throw. So it's that internal kind of clock of Ratnaika working pretty well. She'll be hoping her bat's working as well, because it'll be 86 the target. Ireland 11 finishing 85 for 8. It was right by Ireland to take on that run, though, in the end. You never know. The throw might go astray. We've seen some chaos last balls, and you might have 3, you might have 4 there. You never know till you try. But Italy, after what looked like a start that might get away from them, obviously, little smashed one out of the ground, one of the biggest sixes we've seen so far in the ECC-W, but they fight back. They continue to take wickets. This game is... Having seen Ireland's bowling, I think this is about as close to a 50-50 as you can get.
Well, Chaturika Mamalage, you can see why she was smiling as she walked off and was giving a thumbs up. She had an absolute gem of a game, and she is a little gem, keeping the pace off. Well, that was the 2 umpires making their way out there, Snehal and Jasmine. And we were ready for some action, and we got some action straight away. We knew that, of course, Little was going to be dangerous, and she showed just why she is, as she just started with a 6 with the very first ball. Everything was all smiles, and you can see why Ireland were 90 to 10% favourites in this one. But then Mamalage, she changed her angle, came round the wicket, got the ball to drift away from the right-handers, and started to pick up those wickets. And then maybe a little bit of concern started to come. Look, I saw the red pen out there as well. So there's a bit of green and red ticks and crosses. Who knows? That was a nice catch taken by Pasindi. She'll be pleased that she held on to that after dropping a few yesterday. And talking about catches, Bartram, though she did put one down earlier, she takes that one, and that kept the pressure on. Then there was some real unluck, a bit of bad luck there for Joanna Loughran, and she sort of barged one onto her own stumps. Boundaries did come, but the partnership was key, and I think Annabelle Squires, her innings was so important.
It was, but she was starved for the strike, wasn't she? Like I mentioned at one point, she'd only faced 9 out of the first 32 balls that she'd faced, but I think credit to Italy, they keep finding more players that can do the job. Well, this is like something Tom Cruise risky business star from the 80s from Delisha, and then unselfishly hands it off. Yeah, they needed to try and go large. I think credit has to go to McGee, who held her own there for 14 and was involved in a bit of a rebuilding job, because let's not forget that at one point they'd fallen to 44 for 5. They put on 27. Unfortunately, Sean McBride only lasted the 1 ball. McNulty came out, did a decent job. Really, anybody's game, and that's the way we like it on ECN.
Yeah, it definitely is. Italy, I mean, they're fighting hard. They got a point yesterday. They'd love to try and get 3 here. That would be a bit of an upset for a lot of people, and Italy, certainly, it's in their hands, but I think the action, the person in the action right at the end there, Matanara Ratanaika, the way she bats can be crucial. She can be the Louise Little of Italy. She really can, and if she gets good support there from Delisha Nanyakara, who had a good day in the field, then Ireland, well, they could have a real fight. But I do believe that if those two don't click, if Ireland pick up those wickets early, even though it's not a big score, I expect Ireland, because of the way they bowled yesterday, to probably have the upper hand over Italy. But Italy, they know they've got a chance here, not just a chance to pull off an upset, but at least the opportunity also to add another point on to the standings. Remember, the top 4 will progress to the finals day of this Premier Division. The team that finishes 5th will have to say goodbye to. So plenty to play for. Points are important, and of course, Another thing is net run rate. Italy, if they don't win, will want to come close. But all depends on those two openers for me. Let's look at the mid-match summary. And want to talk about first Louise Little. She continues her good form. Annabelle Squires, I think that was a really good knock from her. 34-20, as Vinny says, didn't probably get as much of the strike that she would like. But a good partnership between her and McGee. And over the other side, well, Mamalange, 3 for 15. But you got to talk about Alana Sims bowling for the first time I've seen a bowl, and the very first ball takes a wicket and finishes with 3 for 11. So slow bowlers doing the business. Maybe it is a day where it will be the case of spin to win. I'm Rico Full, along with Mr. Maxwell, Vinny Sandu. Let's take a break of 10 minutes and we'll be right back for the reply from Italy, needing 86 for victory as a pronto mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello, cricket lovers. A very good morning to you. Muy buenos dias, and welcome back to the first match of this match day 2 of the Premier Division. And we feel it's pretty evenly placed with Ireland not quite having it their own way with the bat, getting to 85, losing 8 wickets. Italy, 86 will win. And it's Dempsey who's going to start with the ball, bowling to Matanara Ratanaika. Well bowled and well played, Matanara. I think the Italians around the world, and also those here at the ground, their supporters, will be hoping that she gets going. You know that once she's in her rhythm, once she starts to flow, she plays all the shots, and she could cause a bit of an upset here in this match. And that's the power she possesses, but this time the fielder is well placed there on the mid-wicket boundary. The 2 fielders out. We've seen this field before from Ireland. They have 2 sweepers on the leg side, square leg, just behind square and mid-wicket, and then you've got 2 inside the circle. So 4 on the leg side, and then you've got a body of 5 out there on the offside, all keeping it nice and tight, coming in with the bowler. So pushed away by Nanyagara. And defensively the same way that Matanara did. Nisha, it's got quite a, you can see her stance, he's looking to go a fair bit on the leg side and just tries to clip this away and gets a bit of the pad. It's a little bit quicker perhaps than she feels. Dempsey trying to make things happen, the captain. Back to a mark. Yeah, interesting field. So you got that short third, then you've got a line basically from point to, you've got a play of 3 fielders from point to mid-off. Oh, that's in the air, and it could be a catching opportunity, but it goes down. It's not an easy catch. Had to come a long way in, did Annabelle Squires. These are ones that we were practicing before the start of the day. And I have to admit, I was very impressed with the catching during the practice, but well, when it matters, it gets put down. There's an opportunity, and Delisha will get off the mark, but with a little bit of luck. How expensive could that be? Now that is up and over. That is a big shot. Shaba, bolle, and the Netherlands, well, that woke them up. I think they might have having a bit of a snooze there, and all of a sudden they're up and about. Oh, wow, she says. Well, the look of the face of the spectator said it all. Did she really hit it that far? Oh, yeah, she did. And this is what Ratanaika can do. Look at the looks of them. Oh, look at them. Get out of the way. Well, it gets a little bit spicy sometimes here at the Cardamom Oval. And that was clobbered away. It's a good finish to the over for Italy. It will be 8 from it. But, of course, the talking point is that opportunity that didn't get taken. And Delisha being dropped on 0. Squires not able to hold on to the catch. Wasn't easy. Had to come in a long way. And she never got to a point where she got a solid base, and that's why that ball pops out. Now a bowler that I really like the look of yesterday is Jenny Jackson, left armour. That's a beautiful shot. Oh, that is, I know it's early, but this is a shot of the day so far. It's the most beautiful shot, I think, in the game of cricket, and that has been executed to perfection from Delisha. What a shot. This one is just oozing class. You beauty. 4 runs. Oh, a little bit more on this one now from Jenny Jackson. Says, all right then, it's time to up the game. She bowled so well yesterday. And I know that Tina was doing that innings with Vinny, and I was watching from around the ground, and I was behind the bowler's arm for a lot of the action. She bowled beautifully. Got good rhythm, good control. Up in the air now, and this time it's dropped as well. Well, Delisha, whatever she did this morning, I don't know who she was praying to, but the prayers so far have been answered as Sophie McMahon now puts the catch down. Delisha dropped on 0, now once again dropped on 5. Oh, that is powerful. That's going to go all the way. Bolle, Kinna Sora, Shakalangia. And that one even brings a smile to the face of Prabha. What a lovely shot. Absolutely crunching. I know that Lorena's not here. I'm sure, Lorena, you're tuning in from Italy. So, buongiorno to you. Buongiorno to all the Italians around the world that are tuning in. What a shot. And now she goes for it again. This one is going to be a teaser. Gear. Shakalangia. Mathanara is turning it on, and I'm loving the fact that the two of them out there in the middle are just having such a good time. Well, smiles on the faces of the two openers, but Ireland at the moment will be just a little concerned with the hitting, and also the fact that they've dropped Delisha on 2 occasions. 25 without loss. And oh, that is huge. That is humongous. What a hit that is. To stand and deliver. That is brutal hitting. And Mathanara Ratanaika once again announces herself on the big stage. 2 overs complete. Italy 31 without loss. And what a time to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Oh, wow. Blunt force. This one ended up over the fence. Magical over 23 off it. Jackson, who is one of the bowlers of yesterday, you know, you have to go back and you have to say it was a fairly easy catch drop. There's not too many sitters.
Yeah.
That probably was one. McMahon puts it down. And we saw a catch go down earlier in the innings as well. Over before, we saw Squires putting one down. That was a more difficult one. Well, Ireland backs against the wall now. They'll go to some spin. And Lara McBride gets work for a single. It's also smart batting by Delisha. Apart from the fact we just saw 3 huge maximos, let's not forget Delisha's straight drive, first ball that over. Technically, it was a brilliant shot.
Wonderful shot.
And this is what this tournament's all about. Ireland kind of cruised through yesterday. They are finding themselves under pressure right now. Let's see how they respond.
Well, wants to remain positive, does Mathanara. Goes for the slog sweep. Misses out on that one. Very good morning to Daniela, who joins in the chat, and to Ghulam. Hello to Dave. Hello to Paul Kempin, who was saying good morning to us earlier. Firmly into the deck, but no run this time. No change really in the field as such from Ireland. They're sticking with the same 2. The only thing they've done is that it was square leg and mid wicket that were on the boundary. Now it's mid wicket and long on, so they've made a slight adjustment to that. But other than that, everything remains the same.
Yeah, quick buena diminuata to Daniela, who is watching from Romania. Golem's there. What an interesting game this is. This is still doable for Ireland, though, if they could pick up a few wickets and cat amongst the pigeons. But I think Italy also know that the rate required now is something like, it must be about kind of 6 or something like that, maybe okay, 7 and over. But they can knock it around. They don't lose wickets. They should be scoring at 7 and over. But, this is what this tournament's all about.
Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Don't be shy. Give us a smile. That's going to be,
Right.
well, quarter wide. I mean, it is pretty close to not actually catching the pitch. I think it's the right call, but we've got quite a wide pitch here. But this is really close. I mean, just have a look at this. Only just catching.
Tough one for the keeper to get across to. You're always trying to get your kind of head behind the line of the ball, but if they're too wide, obviously you kind of got to go with the hands. Makes it a bit tougher to judge the bounce.
It's hit hard, but catching opportunity, and this time it will be held. So Delisha, she lived a bit of a charmed life. She dropped on 0, dropped on 5, but not this time. And McBride does get the breakthrough, but that's a stunning catch taken, not easy. And McManaman redeems herself.
Yeah, Sophie McMahon was probably filthy with herself for putting that one down last over. At least she can breathe a little bit easier now. This one was way harder. Again, just look at the way she caught it. She's kind of running in. This is still thinks a little bit of a judgment mistake some of the outfielders are making. This is one that's going to carry easily to you. So she catches it despite making it a bit more difficult, I think. Nadia Kara, don't mind that, from Delisha. Cracks her 4 down the ground, ends up going for 8. They do have other batting. Could see her at least getting up, being aggressive at the end of the 3-over power play. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's a very good catch. Oh, now then, is it going to be a repeat? Yeah, it's straight down the throat. And the start of the next over. And it's another wicket. This time McGee gets it. Matanara Ratanaika. So 2 of the big hitters, both openers go within balls of each other. That was not what was required. It's one of those things, isn't it? You just mentioned the rate. They're happy with the rate. They brought it to around 7. You just lose one of your set batters. And I think Matanara there, she probably will go back thinking, and she'll be told by Prabhat, it wasn't the play to make. You could have just stroked it around a little bit for a while.
In hindsight's 20/20. If it goes over the top, we all applaud. And we'll applaud anyway, because Matanara goes for 26 in quick time, including 4 big maximos. She's great to watch. Don't forget her 98 in the Melton Shield. I tell you, 36 for 2. This game's changed on a dime, but still 2 very skillful and experienced players out there, 2 of the UK-based players. Linnea Sims and Amelia Bartram out there for Italy. But I think that's where you know where the line is between aggressive and careless, because I think the field's gone back. You need to know that you've got a new bowler you haven't had a look at yet. Come back to that in a second. But anyway, McGee, good start for her. I like her bowling as well. I like the work she gets on the ball. But this is where you've got to go, okay, we've just lost. There's a lot of circumstances in your decision-making engine here that you got to feed in. You just lost a partner, you got a new bowler, you got the field going back, and you know, you should feel that you should, even if she's picking off the bad balls or, you know, etc.
Oh, just slices the bat, but gets, well, you'd have to say gets a slice of luck there.
A player like Methnara will get enough that are kind of easy putaways in the next 7 overs to get them across the line. I know, okay, bonus point, maybe they were really attacking that, which, again, I don't mind that. But it's certainly made this game a lot more interesting. Italy still knows is in front.
That's nicely played to the fielder. Good running. You would also say that what Mathanara's probably done because of that starter, because of that one big over, taken the rate down to a point where batters with this sort of style are more than capable at going at the 7. So she's put them out in a good position. It's nicely played, and this is going to test the field. And that is outstanding. Brilliant. And now, they still will get the 2. What a great save this is. And once again, it's Sophie McMahon that makes the save. Slides, dives, gets her hand on this, and look, releases it early. And then the body goes over and touches the rope.
Excellent. Excellent fielding. Well, she made 1 clanger, but she's done 2 very good things since then, Sophie. So she's in credit now, I think. Sims, good shot from her down the ground. Well bowled. Good contest here. 2 highly skilled cricketers going toe-to-toe. McGee gets the big fish and only goes for 5 in the over. Italy, 41 for 2.
Yeah, it's been good change from Ireland as well. They realised, especially to the 2 openers, that maybe pace wasn't the way to go. They did the same thing that we saw Italy do, take the pace off. And both McBride and McGee have rewarded them with 2 overs, both just going for 5, but both picking up a wicket as well. So both the openers gone. Have
a look at the worms. They're kind of dancing together, aren't they? They had kind of high water mark at the 3 overs and take a little bit of a dive in the 4th. Lara McBride to come back. We've seen pace-off bowlers be pretty effective so far, not just this morning, but across the first day as well. Yes, Nehal could see her back as well.
That's an outstanding shot, and this is the thing, but the shot is good, but if you're on the boundary, this is one thing I always told from when I was learning the game quite early on, if you're on the boundary, you got to be on the boundary. And this goes back to something you've already touched on today. Too many fielders have found themselves drifting out of position. If she stays where she should be, it's a catching opportunity.
Yeah, well, let's just say I've had a cookie for every time someone's run in on a ball they should have stayed put. I would have been pretty well fed this week. And that's another one. Whether it was being caught or not, we're not sure, but it's going to be 6 to Bartram. That's the Maximo. Just kind of
This was
shifts the momentum slightly, doesn't it? It'll be a bye.
it was pretty close to being a wide, actually. I think in the end, the bowler must have caught some of this line on the way through. It was a close one.
Yeah, I think it's a good call.
Good call.
I think it's kind of half on the line, maybe a little bit of the ball outside, but just as long as any's on the line, it's fine. And I think these two will have a slightly more risk-averse approach while being busy. I think Sims batted really well yesterday, and she probably timed it as good as anyone while she was out there. Now have to deal with a little sister in the team, so she'll be probably happier out there in the middle than having to deal with little sis on the bench. So that's another incentive to stay out there.
Yeah, Leanna Sims, she made a fine 30 yesterday, and it was a good innings. That's going to get a little bit of luck again. She's had a bit of luck, though. 2 slices of luck where she hasn't got the ball quite out in the middle.
Just have a look at where Lara McBride bowls this. We've seen her using the crease a lot. This is actually a long way behind the line. So, and just kind of floating it up. That's the perfect length for a ball to bowl from that far back as well. Because you don't want to get short, because then you just got about a year to see it. So now she makes it a slight adjustment, goes over the wicket as well. Yeah, Ireland. Yeah, I just love to see how teams respond under pressure. You know, we've seen them already coming back with the 2 wickets of the openers in consecutive deliveries, but Ireland are going to have to do something pretty special, I think, to pull Italy back.
I think they might be just looking at the height of this ball. I thought it was okay. I didn't see any issues with it, but I mean, I don't know if we've still got it, but yeah, you can see it say, no, that's fine. I think it was dipping a long way, so no issues. And that's where the issue is, though, because when you drop short, and Amelia Bartram is waiting to rock back and pull it to the boundary. That is a fantastic shot. He might have got lucky with the one before because the fielder was out of position, but this is placed to perfection. It's going to be 6 more, and Italy at the 5 over mark here. They are 57 for 2, and they are ahead here. And we could see a little bit of a shot coming up here.
Yeah, what placement there from Amelia Bartram as well. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo in the box with Rico Full. We will have Christina Goff with us.
We will indeed, yeah.
She'll give us a little bit of a breather through the middle games. I'm looking forward to having her in here on a bit more of a consistent basis. Obviously, she was pretty busy with playing. She was the MVP, of course, of the Challenger Division. Very experienced player with Warwickshire in the English competition. Lives and plays in Hamburg now. And yeah, great to have Tina on the team. Stay tuned for that. But right now, let's get back to the action. 6 overtime, and Neve McNulty is coming on. So they're going back to pace. Italy, 57 in the first half, just need 29 in the second half, so they have it down below a run of ball. Still, I think, theoretically, the 4-pointers on, but I think they're concentrating mainly on just locking this up. They won't want a couple of quick wickets and maybe have the scare put through them.
Yeah. Goes for it, and that is enormous. Amelia Bartram had just smashed a biz away super 6. This is a monster strike. Oh, my word.
This is shades of early 2023. How can somebody that size hit a ball that far? That's one of the biggest hits we've seen of this entire ECC-W. It springs off the bat, it heads straight over the score cube and into the jungle. Oh, go find it.
What a hit. All right, well, what next for McNulty? Down the leg side, not the place to be. 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more. And Amelia Bartram certainly is. And Italy, they are racing towards victory here. Just remember, it started with 90% to 10 in favour of Ireland. And just have a look at that win predictor now. It's done a complete U-turn. 97 to 3% Italy. Full toss. That's going to be mullered. Oh, and I think this is a 7-up, you know. I think this is too high. That is awesome. Well, Prabab is trying not to smile, but he can't help himself. And, well, they can't help themselves. Oh, that was just awesome. That is the biggest 6 that we've had of this, the Euros of Women's Cricket. Well, if you're enjoying what you're saying, is because this is the European Cricket Network and this is how he do it. That is a bomb.
Poor boy. Well, New York Yankees are on the phone. They say, get us Bartram. Had 2 massive strikes. And Amelia shot to ECN fame with her 6 off the last ball to win a game against the Netherlands last year. But she got a free hit. I wonder how she deals with this. Wouldn't change too much.
Mamma mia.
Jump across, look for the leg side again. Why not? 11 to win now.
Bel corpo, because that is a grande as well. ¡Qué genial, eh! Esta chica es una máquina muy fuerte. Eso es la Forza de Italia, the Forza de Azzurri. And they are on their way. This is unbelievable.
Bartram's just gone on a Bartram stormer. How's she just turned this around? Of course, she had the immunity cloak on. 5 off 8 now. They can take all 4 points out of this game. And what a reality check for Ireland as well after their day yesterday.
Well, she goes for it down the ground. Fielder comes across, does the right thing in not committing to the catch. The batters will come back for 2.
Good running by Alenia as well. She spotted it. She ran the first one hard. She knew she was going to the danger end and gets Bartram back on strike for 1 more crack at McNulty. This over now, it's gone for 26. And we could have our first supersonic. That's a 30 plus. McNulty, again, it's a test of her skills. I know she'll come back next game as well. She'll be determined. She's certainly a very good bowler, but just kind of, it's a good comeback even the last ball. At bowlers, you're going to cop it sometimes. McNulty's on the receiving end there. And Italy, well, they just need 3 off this over to take all 4 points. And it's 83 for 2 after 6. And if you're Ireland here, you need to know the situation. And I think you need to try and defend 3. So how are you going to do that? Bring more infielders up. You need to feel that you might be able to get a wicket, get a new batter out there. You need to at least try. Otherwise, Ireland are going to walk away with no points.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that Sims will be more than happy just to knock this first ball for a single. So you get the feeling that I think Ireland, they haven't read this right. I'll be very surprised. You see that she's just quite happy just trying to get something on this. That I think goes right over the stumps. It's going to be a dot ball. So not the right play here from Sims. She's a bat on this. I mean, you look where that ball is, an easy bat on it, you got a single. Nobody's in close. But Ireland have to push in closer.
I know what she's thinking, though. She's thinking, hey, there's nobody there. And if she'd hit it, probably it's going to the boundary. It's game over. So 3 off 5 now for Italy to take all the points.
Leaves it, and it's a dot. Now then.
Got spooked.
Now then. So 2 balls gone, no runs, 4 to come. They're looking for 3 here. Italy must know the situation here.
They do, but they're not panicking either. 3 or 4, score off every ball from here. You take all 4. And also, the field's still well spread. Lean out, she'll back herself, despite the 2 dots.
Bat onto ball, takes the single, so 2 required, and
Amelia,
I want to take all the points away here.
Assault on that over. And Italy, they were drifting. I think they were I thought they were kind of refocusing on the 3 points. And it wasn't anything premeditated about it. She just played the ball on merit. It was in her zone. She slammed it. 2 to win now. And if they can do it this over, Italy scoop the ball. Here's Dempsey.
And they will. It's not quite out of the middle of the bat, but it doesn't matter. It will go to the boundary. Amelia Bartram will finish on 43, but the hitting there was just quite sensational. And what a victory, what a turn up this is. The Captain Marvel, and look at the Italians. And these remind me of the scenes of when they beat England last year. And it was like they'd won it. Shockwaves were sent across the globe when Italy beat England then. And now I think this is very much the same. Ireland went into this match as huge favourites. They only played the once yesterday, Ireland, and they blew away Scotland, taking all 4 points themselves from that match. But now, well, they've been robbed because Italy, they were underestimated. But those of you like myself and Vinny that have been to Italy and seen the Italian women's play, we know that this team is capable of beating anyone on their day.
Well, the Italian national side treats its opponents like Pokemon, got to catch them all. And really, they've beaten Ireland now, they've beaten England before, they've beaten Netherlands before. They just got to catch Scotland. They haven't played them yet. So you know, they certainly have the belief they can beat anyone if they execute their plans. And you see some of the raw power there. McNara starting it off. I like the straight drive from Elisha down the ground. But Bartram, well, he allows Italy to be greedy, and they do it within 7. They take all 4 points. For Ireland 11, not the end of the world for them. You know, back to the drawing board. You know that they're a very good side. I actually think, you know, their bowlers, they probably learn a lot out of that as well. But for Ireland, we'll see them taking on England in, a lot of people would say, the match of the day in match, or the third match today. But really, Forza Italia, the Azzurri, they wipe the floor in that 7 overs, and they end up winning with quite a lot to spare, 20 balls to spare.
Yeah, quite fittingly, the team, they pause and say, come on, Amelia, you're going up those steps first. And so she should. It was just, and you're right, it came from nowhere. I mean, there was we thinking, all right, they played their cards right, because remember, they just lost both the openers, sort of one ball after the other, which really wasn't the plan. And Matanara, we were talking about that, she didn't have to play that shot. She could have just, you know, she could have stuck around a little bit and just kept herself in for a few balls before she went ballistic again. But she knew what was to come, and she had full faith in doing her job, which was to reduce that rate down quickly. And then Bartram, she just got the balls that she liked. I mean, she's a great puller and look at the ball. We know that. We've seen it before. But they went back to pace, didn't they? And they were forced to do so because McBride went for 16 in over number 5. They went back to pace thinking, we've got to go back to pace. And then, well, McNulty, they tore into a 26 of that over.
45 minutes away from the first ball of the next one. Netherlands versus Scotland, with Scotland winning the toss, electing to bowl. And don't mind that, considering their batting has been a bit of an issue. At least they should be able to pace their chase, but they'll be hoping that they can do something like what they did to the English batting lineup yesterday when they were forced to bowl first in that one. But let's have a look back at this start. A couple of monster overs here, putting Italy on track. And, you know, when you've got these kind of 70s, 80s type score, you don't want magical overs. And Ireland had 1 over go for 23. Jackson, this was in the second. And then Neve McNulty went for 26 in the sixth. And yeah, Italy, like I said, they got a bit greedy and they take all 4. That was a drop catch from Sophie McMahon, but she would make up for it pretty soon after. That didn't actually cost them too much at all. But for Italy, I mean, they know the approach, I suppose they're experienced in the format. And if you can hit sixes, it's the name of the game, isn't it? They certainly showed the ability to clear the boundaries. Out of their 88 runs, 54 came in the form of 9 Maximos.
Yeah, and this is where Sophie did redeem herself, and not only on one occasion, but for me on 3. She then went on to take 2 very good catches, and this was the 2 in 2. It was almost like we were watching a replay. So both the openers went, but then don't forget there was an excellent bit of fielding right in front of us as well, where there it is again, where she saves a boundary, but then this happened. And just remember that one though, you know, little things. And I think this is where the coaches will go back and talk to Ireland. And not so much about the drop catches, because nobody means to drop them, but that fielder being off the line there by at least 2 metres, allowing Bartram to get the first one over her. That was her first 6. And you just think, if you had a play on that, if you took that catch, everything could have been so different.
So true. I mean, Eleni Sims was kind of resigned to the role of second violin, or even viola during this partnership, and she was enjoying watching what she was seeing. And to be honest, she ran hard. She was quite clever the way she tried to get Amelia back on strike, because she could just see how hot she was getting. And yeah, how about some of these shots? Of course, that was the one that brought it up. They end up doing it with 20 balls to spare. They do it in the 7th over. Of course, ECN enhanced point regulations means if you can chase the score down in 7 or less, you take all the points, including the point allocated for the other team. And Italy sending a strong message to the competition here. And they are going to be a big stumbling block for some of these other teams. 43 not out for Amelia Bartram off just 13 balls. How's that for a strike rate? She ends up stealing the player of the match as well, and why not? She came in when the game could have easily gone south. 26, let's not forget Methnara Rathnayaka early on, and even Delisha and Alenia played some nice shots. Pretty professional chase from Italy.
Yeah, that's what the Italian side that we know. And, you know, from all of that big hitting, I mean, it was 60s galore at times. Still, that 1-4 down the ground from Delisha. That was absolutely delicious. That is still the shot of the day. With the bowling, well, what can you say, Vinny? I mean, they tried hard. They did the right thing to take the pace off, but it only worked for a couple of overs. The third one went pretty expensive. They returned back to pace, and by then, Bartram was seeing it the size of a football.
Ellie McGee bowled a good over, I thought. Lauren Pride did some good things, but yeah, with good bowlers, like Jenny Jackson. She's a very good bowler. And McNulty even. It just shows you get a little bit wrong, especially batters that are in and confident. And this game can be a cruel beast. We will take a break. We'll be back in about 40 minutes' time. Probably 35, actually. We'll come in a couple of minutes before, of course. You can have a look at the coin toss and the pre-game analysis. It will be the Netherlands who are taking on Scotland in match number 6. Rico's going to step out, and Christina Goff will be with me for that one. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. We'll take a quick break and then join you live from Andalusia again here at the beautiful Carlton Oval. Stay tuned. Back soon with more ECC-W Premier Division. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back. We're one game into a 4-match program here on day 2 of the ECC-W Premier Division, live from the Costa del Sol in Andalucía, Spain. So coming up next, we have a pretty interesting match between Netherlands 11 and Scotland 11. These two teams had their ups and downs yesterday. I think it'll be a very interesting match as they take on their opponents for the first time in ECC-W history. Let's get up to the coin toss now with Ian Ramage and the two captains.
Netherlands, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Scotland, as the away team, you'll call.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down. European cricket, you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball.
Okay, toss won by Scotland, who will bowl first.
There you go, with Scotland winning the toss and electing to bowl. I think it is a good move, just because their batting has been faltering a little bit. It means they can kind of lead with their strength, and we saw them actually hold it. The English team to 77 last night, but with the batting, they lost early wickets again, and that meant that they weren't able to register a win, though they did register their first point last night. So it will be a chance for the Netherlands to have another go, of course. They're 1-1 after the first day, going down to England in their first match. Rematch of last year's final, but the Netherlands then recovered with a 22 win over Italy in match number 3. Let's have a look at the two teams then. And Netherlands being led by Caroline de Lange in this ECC-W, who is playing as a bat. Normally a very, very good leg spin bowler, but she's got a bit of a shoulder injury that is not allowing her to bowl at the moment. Rosalie Lawrence behind the stumps. Malcolm had a couple of goes at the top of the order yesterday and will relish another opportunity to try and score some runs. And for Scotland, well, I know it was a disappointing day, but today's a new day. We've already seen fortunes changing. Ireland were up yesterday, they were down today so far. Could be the opposite for the Scottish. And listed Neve Muir to open the batting, and Watson listed at the top. Thought she batted very well yesterday and was able to hit boundaries from the get-go. Led by Catherine Fraser, who, for me, player of the day yesterday was her run-out. An amazing boundary stop followed by a direct hit. 65% the Netherlands 11, but Scotland 11, 35%. They're underdogs, but no doubt they've got the ability against the Netherlands 11 side that has a lot of new faces as well. A lot of their kind of first-choice players are playing club cricket in the Southern Hemisphere at the moment, but I think it's a great opportunity for some new names to shine, and maybe some names you do know to have a bit more of a leading role in the Dutch side. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on day 2 of this Premier Division. Rico Fall has stepped out for this game, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome now as a fully fledged ECN commentator, not a guest, MVP from the Challenge Division, German international and now ECN commentator, Christina Goff. Tina, welcome.
Hi Vinny, thanks a lot for the welcome. Big introduction, big shoes to fill with Rico as well.
We tend to big up our introductions as much as possible. I know we're keen to get on with this game, but I'm also curious to hear what you've been up to in the last day or so, because obviously it was a pretty packed schedule. You played the final on Saturday. Congratulations again for the MVP award.
Thank
but
you.
how was your Sunday off in Malaga?
It was a nice relaxed day off. It was an intense week on the pitch, so I was happy to explore Malaga yesterday, put my feet up, and even happier to be in the commentary box today.
Yeah, well, beautiful time of year as well with Christmas lights. I know that we'll be having a bit of an ECN Blue Crew dinner in a couple of days' time. But here we go with Parker, Molly Parker, to open up. She bowled one of the balls of the day yesterday as well. Straightening down the line. They've gone for Malcolm again at the top of the order with Karana. So the Netherlands sticking with the opening combination. They'll be hoping it can fire for a good length of time this time. But yeah, excited to see the Premier Division live, I suppose, for the first time today. What did you make of the first day?
It was a great day yesterday and this morning as well. Some exciting games happening.
That's lifted up, and that's got the legs to be out of the ground. Maximal! And that is what Phoebe can deliver. She'll just be hoping she can deliver it for a good length of time. I think Karana enjoyed it. The glove punch signifying that she approves. And what a start for the Dutch.
Yeah, some intent there. That's always the advantage or disadvantage if you're a left-arm bowler swinging into that arc. And she dispatched that over cow corner, but beautiful shot. I'm sure Molly's going to have a response to that, though. I'm always backing left-arm over bowlers. So.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Oh, genuine French cut this time. Beats the keeper. That's Watson who's up to the stumps. A bit of luck for Malcolm. She'll probably feel like she was out of luck yesterday because it did seem to be hitting the ball well, but found a way to get out. Karana gets the strike back. Yeah, we had some amazing results yesterday, and I think we've already seen the topsy-turvy nature of this tournament. A bit like the Challenge Division, where, of course, your team, the Germans, cruised through day one, hit a bit of a roadblock on day two. The Irish found that out this morning against Italian teams who won the first game of the day.
Yeah, T10's brutal game.
Bowled by Parker. This one holds its line, goes across. So now, having played, I suppose, your first full ECN tournament, what are your takeaways, and what's your kind of best advice to anyone going out there, like this Scottish side, like the Irish side, playing for the first time?
I think it's just important to know that everyone can beat everyone in this tournament, as you saw this morning with Italy.
Driven, but only a single this time.
And yeah, you just got to take every game fresh pair of eyes and go for it. And T10 is a short game, so you've got to take your chance, whether it's a quick cameo off, like Amelia changed the game when she came in this morning. So whether it's a quick cameo off 10 balls or just a couple of dots can change a game.
Yeah,
and that's really, really exciting about T10 cricket.
Agree more. Last ball, the first over here. Rolling cutter hit out towards the mid-wicket. Great effort out there. Kamikaze stuff. And I won't be able to reel it in. I think that's Darcy Carter out there. Well, I know you had something that you wanted to share, but it's the end of the first over, 10 without loss. I think Darcy Carter, quite a famous name, you told me last night.
Oh, no, it's a different player, Kirsty McCall.
Oh, okay. Shows I wasn't paying attention.
It shows how much difference there is between England and Australia. So we'll have to get people in the comments talking about this.
Okay.
But Kirsty McCall, Christmas, this time of year. Fairy Tale of New York, one of the most popular Christmas songs. I think it's Irish-English.
Yeah.
One of the most popular Christmas songs in England. And when I spoke to you about it yesterday, I said, oh, Kirsty McCall playing for... I think it's differently spelt. I said playing for Scotland. We've got to mention that. And you looked like I was an alien.
And even now, I've just guessed the wrong name.
Exactly.
I couldn't remember which name it was last night.
So I'll have to get some of my English cousins to back me up in the comments there.
I believe you. I don't doubt you. Anyway, this is the captain, Catherine Fraser, who's bowling over number 2. Want to say hello to Wayne as well, who's in the chat. If you'd like to say hello to Tina, now's a good time. We've got Monica in the chat watching from Colombia, so we've got people from 6 continents, maybe some penguins tuning in from Antarctica as well. Malcolm gets the double figures with that single.
I'm going to go very early with a quiz question for you.
Okay.
Do you know, well, the fact that I'm asking this question might give it away. Do you know who Catherine Fraser debuted against?
Well, I'm going to say you.
Yeah. Not me personally, but my country, yeah, Germany.
Yeah. Chip down the ground this time, timed very well. And that's going to be for Karana. She's a very good timer of the ball, and she doesn't even have to swing hard. She's stuck with it at the top of the order, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, she had a great innings yesterday as well, didn't she, against Italy? She can hit a ball sweetly, as she proved there, straight back over the bowler's head. It's never nice to see as a bowler, especially spin bowler, if you just see the ball sailing over your head, but that was a lovely shot.
Some of the kind of 6 distance to size ratio, I think, has been off the charts this morning already. We saw Amelia Bartram with the player of the match performance first up, hitting some huge bombs into the jungle.
That's the beauty of being the left-hander as well. You can aim for those trees, aim high.
Yeah, but unlike golf, you want the ball to finish in the trees.
You do,
in
you
cricket. Also, I think that the benefit of slow bowling and slow, accurate bowling, this field there doesn't really cost anything. Good footwork here, finds the gap, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. Malcolm heating up. Classical cover drive finds the gap.
Yeah, the cover drive is a bit of a lesser spotted shot in the T10, but especially on this quick outfield, if you've got usually everyone in on the offside, then it's a good safe shot and reap the rewards of that there.
Yeah, very good footwork, turn that into a half volley. Last ball of the over. Flatter and in the air. It should be caught. It will be caught. Good comeback from Fraser. And Phoebe, oh, she'll be kicking herself really. She seemed to be off to the races, but a miss hit's going to result in a dismissal. Fraser, the captain, gets her revenge. Last ball of the second over. Netherlands 21 for 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad start for Phoebe there. 14 off 6. You'd still take that as an opener if you're going at 14 off 6 balls. So that would put you on 140 at the end of 10 overs. So she'll definitely be frustrated that she didn't kind of kick on from there. But it's a decent start. I think she got a few low scores yesterday, so I'm sure she'll be happy to have cleared the rope a few times and get a bit of confidence.
And you're exactly right there. I mean, the strike rate's the name of the game. She does get 14, but I can just sense that she's got a big innings in her, maybe not just the one during the week. So I think she'll just be frustrated that she's not able to turn that into something more, but still a bright 14 from Phoebe. 21 for 1 after 2. Karana will get the strike back because it's a new over. Parker comes back as well. That's ball blasted back at her. And Scotland 11, they didn't have the day they wanted yesterday, particularly with the bat. I mean, they had basically, I suppose, one good innings in 4 that they played, and that was when they restricted the English to 77. But they need to turn things around here, don't they?
They do. They do. You've got to remember they're a young side as well, so they'll have learnt a lot from yesterday and taking it into today.
Walks at this one up in the air and almost carries down to Neve Muir. This is something actually, that's one that did require the outfielder to run in, but it's been a clear theme that I've seen because of the dimensions being smaller than a lot of fields, most fields that would be played on. When outfielders are seeing maybe a ball's not perfectly hit, they're rushing in, and the amount of times they've had to double back and haven't been able to.
It was actually one of our conversations in the German team last week, stay on the boundary.
Yeah, exactly.
If it drops short, it's okay, but if the worst thing in the world to see as a field and a bowler is you flying in and the ball sailing over your head, especially if it lands within the rope.
It's a double whammy as well, because you're not actually creating a catching opportunity, you're probably giving up a catching opportunity and you're giving up the runs. So we've seen that happen quite a few times. And Bartram actually that last game, she had a bit of a let off, that exact situation. Riker, by the way, the new batter, not facing at the moment. This one just holds its line. Pesky left armour, isn't she, Molly Parker? That some of them will swing back, some of them will just kind of continue on with the arm, and it's very hard to tell the difference sometimes. Yeah,
it is. She's a skillful bowler, and she's got an interesting backstory as well. So she grew up in New Zealand, Scottish mum, plays football as well. We love a cricketer-footballer combination, personally speaking.
I can understand that.
And really skillful, that is a even more skillful shot straight over the covers.
Well, that is class with a capital C from Karana, who backs away, gives up her stumps, and slams this one over extra cover. Maximo! What a way to score 6 runs. Doesn't get any better than that.
And that's the danger, left arm over. If you just swing it into their arc, then it's going to be sent away, and that's what we saw there from Karana.
Now, not afraid to use her feet again this time. Meets it on the full end of the power play, and maybe slight honours to Netherlands, but Scotland also pretty competitive. 30 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we can build a little partnership here for the Netherlands. They got off to a decent start. Obviously, the end of the power play means that the boundaries will be protected a bit more. Robin was obviously last year's MVP as well, so she'll have a point to prove, wants to get back into the runs this year, I'm sure.
Didn't see too much of Robin last night or yesterday, but she's very, very talented. The Dutch, they're a good hitting nation. Obviously a good, big hockey nation. They just seem very, very natural. And we'll move to the 4th over now. Field can go back. Well, here's Kirsty McCall.
There's our Christmas reference.
And, well, first one could actually find the hole. It does. It's 4 runs. Well, Karana didn't even seem to hit it that hard, but just triangulated a space and found it. 4 runs to the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's always the danger. If you push 5 out, but most of them go on the leg side, you're still a bit exposed on the offside, and they have got a boundary rider out, but she's fairly square, so anything through the covers will go for 4.
Comeback ball, and this is short. You're asking for trouble, but only a single out to mid-wicket. Can I just say that because I don't know Fairy Tale of New York, I have now been copying lots of messages from people saying, well, I won't say abusive, but definitely a borderline abusive. But I did say I think I've heard of it. I heard it, and I was like, it rings a bell.
Well, I wouldn't say you deserve borderline abusive messages,
I'm getting
but you know, it's a very, very well-known song. If you come to England from October onwards, you'll hear it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kirsty McCall bowling here. Little tweaky off breaks.
Well, that's up in the air. It's popped, and oh, they look at each other, and it costs them the opportunity for a catch. Well, McCall, she looked for some backup. Maybe Aitken Drummond's just looked her dead in the eye, and without saying a word, communicated she wasn't going to be going for it. McCall couldn't get over there in time.
Yeah, I think you've got to go for that one as a bowler. It's your ball. You've got to clear everyone out of the way, get there at all costs. But it was a bit of an unfortunate one. It did just drop safe.
Oh, it's a nice little flick away, but she's found the fielder, and that's going to be out. Well, funny how life gives you second chances sometimes. In the end, it's Karana that flicks this away. McCall will get the breakthrough, and a good breakthrough for the Scots. Netherlands 11, 36 for 2.
Yeah, I think that might have been a variation there. That looked like a leg spinner from up here. Might be wrong, but yeah, you never get a second chance for long in this T10. So
That's true. I mean, that's it. If you do make, I wouldn't say it's an error, but it was a miscommunication, I suppose. Just see that one. Yeah, maybe a slightly different action from McCall. Just kind of went along straight, didn't it? And yeah, nice catch taken down there with Darcy Carter. Very short pair of hands. But still, good signs from Karana, who hits 2 4s and 6, and her 20, and the score is 36 for 2. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Dave B's in there. Monica's watching from Colombia. Hello to Jacob watching from Estonia as well. Clever bowling. Just kind of sliding it across new batter, Meryl Deckling. Thought she had a really good day with the bat yesterday. She was a bit of a standout with the bat. Hello to Wayne watching from Australia as well. Thomas Martinez from Madrid. End of the 4th over, and Netherlands 11, 36 for 2.
yeah, Meryl top scored both games yesterday, so she'll be looking to repeat that. Coming in at 4 is always a bit of a difficult position in T10. You never know if you might be in the first over, you might not get in at all.
The funny thing about the middle order batting positions, let's take 4, 5, 6, is that that's probably one really key difference between your role in a T20 versus a T10. So probably in a T20, your role primarily is just to give the strike back to the set batter. And sure, you might be coming in early, you might be coming in late. There's a degree of variation there. But actually what you want out of your middle order in T10 is power. You want people that can hit boundaries straight away, almost the opposite. People that can hit boundaries and do more than just support. Masira gets the ball in over 5, located first up. And certainly that's something we've seen. Good T10 teams, they've got depth in the batting. That means that they have the license to be aggressive from ball 1 and not too worried about losing wickets along the way.
Yeah, you do have the license. It can be a bit of a thankless task coming in and having to tee off from ball 1 is not the easiest of jobs.
More bold, I suppose, from Masira. Took a bit of pace off that one, perhaps. Riker misses out. Riker's kind of a bit of a sleeping giant in this lineup. We saw what she could do last year against good opposition as well. Excellent fighting knock in the final against the English 11, but wasn't quite able to get the trophy to the Netherlands. Well, that's a blast. And, well, Exhibit A, Robin goes massive, maximal, and the Dutch supporters love it.
Rightly so. That was a lovely shot. You could hear that from up here in the commentary.
That's actually gone up into the box. Well, I'm glad that's their box, not ours. Hope they protected the equipment. Well, there's Shazad Nilkesh and there's Paolo as well. How about that for a strike?
That was as sweet as anything. Just stand and deliver. You don't need much footwork when you've got power and timing like that. Straight into the box.
And
Paolo gives it a flick back.
Yeah, he definitely caught that. Just wasn't on the camera. That's the ball that's kind of given her problems, though. Just getting in a bit of a tangle there, Robin Riker. And Masira just keeping her cool. And I think for Scotland 11, they would have had the benefit of reflecting on their day yesterday, what worked, what didn't work. And they'll be hoping that it's a different story here on day 2. Good side ball again. I like the way Masira has this kind of variation where it's almost like a leg cutter action, kept a bit low.
Yeah, it's always difficult as a batter when you don't really know what's coming next. And pace on, pace off is definitely one of the best variations in this shorter format T10 game.
Battled well. I mean, it's only the 6 off the over, and there's been 4 dot balls apart from that. Nice ball of it coming up. It's good over. on the balance, isn't it? Despite one disappearing into the scorer's box, just those 6 off at 42 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me, and I know that you've kind of teased us with some wardrobe choices, and you've gone full Where's Waldo or Where's Wally the first day. I like it, but I've found you.
Yeah, you found me. I thought I'd start off solid,
Okay.
but it's going to keep coming. So come back on Friday and you might be in for a surprise.
Well, we're really excited to have you here, and obviously we've been counting down until your playing commitments were over, and you can obviously provide a player's perspective as well here in the ECC-W. But it's a different sort of tournament, isn't it? Just speaking to some of the spectators over there before, it's a festival of cricket where I think everyone's got the shared objective of moving the game forward, particularly the women's game.
Yeah, I've never seen so many smiles on faces. Usually cricket, people can take it a bit seriously, but here everyone's just here for a good time, not a long time.
Funny you say that as well, because I do think this is kind of one of the things I think sometimes, that cricket can sometimes take itself too seriously, and people get, a bit kind of caught up in some opinions. But really, you want the game to be interesting. I often think that formats don't have to compete with each other; they can complement each other as well. Darcy Carter bowling this over the 6. Probably a harsh call here for me. Not sure this is completely outside the tram line, but it will be called a wide. And this is exactly the ball she's trying to execute.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're right on round. The angle's always taking it further and further away, but it's where that ball crosses that line.
There's something I thought a while ago that it takes people a while to wrap their head around. I suppose the ECN format, doesn't matter if it's men's or women's. It's fast-paced, it's action-packed, it's putting players under pressure. It's an uncomfortable format. I think that's why it makes such great television, because these bowlers are under pressure all the time. Batters, actually, they're under pressure as well. They've got no time to waste. In the air and gone. Nice catch, and Riker, well, she does blast a 6, but Carter just kind of nagging away with that angle across the right-handed Robin Riker. And she gets a thick outside edge that balloons. A simple catch really taken in the end. It's 46 for 3.
Yeah, that's a really difficult angle to try and hit away, especially as a right-hander when the ball's coming across you and leaving you, going further and further away. Point is always going to be in play for a catch, and that's what happened on that occasion. Robina will be a bit disappointed that didn't follow through on that amazing 6, but she's got plenty more runs in the tank, and I'm sure she'll be coming back fighting for the next game.
Yeah, it's a nice catch. Molly Parker didn't really have to move, but Rabin, well, she's more than a one-hit wonder, and that's kind of the role she plays here in match number 6. The score is 46 for 3. Well, I like this. That ball that went into the scorer's box. A few people wondering, are they the 3 people behind the supercomputer that does the percentages?
We can't reveal our secrets, can we, Vinny?
Makes sense, because the supercomputer was breaking down yesterday. If those 3 were in charge, it wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, this is Caroline DeLanger coming out at number 5. Good shot first up. Almost finds herself walking back straight away. They'll hustle back for 2. That was one that Mariam Faisal did have to actually come in to meet it. Did well to smother it, 2 runs.
Yeah, it's well fielded, especially when you're running in from the straight boundaries, long on, long off. It's really difficult to judge the flight of the ball, and you kind of, as you see here, she was running towards it, saw she wasn't quite going to go for the catch, and then just hoped for the best, got her body on the line and did really well.
Another one that slides across, so Carter offering something that we've seen be pretty effective. Beating the outside edge. Yeah, Dave mentioning that you are pretty tall, Tina. Maybe people didn't realise that. I noticed it, because obviously I can see you live, see you out there. That's going to be more work for Faisal. Can't quite find the handle. That will be the end of the over. So it's 49 for 3 after 6. How tall are you?
Just under 6 foot, so...
Yeah. We're about the same height.
Yeah, 178, 179, 180 according to my passport.
You might have Rico covered, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, this way, yeah, not that it matters. But obviously it can be a bit of a benefit, obviously. I often think, a lot of keepers, they think you need to be a certain height. Or below a certain height. But I think, you've seen a lot of tall keepers. I think reach is a good thing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, cricket's one of those games. It can cater to all body types and all body sizes. Okay, over number 7, it's Lucy Forrester-Smith, who's going to bowl.
That's just crept inside the line there, so that's a good start. A dot ball in any part of the over is a good one, but starting up really kind of eases the confidence, doesn't it?
Nice little bit of away movement as well. And well, the Dutch, I mean, they've got the benefit of having some really good coaching staff at their disposal as well. It's quite a familiar face if you're watching the Meltor Shield earlier in the year.
Yeah, Helmian, she's got unbelievable amounts of experience, coach and a player, and I'm sure this young team are going to learn a lot from her.
Neil McRae there as well. Not sure if he was in the picture, but Helmian, she actually played a test. This is something that some people might not realise, but the Dutch have played a test match in the women's game.
Rightly so as well. That almost got kneecapped there, Lucy Smith, but just the one down to long on. And this has been a great 3 balls so far from Lucy. She went 1 for 7 against England yesterday, so a solid start for her. And the Dutch are going to be trying to get a bit of a move on here. They've still got wickets in the shed, so 1 or 2 more boundaries, I think.
And they can bat all the way down. Something that's pretty clear about this side.
Goes leg side there, but there is a boundary rider out at deep square, so just the 1 again. So this is really great over from Lucy so far.
Here's the issue with the Scots, though. I mean, you keep England to 77, 78. You're thinking, right, this is our time. But in the end, they couldn't do it. Here, potentially, you're keeping the Netherlands, it says, to 81 with a good finish here. Maybe can even keep it in the 70s. It's a real opportunity for their bats to prove themselves.
That's action replay straight down to deep square again. But we saw last week as well, Vinny, that 70s, 80s, they're difficult scores to chase. If you get runs on the board.
Yeah, it feels a bit light on at this level. I think already we've seen, for example, the Maximo rates, the amount of sixes per 10 overs. It's about triple what we saw in the Challenger division. Wind actually at the moment has picked up quite a bit. It's quite heavily left to right for Declan.
And that has been picked out. 4 runs through. There's 3 boundary riders out there. Somehow she found the gap between all 3 of them, and that'll be a big relief because Lucy, unluckily, she had an amazing over up till then. Didn't quite spoil it. I mean, going for 7 off an over is still decent, but yeah, that'll be good news for the Dutch. They want a few more of those in the remaining few overs if they want to get to the competitive score.
It was right on cue, wasn't it? She hit that with the wind, and it just popped 1 bounce and 4 runs. This is what's coming up with the ECL, which is coming in, I'm not sure how many days' time, but it's about 2 months and 8 days, so work that out. It's going to be here before you know it. There's 35 clubs from all around Europe. Now, England and Jersey actually get 2 clubs because they made the final last year, so the finalists return plus another club from each of those 2 countries. All starts on the 24th of February, and we might even have a bit of bonus Kartma content before then, but my lips are sealed.
Okay.
Which they're not normally when you have to commentate 10 hours a day.
I was going to say, it's not the best idea for a commentator, but
yeah, stay tuned for maybe some big news.
Okay.
Maybe by the end of the week. Maybe.
Okay, you're teasing us now.
Yeah.
Well, this is Darcy Carter returning for a 2nd over. That one is well fielded on the boundary, just a little pat back of the ball to stop the 4. Great arm in as well. So just the 1 there.
Good fielding.
Yeah. Darcy's going well, figures at the moment, 1 for 9 off her 8 balls. She'll want to finish strong as well to really keep the Dutch down. Every ball that's not going up for a boundary now is really a win for the Scots. Little nutmeg there from Carolina.
She'll take the 1, get to the other end. Just noticed in the chat. James Worsted, great to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. And Peter van der Steen as well. But one name that I picked out is Kartika, your wicketkeeper.
She's never far away from a cricket match.
In the chat. She's liking what she's hearing so far.
Yeah, best wishes to her. I mean, she's back in Germany one day and flying off to India tomorrow, so
is that right?
No rest for the wicked. I mean, she can't sit still for more than 2 minutes.
I did see in your social media you waving the team bus goodbye.
It's a sad moment. You spend a lot of time with those players and suddenly they're gone.
Did they have to bring out the super sopper to mop up the tears? Or
couldn't possibly comment.
It was a great vibe though in your team. I know obviously you didn't get the trophy in the end, but you certainly made a lot of memories, and I think second silver medal is something to be really proud of. Last ball, the over.
And that's a great 2 overs for Darcy. The score now is 59 for 3 for the Netherlands. There's 2 overs left. Darcy, 2 overs for 10 runs, 1 wicket. She'll be very happy with that contribution.
This is a tense game. Scotland 11, okay, a little bit behind. Netherlands got some good bowlers, but Scotland 11, it's one of those things. It's not like a situation where you're saying, oh, well, they just don't have the ability with the bat, because they do. I think that because I see it often with teams that are new to the format, they probably went a little bit over aggressive at times. We saw maybe when you needed to take a bit more of a sensible option, we saw batters coming out kind of charging first ball, getting stumped, just kind of rushes of blood. But yeah, it's interesting to see how they go around this second innings.
This is skipper Catherine Fraser bowling the 9th over. The first ball just go for a 1.
So
Popped
listen,
up.
we'd love to get you on ECN a bit more, with your schedule. Obviously, you're a very busy person. You're a multi-sport hero, etc. But I've got to teach you some of the expressions, right? And I'll teach you an easy one to start.
Okay.
And it's actually Rico's.
Right.
Rico started. We all say it. We say it all happens in the night.
It all happens in the 9th. Well, wise words.
Yeah, trust me.
There's 4 balls
You'll-
left in the 9th, so
You'll know it when you see it. Deckling wants to smash one out of the ground, I'm sure.
and she tried to she wound up that one, but just gets the 1.
Not that it doesn't happen in other overs, but there's certain things that you just kind of nod and you wink and you're like,
It's a bit of a
It all-
self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? You know, something will happen. You look out for it.
it all happens in the night. Also, I haven't auditioned your duck noise yet, but I'm looking forward to hearing that.
And that's hit straight down the ground. 1 bounce for beautifully placed. Those fielders are long on and long off, but they couldn't do anything about that. That's a really, really useful boundary for the Dutch. Carolina will be happy with that one. She's obviously not bowling, as you said, so any contribution she can make with the bat. And
Yeah.
she used her feet well, smashed it. There's nothing wrong with that shot, and yeah, good effort at long off.
Well, she had to tell me twice that she was playing as a batter, so I knew she was serious. But she can bat. One thing I know that she really wants to do is hit a 6 on ECN.
Well, she was
That
about
was-
10 centimetres short
Yeah.
there, so she needs to eat her Weetabix in the morning, and I think, yeah, if she keeps striking like that, she'll have a chance. It's happening in the 9th.
Deckling has hit 6s in this tournament. Wants hit one here.
Darcy Carter, having bowled 2 overs, is really busy there at deep mid-wicket. Just the 1 again. So that takes Netherlands to 66 for 3 off 9. So score predictor says 77. I think if they get up towards 80, they'll be fairly happy with that. See if the Scots, they probably want to keep them down to 75 if they can.
Yeah,
But
definitely. Last over is going to be really important. 67 at the moment. So, I mean, obviously, for Scotland, they'll be hoping they can keep it to 70s. Just think with the hitting power that Netherlands have, maybe disappointed if they went at least 80 here. Love to get a couple out of the middle. Also, this is probably the time where you start getting a bit crazy with the running. I think you got the wickets to play with. You're not going to get bowled out. You've got batters to come. Let's see how it all pans out. They're going back to pace, and Masira, who we know has a good change of pace. Blustery kind of day. You see the flags in different parts of the ground going different directions. Here we go. Last overtime.
just got away with that one. So it looked like a variation straight up. Might have been a slower ball, but did loop up. It was there to be hit, but picked out the 45. So the Dutch will be disappointed. They didn't get that all the way.
Definitely just picks out the fielder, but that was a bit of a gift that they weren't able to unwrap. De Lange. Is she going to go Maximo for the first time? The Dutch skipper.
Oh, that's well bowled. It's that niggling line where you just get it inside, almost behind leg stump. So, but in between the batter. So, really well bowled there. It was a half-hearted appeal from the keeper. She might have heard something in this blustery wind. We can't hear anything up here. apart from
Keepers are notoriously, I don't want to say liars, but they're opportunists.
Kartika's listening. You better watch out.
Takes one to know one. 4 to come.
And that will have to be re-bowled. I think she's going for a lot of variations here, is Maisie, and I do rate that in the last over. You want to try something different, but I think just get it up and down as well.
Yeah, true. But she's bowled this one well. That one kind of drifted out, but it's almost like all the air's out of the ball. It's like got a lot of backspin. I'm not quite sure exactly how she bowls it, but it's a lot slower than her stock delivery. It's been a good one.
And that has been hit away. Found the gap perfectly through mid-wicket. Another 4 to Carolina. That takes the Dutch up to 73. So 80 is still possible. 3 balls left. Every boundary's been really applauded by the Dutch. Now they know how valuable these runs will be, especially in the final over.
De Lange representing. And she's actually outscoring Meryl Deckling now. She's moved up to 17. That's her second boundary. And it's created a search. I don't know if we get the camera over there, but
Get in the shrubbery.
yeah. Well, that's one thing about the women's game. We have lost a few balls, but I think the ball retrievers, they get a bit lazy from not having to search for as many balls. So now it's time to spring into action. And it's like a bit of an Easter egg hunt over there at the moment.
Wrong time of year for that, but see if they can find the ball I mean, it's blowing a gale here at the moment, so the ball might fly out by itself. I think we might be taking off in a minute, Vinny.
Might be, actually. That's
You can see it flapping on the collar of her shirt there, so.
It's windy, and it can get real windy here. We're finding out right now. Rico's picked a good one, actually. It'll be calm as anything when he comes back in the next game.
Well, the sun was threatening to come out earlier. It's clouded over again. I mean, we've seen that there's a bit of swing in the air for the bowlers, so I'm sure they're happy with these conditions. The good thing for the batters is that the wind is behind them, so if they do get hold of it, it might end up in the next town over.
All right, Netherlands, they want more. Are they going to get more? 3 to come.
And that's there to be hit, and it's sneaked past the fielder at the 45, so that's another 4 runs to Carolina. That takes her into the 20s.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is questionable for Hyde as well. Is it hit height or above? It was easily put away behind square. Slight advance. That's a no ball for me, I think.
Yeah, she doesn't make too much of a movement outside the crease, so I don't think, especially at the pace, it's not coming down, is it?
No ball. Again, quick call from the umpires. They can look at the replay, and I think it's pretty clear. So, Scotland just letting the Dutch off the hook a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, a no ball is the last thing you want in the final over. Free hit. This might be Langer's chance if she wants her Maximo. Here you go, free hit the final over.
Your whole life has led to this moment. Here we go, free hit.
Well, it's almost an action replay of the previous shot. I think that might just be dipping.
I think that was the slow ball. That's the difference. It was probably the same height when she intercepted it, but I think it was just coming down. We'll have a sneak peek at it. She'll be disappointed she doesn't get in the middle on this.
Yeah, she doesn't quite. She gets there and she doesn't quite. I think that she was deceived by the slower ball then. There's 2 balls left in this innings. The Dutch are on 79. And that is hit right out the screws. Through mid-wicket for a maximum, 6 runs. That takes the Dutch well into the 80s. 85 for 3, 1 ball left, and that was an amazing hit.
Oh, every time Scotland have seemed like they've had the sun poking through the clouds, figuratively speaking, in this tournament, they found a way to run into more trouble. And this over has now gotten out of hand. There's 18 off it, still a ball to go.
And that was a really nice shot because the ball was following her down leg and she still just deposited it over the boundary. We're on the final ball now.
Seatbelts on, here we go.
And that has been smeared over cover, 1 bounce 4, and that's a brilliant finish. Great final over from the Dutch perspective. Takes them to 89 for 3 off their 10 overs. So they've, within a couple of balls, soared above the expected score. And I think the Scots will be disappointed how that 10th over panned out.
They will be. And Masira bowled such a good first one, but she ends up going magical over 20 plus, as we say here on ECN, and there were 22 off that. That was after her first over only went for 6. So what a good partnership between Meryl Deckling and Caroline de Lange. I think they share the honours there. They came together at 46 for 3, and they end up putting on 43 in just 4.5 overs. So Scotland had the momentum turn against them. But having said that, I mean, if you offered them 90 at the start of the game, they probably would have felt, if our batting clicks, if we can get off to a better start. They haven't had the benefit of a good start yet, a bit like their men's team in the ECC men's. They were constantly losing early wickets. But, 9 and over, it's certainly achievable, and the Scots will be hoping to bring up their first win against the Netherlands here in match 6 as we look at the story of the first 10 overs. We had Molly Parker coming on early on, the left armour, as it was a proud moment, I'm sure, for Scotland and Netherlands, meaning the first time in an ECC-W match, first time in any T10 international deal. Well, he's all business up the back. There's some of our ECN Blue crew, JJ and Judith. But, as we expected, Netherlands, they take on the power play. And Mockenbort, she was looking really good early. Yeah, she was looking good. She made a couple of starts yesterday and pushed on a bit today. A few nice shots early on. And then the Scots kind of got a bit of a stranglehold on the game. That was a tough chance there, but otherwise they were restricting the Dutch to a few boundaries here and there, but they would have been happy with how it was at halfway. And then the Dutch suddenly got a move on. That was a nice catch. So there was steady wickets falling throughout, but the Dutch kind of towards the back end really put their foot on the gas. Yeah, they did. And look, it's a boundary hitters game, isn't it? Really, if you hit boundaries, win ball games, and we had 8 4s, we had 4 6s in the innings. So I think you're normally in good shape if you're able to hit 10 or more boundaries in an innings. Just kind of puts you ahead of the game. So Darcy Carter took a good catch out there. And, suddenly we had more fielders now in the scorer's box. That was Paolo, had to throw that one back. But Robin only able really to hit that one out of the middle. There's Innings as a thick outside edge balloon to Parker. At backward point, Dusty Carter had the wicket. Hellman, well, she's also a very experienced cricketer, as we said, and the Netherlands, I think, really enjoying this tournament because they get an opportunity to maybe turn to a few other players. And yeah, it's kind of edge of the seat stuff, wasn't it? Caroline de Lange, surprise batting hero, and she really performed well. I thought 22 off 16 with 3 fours. Declan probably didn't hit the ball as well as she did yesterday early on, but even she got in on the action the 10th over on her way to 21, not out of 15. So the Netherlands 89. It's more or less, I think it's more or less par. I think if you go on the numbers, I know it's early, it's the first day yesterday, but I think both teams would be confident that they can come away with a win in the second half. A sign it's going to be a pretty good match.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly even an innings can change. So I think after 8 overs, the Dutch were thinking, oh, we're up against this, and suddenly 1 or 2 big overs, everything happens in the 9th, and suddenly the Dutch will be confident, thinking they can defend this.
It was a delayed reaction because actually it all happened in the 10th, didn't it? On this occasion, we saw 4 boundaries. We saw the no ball in there create the extra boundary, and that was hit for 4. So, yeah, Masira, who did some good things earlier on the innings, but she'll be disappointed to finish the way she did. So kind of a utilitarian scorecard, isn't it, with 3 players reaching the 20s. Caroline de Lange with 22 top score, 21 not out for Meryl Declan. Good partnership between those two. Let's not forget Kurana with 20 and Melkenbourg 14. And let's not forget Riker hitting one into the scorer's box. Wicket split between Catherine Fraser, Kirsty McCall and Darcy Carter. But yeah, also interesting that they decided to go back to pace when they could have gone McCall in the last. Smith bowled a good over as well, but yeah, well, it is what it is, and Scotland, they will feel they're in touch, but they are going to have to step up with the bat on day 2. 90 the victory target for them to open the wins column. Netherlands hoping to go 2-1, want to defend 89. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Christina Goff. We'll take a break and we'll see you shortly live from the Kartama Oval for more ECC-W. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back to the Euros of Cricket. It's the ECC-W Premier Division, 89 on the board for the Netherlands, Scotland 11. I'll be hoping this is the time that they're batting clicks here in this extravaganza of cricket. Hanalandia ready to bowl. Leave Muir at the top of the order. And I like this move, Ellen Watson, a genuine hitter at the other end. So Scotland 11 without a win in 2 matches yesterday. Will it be third time lucky, or will the Oranje get the win? Here we go with the first ball, and it will be a dot. Vinny's out of here, Mr. Maximo, and join me back for the second innings in a first full game, first full international as a commentator.
Yeah, getting my cap on early.
At the ECC-W, they did do the letter cup. It's, of course, Christina Goff, and yeah, let's see if the Scotland bats are smiling here.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. They've changed the order up a bit from yesterday. That's a good ball, and it's just poked through to point for a single. Yeah, so the Scots, on the back of the 2 losses that they suffered yesterday, they've switched the order up a bit. So they've moved Muir up, as you said, joined with Ellen Watson. So a bit of firepower up top, and they'll need that. They're chasing 90, so you've really got to make the most of the power play here. Just the 2 fielders out, so you've got to pick those gaps in the first 3.
It's a bit of a make or break power play, isn't it? You can make this 90 look small if you get off to a flyer. Obviously, we saw the Italian openers have a very good power play in the early game, set them up for a similar size chase. Yeah, but Scotland, they were only able to make 56 in their first game yesterday. They scored 61 the second game, so obviously they need to find plenty more runs.
I think that's just about crept the other side of the wide line.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's almost a perfect line if it did sneak inside. But
it was about 2 millimetres away from being the perfect line. But that is a really good bowler. Obviously, we've followed her progress as well over the last couple of years. But she'd like to bowl that one again.
That's a better line. That's an almost impossible ball to do anything but just dig out and respect. And you know, they always say in power play the batters have got to go for it, but you got to remember that the bowlers have something to say about it too. So Hannah got, I think, both England openers out yesterday, wicket in her first over, so she's going to make sure that they're not going to have it all their own way in the power play, and she's got off to a great start here, first 3 balls. Again, that can only be, there's a bit of a chase on, and it has sneaked through, so that's 4 runs, and that's a positive start there for the Scots, and getting a 4 early on is always great for them.
Yeah, I think this is a really good move to get Watson up there. Arika kind of wipes herself out here. I think she had the right idea, but might have even just kind of plugged in the surface there.
Well, it was a great hit, but she hit it into the ground, so I think that maybe just made it bobble a bit. And yeah, Rika's not a thankless task there, trying to throw her face at it. And
repair your divots, rub in.
Yeah, I think she did well to not get a ball in the face there. So yeah, good hit for Watson, and yeah, 6 off the first 4 balls. Again, that's a good response. You always say full tosses, you try and avoid them as a bowler, but actually a low full toss in this form.
It's just not going to hit the middle of the bat. Maybe
Yeah.
unless you sweep it like a broom, like you're just probably not going to hit the middle of the bat. So control what you can control, my dear.
She's quite a tall bowler as well. So
you need to kind of win the battle with 9, I think, if you're
Yeah.
a bowler. And she's winning at the moment.
I think that one will have to be re-bowled. She's kind of going 1 wide, 1 straight, and the variations are not quite paying off for her, but if she's following it up with a dot baller or 1 every time, then she won't be too bothered, but she wants to get out of this first over. 7 off the first 5, so if she can avoid a boundary here, I'd say that's almost 1-0 to the Dutch after 1 over. And it's just dropped at square leg by Silver Seegers. It almost came to a run out, so it was almost the old 1-2. It was hit very hard at her pulled from outside off stump, and I think she just kind of lost it in the air a bit, and it was unfortunate. She almost then made up for it immediately with the run out, but
Silver Seegers needed metal hands to deal with that. That was belted, but then almost created a run out. That'll be the end of the first over, then 8 without loss after one. 114 matches since the Golden Ball. We have had one ECC-W Golden Ball, and it was last year, Spain-Austria, an absolute classic. They've developed a very healthy but friendly rivalry since. Now Silver will get the ball here in over number 2, which is really interesting. A leg spinner, kind of front on, like a double-armed leg spinner. You'll know what I mean in a minute.
Yeah, I think I've faced her before, and you never know when the ball's quite going to come out of the hand.
Here we go, over 2.
And that has been hit straight down the ground, and it's gone all the way for 4. That's a brilliant shot, as we were saying earlier, straight over the bowler's head. It's always difficult to field when you've got long on and long off out, but they've got to protect the width as well. So that's a great shot by Ellen Watson. And we've got a little canine friend. Is he one of ours?
I know that it's part of our TV production crew here. But
and that has also gone up in the air. Chase on for mid-off. It's just kind of plugged. I think she's done very well there to just claw it back. I think she got her hand on the ball and then scooped it almost between her legs. And then she did make contact with the boundary, so they will check this. But I think from her, it was right under the box. I think she was safe here.
She touches the rope, but after the ball's long on here. A little slap away.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah.
The thing is, they probably can't tell that it's fine. But... yeah, well, that's Chris. He's chasing the dog. Well, I'm a bit worried because he's dressed like a sheep. So if that dog's got any instincts...
That is a proper cricket shot. That's gone straight through the covers. Stand and deliver there from Ellen Watson. She races up to 15 off 7. Another 4. And, I mean, that wasn't a bad ball from Silver, but if you could throw up a half volley and you smear it through the covers, you just got to say fair play.
It's a great shot, great execution of a shot. Watson, she belongs at the top, I think, in this format.
And that one is diving stop from point. I think she might have got a finger on it to slow the ball down. Mopped up behind her, so just the one.
I was going to say, it's interesting they've gone for Neve Muir here. So it wasn't that Muir showed anything in particular yesterday, but obviously that's just, they know their players better than anyone else. She scored 4 off 7, I should say, in the first game before getting stumped, and she was run out without facing a ball in the second game. So
maybe that's why they just said, give me a go.
Yeah, well, at least guarantee she'll get a hit.
And that one.
What a shot.
That was a magical shot, wasn't it?
I think it hits her body, pops up, and it gets cracked with the back of the bat.
That's worth an action replay, I think. I was about to call a wide, and suddenly the ball comes flying out towards point.
You could live for 100 years. You probably won't see this one again. Bang.
Oh, middled it off the back of her bat.
It's like off the middle of the back, yeah. Could have gone anywhere, though.
That one's dragged down, kind of dragged towards 45. Got away with that one, Silver, just the one. That 45 seems to be such an important position.
It is, but that's so lucky, really, because even a wide, at least you have to bowl it again. But Seegers gets out of jail last ball, goes for 12 in the over, 20 without loss after 2. Well, I know that the robot's working, so I'm teaching you little by little the ECN things. I always explained it all happens in the night. That's one thing. Quick look at the table with Netherlands and Scotland after the second round of matches in the bottom 2 spots, and they won't want to stay there. Obviously, one of them will get the win here, which will just shoot them up the ladder. England Ireland, a very good game coming up. You're going to be doing that one with Rico. So I've explained it all happens in the ninth. We also have the ECN robot, which pops into the chat somewhere. We don't know if it's human or not. We don't know who's behind the robot, if it is a human. But the robot saying, golden ball for Tina. Come on, GB.
I wouldn't mind that. I mean, how long's it been without a golden ball?
100 and I'm going to say 14 matches. 114 matches, which sounds like a long time. But it wasn't that long ago. I can tell you it was the 19th of November. So it's about 4 weeks or so.
Maybe something in the water this week, golden ball. And we've got Robin Schmidt bowling now. She got 2 for 10 yesterday against Italy, and she started off well first 2 balls here. Or is it? Or have I got my bowlers wrong?
No, I think you're exactly right. That's Robin Smith.
Yeah, it's just gone for 2 off the first ball. But she's bowling good lines, but that one has been smoked straight at covers, and it's a great stop there.
That's Phoebe, who again, made a good start with the bat, could turn into a big score. I know that we had a 3-digit number for Jersey, and Barney Aston, he was getting called Agent 611. I think Phoebe's Agent 311 out there, that cover.
And that one has been smeared over point. Might go all the way. Yeah, it does go all the way. So that's another run to, another 4 to Ellen Watson to take her into the 20s.
Yeah, elementary, dear Watson. And actually, I think that time it was Muir who got the strike back and ended up just carving it away, really, into the gap. Great effort from Van der Boning.
I'm not sure if that was a dive to stop the ball or just a bit of a stumble, but hit the deck in any case. And that's a great response with the ball. One of those deliveries that cuts the batters in half. That's what you want to see, especially after a boundary. Yeah, just on the 3-1 number, it looks like a 3 followed by a bit of masking tape.
I think it's a 31.
31
because
with a
Silver
bit of a-
Seegers is 31.
Okay, so a bit of mistaken identity on the pitch then. It's another good ball, but it's another proper cricket shot, that is. Smoked through the covers, another 4. Not much the fielders could do about that. The outfield is quite packed on the offside, but when you hit it so sweetly, just got to watch it sail by.
These aren't big gaps that she's finding, but if you want to know why Muir's at the top of the order, I think now we know. A bit of a missed opportunity that she never even got to face the ball against England in that. Tended to be a pretty close chase.
That one's a bit wider, so all she can do is slap it for no run into the covers. And that's the end of the over.
So 31 without loss after 3. End of the power play then. And yeah, look, Scotland, I said make or break kind of power play. I think they make it. They're now ahead in the game, they're 52%. And yeah, lots on this kind of middle overs. You've got to try and create dot balls, limit boundaries. I think now you need that kind of, what is about 8 and over still. So they're pretty much at the rate required. You're just looking at basically staying ahead. So they want to be 36 minimum after this, stay ahead of the rate. Obviously not running into the kind of early wicket problems they had yesterday, which put a lot of pressure on the batters to come.
The change in the batting lineup certainly paid off for now, and it also means they've got a lot of experience still to come. They've got Abby Aitken-Rowan at 3. They've got Catherine Fraser, captain, coming in at 4, so they've got batting deep. So this is a perfect start for Scotland, I'd say, so far.
And Molly Parker, she really smashed them last night, 25. That's a bit of a standout. Here's Van der Boning in over number 4. Just loses the run first up. Hey, so the robot back at ECNHQ, wherever that is tinkering away with something very large for 2025. And they've had so many things I'd love to have dropped, but I haven't allowed to drop them yet. But we have some crazy ideas. Every year in ECN, it seems that something
happens.
new and big's happening. I'll give you a 2-minute update.
And that's second attempt of the first ball of the over for Isabel, and it just gets punted up in the air for a 1.
So the first thing was 2019 when we had the first ever ECL. So that was big in itself.
Right.
It elevated European cricket to a level which, kind of opened a few eyes about what was possible and showed actually how much interest there was and how many players and interested parties there were.
That's a low full toss. It will be checked for height, but there's a run-out chance on it. She's popped off the top of the bail there. But they're going to keep on running, so there's a bit of chaos all over the shop here. There's going to be the check for the no ball. There'll be the check for the run-out. Let's take a look at this, Vinny.
Yeah, well, first things first, let's see if it's a no ball. So, felt it was probably okay, but...
Yeah,
I think it's probably okay, just... Yeah, but it was a good direct hit. I just got a feeling she might be struggling here.
Yeah, me
just
too.
My spider senses.
It's one of those ones where if you face a no ball, suddenly your head's a bit scrambled, you start running, and then she just throws it in here. Oh, I think she's short. It's a delicate little run out, just pops the bail off the top.
And so obviously it'll be nothing or 2, but I think that ball's going to win the race back. She hits the bail.
Yeah.
What a piece. That's a bail breaker, but that's gone. You can count on it. And Isabel Van der Boning did really well to make sure she wasn't in the way of the throw. I think sometimes this modern idea get in the way. Don't get in the way of the throws. Let the fielder do the work, and that's out. As easy as you like. Now the walkie-talkies have malfunctioned, so this is even crueler for the batter. And yeah, now I think the umpire's going to come back, and unfortunately for Muir, she's going to get the signal that she doesn't want, which is that she's going to have to tell her story walking.
Yeah, that was a great piece of fielding there from
But I don't know what's going on here because, well, hold on 1 second. Unless it was given out, right? Had to be given out. No, they definitely appealed. So, yeah, now they're getting together.
Yeah, I mean, the new batter,
the new batter's just like,
she's
hey.
seen it on TV.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well,
Longest ever reaction to a run out.
that was so long, I almost needed to shave again. It was a delayed reaction. I think there was an electronics breakdown at the ground, and so eventually it was recognised, and even the Dutch seemed a bit caught out by surprise. But Muir, she is run out for 11. It's the first wicket, 32 for 1. It's been a funny old week sometimes, but yeah, Muir, she's not laughing because she actually played a couple of really nice shots. Gets done by a direct hit from Kurana.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she got called through for the single there. I think she was a bit scrambled. She had them almost no ball, and she didn't quite get the full stretch on. She was she slowed up almost.
And the other thing, again, running off the pitch. This is one, the pitch isn't going to deteriorate. Run on the pitch. You know, run on the pitch. It's a better surface. You can run faster. The shortest distance between 2 points is to run in a straight line. And who knows, maybe it would have saved her.
Yeah, and just off the side of the pitch, it can get a bit sandy there, and especially early in the morning, get a bit wet. It's like running in a sand pit. So stay on that nice, smooth AstroTurf.
So yeah, they've got to change ends here because they did run an overthrow that won't count, right? So it'll mean that Watson's going to be on strike.
You could just have this last 10 minutes as some kind of umpiring course.
It's true.
It's been about commentating course as well, because this has been all the different events happening in the space of one ball.
You're right, Van der Moning will continue. Oh no, and we almost had, you haven't seen, this is another ECN thing, the umpire clothesline. When the umpire puts the hand out late and the bowler basically risks a broken neck.
Well, we do have the paramedics on standby for that, for that very option, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe they were just setting up the comms again.
I think maybe they were just double checking and making sure they hadn't gotten it wrong, but they've gotten it right. So this is Watson who's going to be on strike. Well, this has been a weird couple of minutes. So now Izzy's run in and she's dropped the ball.
I think everyone needs to take a deep breath. Let's compose ourselves.
I think it just literally loses a grip on it. Look.
She's running into the wind and, yeah, just slips on out like a little bar of soap.
Well, it's funny if you're not the one that's meant to deliver the ball. Yeah, going to the dogs, so to speak. Anyway.
We're back in the game. Back to playing cricket, and that's just a 1 for Ellen Watson, which will get the new bat, Abby Aitken-Drummond, on strike.
Interesting that the supercomputer has put Scotland from in front to behind on the stroke of that run out.
Maybe they just know that their minds are scrambled after that chaotic 2 minutes, but I think that's a bit harsh on Scotland, I think, but fourth ball of that over, and that was a lovely dot, so that's going to help the Dutch cause. And this has been, in all of the chaos, this has actually been a very good over so far.
Yeah.
We've had a wicket.
Wind's a bit of a factor, though. I think
Yeah.
I've seen it. We've got a great view up here, don't we? But we see the flags, and they're going all different directions. So it's really swirly. It's a bit of a bowl here, obviously, as well. It can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, and it's not easy, especially when you're a seam bowler, to get your run-up right. She seems to be struggling a bit with her run-up, but that is a lovely shot straight down the ground. It's going to be a difficult... I think that's an excellent effort by Carolina there to stop the 4. Captain's dive there, put her body on the line, flicked it back. I think she's safe. I don't think she touched the rope at all, to be honest, so I think really good effort there, saving 3 runs.
Yeah, wonderful fielding from the captain. She's been good for the Netherlands today. Hurls herself at it and hands it off to the teammate, Turana. But Izzy, you're right, I think more or less she's straight into the teeth of the breeze, isn't she? So
yeah, it's not easy when you're running into it. It is swirling around here. It's final ball of her over, an eventful over, and that one's just going to be hit to cow corner just for the 1, and that takes Scotland to 36 for 1 off 4 overs. It's delicately poised. It says 44%, 56%. I'd go 50-50, but I'm sitting firmly on the fence.
Yeah, well, they're going 9 and over exactly, and 9 and over is the rate to pull off the chase. So the robot has thrown in another comment. And welcome to the ECN, Tina. Crazy cricket is the norm. Now I'm going to throw this over to you. Do you have like a favourite viral ECN moment, just as an observer? Because a lot of people do have a couple, one or two.
Well, you showed me a few recently as well, and I can't get past the one where the ball is thrown in, the batter tries to jump over it, doesn't quite get over it, and yeah.
Mohamed Shaikat playing for the Indian Royals in Portugal in 2022. Tina just had to laugh, turn the microphone off for a sec. I mean, it was partly that was funny, and also Corey's laugh.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
And this one it's the start of a new over. This one's squirted, and it will be taken at point, and that is a big wicket.
Huge wicket. You know, that's Pian Oost bowling her first ball of the tournament. She didn't play yesterday and sat out. And Pian's been waiting. She's been waiting, and she's finally been called on with the game hanging in the balance, and she's gotten a big wicket. Abby Aitken-Drummond is going to have to go 36 for 2.
Yeah, and Abby Aitken-Drummond will be disappointed with that. She didn't get off the mark very much yesterday, and I mean, it's a time where you got to kind of go in the innings, but she didn't quite get hold of that one. It's always brave going after the brand new bowler. Wouldn't have seen her at all yesterday. Hasn't seen her in the game today. But Peanut Oz will be very happy with that, having not played yesterday and coming straight in the wickets. I think that could almost be a new saying. The amount of times we've had wickets off first balls of spells.
It's true, actually.
I'll get my head around that, see if we can come up with some kind of phrase to
phrase
put that
it
into the ECN dictionary.
Phrase it, I'll use it. But here's phrase up, even though I'm asking you to be the phraser. Oost, only 18 years of age. What a great moment for her. Her first ever wicket at the ECC-W. She can thank Robin Schmidt as well for holding on to the catch. The captain comes out for the Scots.
And I think that's sliding down, but I mean, you take that first 2 balls in the tournament, wicket first up, big appeal second up, and she's got a lovely little action, and she's dealing with the wind like the rest of them, so she's doing really well here. I think a lot of movement.
Yeah, the wind's a funny one. Also when you're batting, when you have these kind of ambiguous bowlers where they might get a bit of wobble each way. Yeah, it's a good call from the umpire. I think it's heading just down the leg side, as you said.
Yeah, she's getting a fair bit of movement in the air. That one probably didn't move quite as much as she wanted to, and it has been hit through point for 4. A very welcome boundary for the Scots, who do need to get 50 off 33, so run rate almost up at 10.
Yeah, just opened the face nicely, didn't she? Reached at it, got on the full, which also made it a little bit easier. Malkenborg wasn't able to chase it down. Yeah, we've had some great viral moments, but that was, I think, I haven't said it's our biggest viral moment of 2022. Maybe all time, actually, that one.
That's a good response from us. That would just be the one.
A couple of other ones. I know that I was doing a bit of work for Melbourne radio in Australia during the ECC, and the one they liked the best, they said, Vinny, whenever I feel upset or I need a bit of a lift, I just Google 3 to the keeper.
Oh,
so if you want to Google 3 to the keeper, have a look at that one. That was from Prague, actually.
And the 5th ball has gone straight down the throat of Caroline de Lange.
Yeah, it's a good catch. And she just prowled around to her left. And Oost, would you believe it? She's got 2 in her first over. Well, she didn't want to be getting splinters sitting on the bench for too long. She's made an immediate impact. And Scotland, this was their issue yesterday. Losing wickets at key moments, normally at the start. But Watson, she is the playmaker, and she's gone for 19. The Netherlands now, I think they're well in front. Scotland 41 for 3.
It wasn't an easy catch either, especially with this swirling wind running around to presumably her weaker side, taking that catch on the boundary. You've always got to keep an eye on the boundary, an eye on the ball, an eye on your long off-fielder coming at you. So that was a great take by the captain there.
Yeah, it's a good knock by Watson. She hits 3 4s in her 19, but she'll have wished that she'd gone on with it. I think she's been a bit of a standout for Scotland so far. But Oost, the Dutch crowd will be loving her delivering the double strike. This is Darcy Carter coming in. And look, wow, the blankets are out, and that's a sign that the wind's picked up.
Yeah, I think we need some of those ECN branded blankets up here in the commentary box as well.
I can actually say, and if you were stuck on the bench for the Netherlands, it looks like a pretty cool place to be. I found that out yesterday. Last ball of her over.
And what a brilliant over that is from Oost, the debutant, getting 2 wickets in that first over. The Scots are 42 for 3 at halfway.
Yeah, so 5 overs down, 5 to go. They've just fallen off the pace a little bit. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. And it's great to have Tina in the commentary box. And I know we've wanted to try and get you in the commentary box for a while, but now you're living in Hamburg, that's right.
Yep.
And we're in discussions, aren't we, about you maybe being able to do a bit more commentary throughout the year on ECN?
Yeah, I mean, my people will get in touch with your people,
Yeah.
but I think, yeah, I'd love to be a part of this, and it's so much fun. And these tournaments are just an amazing opportunity for players, coaches, managers alike, and yeah, loving being part of this.
Yeah, we're very popular with the crew as well. I'm saying you can hire her immediately. Well, my people, some of them are good, some of them are not so good. But no, just joking. Everyone is fantastic that we work with here on ECM. We're really lucky to do what we do. And yeah, Tina, welcome to the family.
Thank you.
Anyway, this is Van der Voning coming back, and the first one whistles past the outside edge. The sun's come out, but it might be time to throw the blankets away over there. It's a different kind of feeling at the ground when the sun comes out, isn't it?
Yeah, it suddenly feels like summer again. I mean, I know the locals have been complaining about this weather. We can't complain. As you said, living in Hamburg, anything that's above -3 and snowy is good weather for me. So the sun is shining through the clouds now. It's hopefully it will stick around. The sun is shining on the Dutch at the moment. I mean, they're 2-dot balls at the start of the 6th. 2 fairly fresh batters at the strike, at the crease. So yeah, that win predictor has the Dutch up at 78%. 80% now, and of course everything can change on the spin of one ball, but the Scots going to need a few lusty blows here to get themselves back into contention.
Yeah, 1 in 5 shot now. Lifted up over the leg side, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! That's a good strike from Darcy Carter, who just picked that up off the length. Van der Voning gets smacked over the leg side for 6. Beautifully struck. And yeah, Scotland, they go to their feet. Some made a brief appearance. Now it's snuck away again.
I think I jinxed it. She's really swinging she's swinging hard, and that's what you got to do, swing from the hip. As she saw on the previous ball, if you get hold of it, then it's gone and gone. But great response from the bowler there. And she's bowled really well so far. I think that might have been the first boundary she conceded. From her 10 balls, she's only gone for 11, so she'll want to finish off the last 2 balls strongly now. Hopefully a wicket from her side.
Van der Voning, 2 to come in her spell.
That's the second little party trick from her.
I wonder if this is... hopefully it's not an injury, that she threw the ball. Technically, you say that it was bowled, but I think she obviously didn't bowl it. She just frustrated, gust of wind or something like that.
Yeah,
it seems like she's overstriding a little bit towards the end, just losing her rhythm.
It's easy to get into your head as a bowler as well.
It was another slip out.
Yeah, she's got a lot of arms going on in her run-up, so she just needs to make sure the one stays away from the other. Did on that occasion, that's just been punted through to mid-wicket. They'll just jog through for the 1. Yeah, the win predictor has the Dutch hovering at about 75-80%, and I'd agree with that for the moment.
I also think it's factoring, you know, if there is a wicket here, you're going to have batters potentially coming out that haven't gone so well. Having said that, I mean, Faisal's listed next. She actually showed a bit yesterday, but I think my next player has got to be Molly Parker.
Yeah.
After she kind of took apart the English attack late last night. Last ball for Van der Voning.
That is just getting a bit of movement, but a bit too much movement there.
That's another ECN thing.
Okay.
That is a pet peeve of the viewers.
What's that?
When I say last ball, and it's a wide.
Yeah.
And my record is 7 in Bulgaria when we had last ball of the over, and I kept saying it, and I'm going to do it again here, not to jinx Izzy. But here we go. 50's up, by the way, for the Scotland 11. Last ball of the over.
And that is hit straight, and it would have been a run out, but just got in. And yeah, I think she was a bit disappointed with herself. I mean, that was the mid-off run out earlier in the day when she just clipped the bail, and I think she had all 3 stumps to aim out there.
She did, but what about the pickup in the first place? Yeah. It was a Panther-like clean one-handed pickup from Karana. End of the 6th then. And it is 51 for 3. And I knew that Isabel wouldn't let me down. Just the 1 wide off the last ball. But yeah, no, Carter, the fact she does clear the boundary, I think that shows you that Scotland is still in this contest. But this is where I think, again, being fairly inexperienced, just second day in the format, you can't let this game drift from here. And I think the fact that I would bat Molly Parker next, you need to be pushing, running between the wickets. You need to be trying to get 10 off every over here. So 61's your target off the next one. But here's Oast coming back. for a second time.
That's a good start from her. It's a nice shot, but it'll just be one down to mid-off. And, I mean, this is a... She's found her rhythm again, found her sights, but on that occasion she didn't want to hit the stumps because that has allowed the Scots to run through for an extra run.
I like the robots put a poll out in the chat saying, what's Tina's best buzzword in her first match? And your options are smeared, smoked, or punted. Or you
The
can
life
vote
of a
for-
commentator, my words are being taken apart within hours of starting.
I like smeared.
I like smeared as well. That one is probably not quite smeared. I'd say shanked almost to
mini
the covers.
smear?
A mini smear. Like in Michelin star restaurants, you get a little mini smear on the plate.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like your presentation. You'll find your go-to expressions.
Yeah, I'll read up on my thesaurus tonight. Get a few more.
How hard it is not to be repetitive when you do a
Exactly.
few thousand matches. Here's Carter back on strike.
And that is a lovely shot, but an even better pickup on the mid-wicket boundary to stop an inevitable fall. Lovely hands to this.
Isn't that a soul smearer when you hit a ball that well and you pick out the fielder? Because Robin Riker's done really well. That was absolutely belted, just played it on length. But now you're sitting at the other end going, I feel like I deserve more than one for that.
Yeah, I mean, if we always had boundaries just based on feel off the bat, I think we'd all be Centurions at some point. That one not quite come off the bat as well. Robina will also do the mopping up there, just another one. So, as you said, the Scots are drifting along a bit here. They do need to kind of grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
Trying though, I mean that's the
Yeah.
thing, they're trying to be aggressive. Like I say, now you need to make decisions on the fly, I think, as a captain or a coach to say, okay, if we lose a wicket in this spot, this is who we want to go out there. It might not be how we planned it, but for me, Parker's got to go out there next.
Yep.
Huge game.
And that is clean bowled, almost sheepishly celebrating that one. I think she wanted to appeal for the LBW and then realised no need. The bails have flown off, and what a debut this has been so far for Peter Oost. She's gone 3 for 11 off her 1.5 overs so far, on for a fourfer with one ball left of her spell, and what a lovely delivery that was. Just a bit fuller. Gambling on the fact that the Scots do have to start swinging, and that's an almost impossible ball to swing hard at, and it just kind of crept underneath, and the Dutch fans are loving it. Lovely little bit of interest there.
Definitely. Well, on your marks, get set, Oost. She's gone 1, 2, 3, and hits the top of the stumps. Rosie Lawrence, he was the first one down there to lift up pin, and Carter does get a 6, but she doesn't get too many more. Unfortunately for the Scottish fans, she's out for 9, and at the end of, in fact, not quite the end of the over, it's 56 for 4. Still a ball to go, and who knows, maybe Oost can get 4.
Yeah, she was rubbing her eyes there. She must be rubbing her eyes at her debut so far. Couldn't have gone better. Final ball coming up. Facing up is Faisal. And it has just been hit into the offside, just the one. So Peter Oost finishes on 3 for 12 off her 2 overs. Scotland have moved to 57 for 4.
So what was coming up, a lot of people saying this is match of the day, England 11, Ireland 11. Of course, Ireland this morning had a bit of a bump in the road, didn't they? Didn't take a point out of the game against Italy. They bring in Julie McNally to the Irish. For the England 11, they do like kind of mix things up as well, so you never quite know what kind of order they'll go with. Got to say, Jasmine Wesley's really impressed me so far with the bat and the ball. Amelia Lamb was amongst the wickets last night. Belcher's taken some amazing catches, also a very useful bowler. Maddie Ward, always a favourite of mine behind the stumps.
Yep.
Very, very polished player. Ireland winning the toss and electing to bowl in that one, so England will have first use, and that game starting in 35 minutes. And there's the Irish right there, getting ready for a big game.
All smiles still. I mean, they were on the wrong side of the result this morning, but some promising signs, and Silver just giving herself a practice ball.
How about Oost 3 for 12 on debut, and only 6 runs came off that. Now they're having to play catch up. They need 11 and over from here, so they're trying to get 68. Here's Silver Seegers.
That one is dropped short, and it has been dispatched. I think it's just short of the boundary, so I'm guessing 4. We'll have that confirmation of that. So that's the start that Scotland needed going into this over. They'll need a few more of those to get close. You've just got to stay in the game at this point, don't you?
Silver would be disappointed with this ball. It's one thing to get hit off a good ball, but this is short. It's asking for it. Bounces just inside. Back to live action.
And that's a perfect response from Silver. Chance of run out and good footwork there. Went quite in the wrong direction.
Oh, you love your football. That was
do.
almost an own goal, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it was a back heel own goal. You don't see those too often, but a good response.
One of the things I've seen in my time, I've seen a 4 over kicks, which is like a 4 overthrows, but it's actually the bowler kicking the stumps and going down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
And that's just popped over Silva's head. It's that short kind of length she's bowling, which if she gets the line right, it's actually quite a difficult ball to play because it's kind of dipping and coming back up, and that could only be punted for 1.
She has such an interesting action, but yeah, the challenge is always the consistency, and it's true for any wrist spinner really. 27 required off 15.
And that might be, that's been called on field as a no ball. So as you said, the difficulty with trying to get the ball out your hand, especially when your hands are probably freezing cold.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed she doesn't get a little bit of bat on this as well, because you see it's no ball, but just slides past the outside edge.
Good take from the keeper. Those aren't easy when they're coming straight at you.
Rosalie's keeping's come a long way. Yeah. 12 months since I last saw her here.
So this one I think needs to go over the rope.
Yeah.
This would be a
free hit,
big
you can
boundary.
charge, you can do whatever you like here, really. Here we go.
It's been dropped short, and she's got away with that one as Silva. Mariam will be disappointed with that. She saw it early, almost too early. She had a long time to think about what to do, and I don't think that's what she was trying to do. But a precious dot ball for the Netherlands.
I mean, Faisal's not a bad option here, but I'm still really surprised that they didn't make the heads-up call to go to Parker.
And that's a better ball from Silva, and it's just going to be the 1, and 1s aren't quite enough for Scotland at this stage of the game. And Silva, it's been a bit of a chaotic over, but it's been a good over so far. It's the last ball of her spell coming up.
Well, they needed 11 over from the start of this over, and so far they have 8.
Yep.
So they kind of really need a boundary to stay in touch here. Last ball for Silver Seegers.
She's bowling well to her field, but that one has cracked through the field. That's gone for 4, a much needed 4 for Scotland to bring them to 69 for 4 off 8 overs. They need 21 off the final 2, and it's the infamous 9th over coming up, really.
Oh, it's all going to happen in 9th. Where's Rico and Kristaps there? Maybe discussing when they can play with the dog again. Now, that's Kristaps' wardrobe choice has been a talking point. He looks like a genuine sheep there, so I was a bit worried when the wild dog made an appearance. Hey, have a look at this, go pretty close to that red line. That's the golden ball line as well. Going to end up right on that.
I can feel it.
So that's called, it's another ECN thing I can teach you. It's called the golden ball tingle. That's what you're experiencing right now.
I'm experiencing the golden ball tingle.
Now, if it does persist for more than 4 overs, you should see a doctor. But, all right, here we go. 9th overs, Robin Schmidt.
It's a good start to the over. It's that tough line outside off. They, wanting to turn for a second, but no chance with the fielder coming in from long off. So that's 20 needed off 11. Boundary is needed desperately here by Scotland.
I think they need 4 boundaries. If they hit 4 boundaries, they'll win the game. They hit 2 boundaries and over, I think they win the game. They got one end of the last over. It turned out to be a great bit of timing. It's no ball. They must have had 6 outfielders. They still do. Oh, it's a bit of a brain fade, isn't it, for the Dutch? So it's going to be a no ball and a free hit coming up with the Scottish captain.
That will just be the 1 to the boundary rider in the covers, and did get away from that captain to captain. One captain will be breathing a sigh of relief, the other will be cursing her luck that she didn't make the most out of that free hit. But 18 off 11, it's ticking up, but 1 or 2 boundaries can change everything here.
Yeah, that's huge, isn't it? Because it's the fact that even it's an extra ball.
Yeah.
They kind of want to push up into the 80s this over, no doubt.
And that's well bowled, right in the block holes. Not that there are many block holes in the on the AstroTurf pitch, but makes it difficult.
100% though. Even if you told the batter that's where I'm going to put the ball, they're pretty powerless to do too much with it. So it's all about the execution. Geez, we could have a thriller on our hands here.
Yeah, head in hands moment for Scotland.
Welcome to the ECN stress verse.
Oh, that is well bowled again. Almost nothing the batter can do with that. Unless she pulls out some kind of shot through the legs, then you just about get away with
a fluke shot.
Yeah,
no, it's a nice little bit of intail there from Robin Schmidt as well. And every ball matters at the moment.
Yeah, you can hear the Dutch really up. Every dot ball is being celebrated like a wicket, as it should. And that one has gone straight up to and long and high. It's gone over long off. Big 6, and that's a massive 6 in the context of the game.
Well, brave from Fraser. Knew she had to take the game on. It's not the worst ball really from Robin Schmidt, but she just hit straight through the line, got a massive piece of it. And Sonia Karana was powerless at long off. Huge strike, and Scotland, I think with that, they go ahead. 11 off 8 required. Schmidt with a comeback.
Oh, and that has just squeezed through. I thought it'd gone all the way, but it's been cut off by third, so that's just the one. That gets Faisal back on strike with the final ball of the 9th over. 10 needed off 7. If you're the Dutch here, you don't want a boundary. If you get out the over with a 1, get out the over with a 2, take it deep into the final over.
All right, last ball of the 9th. It is all happening in the 9th.
And that's just punted down to long on, captain Delangor Cohen.
Uh-oh, guess what? We are tingling pretty hard. It's the end of the over. And Scotland 11, well, the Bats have been a little bit more productive in this game compared to yesterday. Then 81 for 4 after 9. Now, here's what it means. That if the last over goes for 8 exactly, we'll have a tie at 89. We'll go to a golden ball. 2 to win for the batting team. They'll get 1 more ball. And we've had 67 golden balls. We would love golden ball 68 to be in your first game and full game as an ECN commentator.
You wouldn't be able to write the script for that, so I'm hoping for the golden ball.
Nobody would believe it if we did. Hannah Landier's coming back. She's a very good option, I think, to bowl this last over. Interesting, got to find your mix between trying to save a single and trying to save a boundary. So it's an awkward kind of field you need to set. By the way, women's regulations state that anybody can bat and anybody can bowl in the 11. Right. Even if you're out, you can bring someone back. So that's what the rules are in women's ECN cricket. All right, over to you, Tina. Here we go. 9 to win for Scotland.
First ball is just sneaked inside the wide line, so that's a dot ball, a precious dot ball. Game face on for Hannah here. She knows every ball now. It's like a cup final, and that is a perfect delivery first serve. A bit of width. She got hold of that, but I mean, they've got Boundary Rider out there.
I wonder if they're tempted to put the third back, because Hannah's got a bit of pace, little edge there, could fly away for 4 pretty easily, but they keep the third in the circle. Netherlands win the first battle.
And that's gone straight up in the air, should be taken, and it's just dropped. And that's making it even more tense.
Deckling's a very, very short pair of hands, but that's pressure.
Pressure gets to you, Vinny.
And you've just experienced something that Rico's experienced many times, and it's my push. It's a bit like Elaine in Seinfeld. When I see something I don't believe.
Yeah, I'll get hit. I need to get my pads back on.
What it has done, it's got the set batter Fraser back on strike as well. And, of course, it's a run, so 8 off 4 now.
And this has just been punted. Should just be the 1. Yeah, Silver makes sure to get everything behind that, so that's a 1.
Have you drunk the Kool-Aid now? You're sold on it. This is tense, isn't it?
This is more tense than when I was playing. When I'm out there, I'm calm. I'm calm, but
now... Because you can control it when you're playing. When you're up here, when you're watching, you can't. 7 off 3. Landier doing her bit. Faisal at the other end.
Oh, and that's it. Dot ball, they're going to go through.
Oh, they're going to get a bye. And you can't really... there's no obstruction or anything. She's just running. So that was a chance for Lawrence to run out Kat Fraser, but I think it's a good decision from the, obviously it's good now. In fact, I don't even know if they would have crossed when that hit the stumps. I guess we'll never know, but it was a risk worth taking. 6 off 2 now. Now I think one thing here, you've got to go for 2 if it goes to the outfield, but they can win the game with a Maximo.
And that has gone high. It's gone high in the air. There's a fielder under it, and she takes it at mid-wicket. What a pressure take from that fielder out in the cow corner boundary, basically.
Robin Riker, MVP. Well, it takes one to know one. We've got Tina up here. We've got Robin, last year's MVP of the ECC-W, and this was pressure because there's 2 scenarios here. It gets caught, and you've got a new batter coming out to hit it 6 to win the game. If it gets dropped, they're definitely getting 2, and then you've got a set batter requiring a 4 or a 6 to win the game. I suppose there are other things could have happened. She could have dropped it, could have gone for 4. But Robin Riker, she sucked up all that pressure. And you got to feel for Catherine Fraser. I thought she batted so well. She's led her team to the edge of victory. And can there be a miracle finish? 24 for Fraser and Scotland 84 for 5. And they've gone Charis Scott to come in and face the last ball. Again, I think you've got to go. I would have gone for Parker just based on yesterday. But look, last ball finish, and Maximo will bring it up for the Scots. Shades of early 2023. Landier to close the game out.
What a ball it is to close the game out. It should just be the 1. Hold that ball, don't throw it in. Walk in the ball, they've got it in. And the Dutch celebrate.
Well, what a game. What a really entertaining, skillful game of cricket that was. The Dutch, well, they certainly had a scare. As Scotland, they showed a bit more of what they're about with the bat. And I knew it was a matter of time until they would. And Scotland, well, now they're staring down the barrel, aren't they? They're 0-3. They've still got 5 games to make an impression. And they need to kind of refocus, at least trying to lock up a spot in the 4, avoiding that 5th spot, which would mean they would get relegated next year. But the Dutch, I think we saw the pressure, I suppose, becoming a factor. We saw a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes, but I think in the end, they throw the ball to Hannah Landier, and she was cool as a cucumber. She just controlled what she could control. She bowled a brilliant last over and ends up defending the 8. And in the end, the margin is 4 runs. Netherlands 11, 89. Scotland 11, 85.
Yeah, you could see by the pictures of the Scottish dugout just then that they were disappointed with that. They were in the game throughout, and they would have been confident at halfway to get over the line to chase that figure down, but they just come up short. They just didn't quite get the partnerships built quite enough. They had a few that went into the 10s, into the 20s, but when Catherine Fraser got out at the end there, then it's a tough ask to put in a new batter. Getting a 6 off the final ball is always going to be difficult.
Tactically, in a lot of ways, I think Scotland 11 showed a bit more nous today with the T10, even kind of taking on that what seemed like an impossible buy in the end. Just quickly, England 11, Ireland 11 coming your way. We're back in 20 minutes. Take you to that. Rico will be back, and I'll be sitting out and watching from the sidelines. Looking forward to it. As England will be hoping to continue their perfect start to ECC-W. Well, yeah, no, last things first. I mean, I just think that Scotland 11, I mentioned they got a few things tactically right here, but again, I don't think when you look, you try to bring up your first win, you've got your top scorer against the English team last night, and she doesn't get a hit in the top 7. And even when there's a 6 required to win the game, I think it's a tall ask for Charis to go out there, although I guess she had the chance to be a hero. So Scotland 11, certainly a much improved performance, showing that they are no easy beats at this ECC-W Premier Division.
Yeah, and they did well to change up the batting order, and they showed that they do have batting depth. They just need to put all the pieces of the puzzle together now, and I still back Scotland to get a win or 2, and I think they'll learn a lot from that. They'll maybe learn what their batting order looks like in the ideal situation, but Netherlands threw themselves across the turf in the field, held their catches mostly well. Bit of a wobble in the final over, but they got over the line.
They had a kind of a potential facepalm moment in at the end, but all's well that ends well. That was a good catch from De Lange, just traversing the boundary to her left. But yeah, although the blankets are out, it was pretty hot out there in the middle. Come the end, Van der Woning struggled a little bit of the time with a run-up and approach in these windy conditions. It's a game that was always threatening to go down to the wire, wasn't it? But in the end, we saw Catherine Fraser really stepping up. Karana, we already saw that important run out. Let's not forget the run out of Muir, who looked like she was going quite nicely. Watson, 19 at the top of the order. That was a nice bit of bowling to get Darcy Carter, who's always dangerous. And it was Oath. Let's not forget her contribution in the middle. Her 3 wickets were crucial. Had the Dutch fans up on their feet. I don't know about that gentleman, though, who is wearing something that certainly looks very warm. But yeah, for Scotland, again, there's so many positives to take out of that, but the best positive would have been a win, and they got really, really close. That was Deckling, who dropped it in the last over, and then this was pressure. Riker was able to pull it down, and she was certainly feeling elation, and I'm sure a bit of relief as well. Handia then just had to defend the Maximo. Last ball was able to. As we saw the sheep go up the stairs, the Dutch will have something to crow about, because they are 2-1 in the series now. And in fact, that is their only match here on day 2. They'll be thrilled they get the win. 89-85 the final. Fraser with 24 top scores, 19 for Ellen Watson. And we saw Faisal with 11 off 12, but yeah, couldn't break the runner ball barrier. We saw Muir play a cracking cover drive in particular, hit 2 boundaries in her 11. Bowlers, they just did enough, didn't they? They kind of showed all their experience and class, didn't they, the Dutch, to defend that score. Yeah,
Hannah Landier up top. She bowled really well yesterday and even better today, and Peanut also, shout out to her, must be in contention for player of the game with that. Those figures on debut, 3 for 12 off her too. You're a good judge, because she has been a judge of the player of the game. There we go. And it's good to see the bowlers getting rewarded sometimes in what's often called a batter's game. So a real tense one there. The Netherlands, they get there by the skin of their teeth. So we will take a little bit of a break, 15 minutes until we're back with the next one. England and Ireland, it's another very healthy battle. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. And
this quickly. What a great game for your first game with us.
Yeah, set the standards high now. I'm expecting a last ball thrill on every game, so don't disappoint me.
Don't worry, half the games aren't half ball last ball thrills, but probably half art feels that way. All right, great job, Tina. She's going to be in the box with Rico Full for this next potential ECN Classic. We'll take a break. We'll see you soon in Spain for more ECC-W. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through a really entertaining day 2 of this ECC-W Premier Division. Well, now we're going to see the defending champions on the park for the first time today in match 7. It's the England 11 to take on the Irish 11, of course. First time we've seen this matchup in ECC-W cricket. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. We had Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
England, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Ireland as the away team you'll call. Here you go.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down, Rado. You've won the toss.
We'll bowl first, please.
Okay, toss from Ireland, who will bowl first.
Ireland win the toss then and have decided to put the English into bat. I don't think the English will mind that too much at all. Although when they batted first last night, we saw them only posting 77, definitely below par compared to their expectations. But always nice to see the England 11, retain some of their talent from last year, but also blooding new players. I think Jasmine Wesley had a really good day yesterday. I'm sure she's pretty keen to get amongst it. But Kiara Green, certainly she has a lot of tools at her disposal. Maddie Ward also behind the subs, always a real class act. For Ireland 11 though, of course, we saw them fall to their first loss of the tournament. In fact, they didn't take a single point out of the first match of the day against the Italians, but that's coming off the back of a very strong win where they did take all 4 against Scotland yesterday. So I think this will be a really good test of their resilience. I do think England 11, they deserve to go through here as kind of favourites, but Ireland, I think they might appreciate coming into this game with not too much pressure. They can just go out there, kind of throw down the challenge, and let's see how the English react. Well, I'm going to sit this one out, but it will be Rico Full back in the commentary box with Christina Goff, and I can tell you that it will be Ireland bowling first after winning the toss. Have a great call, guys. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 7.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, really looking forward to this. I'm here and Tina's here, and we're looking forward to this match between England taking on Ireland. England would have dropped to 2nd spot in the standings, but they do have this game in hand over the Netherlands. Ireland, well, if you ever wanted to know how things can change on the European Cricket Network, we just asked them yesterday. Of course, they got the 4 points against Scotland after they thrashed them, and then they got a bit of a thrashing themselves this morning from Italy. Remember, that match started with Ireland and 90-10% favourites to do so. But Italy, they turned things around pretty spectacularly with Methanara and Amelia Bartram hitting some big runs. So this is going to be a really good match. I know I'm looking forward to it, and I know also that Tina is looking forward to her second match here up in, I think we can call it the commentary towers.
I think we can call it the commentary towers. It's a bit blustery up here, but I'm glad to be here with you, Rico, for our first game together. Looking forward to it. Should be a cracker.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to hold each other down maybe at some points today. Well, that's what the win predictors are thinking. 62% is England's favourite here. Ireland, I think they're looking to bounce back. Tina, I don't know how you feel. I think Ireland, one thing they will be looking to do better this time around is in the field. I think early on against Italy, they dropped some pretty straightforward catches, and I think that set the tempo for the way that innings went when they got that loss. I think they're looking to show us and the world just what they're really about.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember they're a really young team, so confidence will be a huge factor for them. And they did drop a few, but they've shown some amazing signs with the field, with the bat and the ball, so they'll be looking to fight hard against England here. They'll go in as underdogs, and maybe that's a tag that will suit them as well.
Yeah, Kesteven didn't have the best of starts yesterday, started without scoring, but did worse in the runs yesterday. And Amy Gordon, she looked very good. She's at the non-strikers end, and she's ready to go, and it will be the captain, Johnina Dempsey, to start off here. We wait for the umpires to be given the nod from our official timekeeper, Rado. Then it's time for the action to start. A nice crowd that's gathered here on a blustery day. It's probably also fair to say, Tina, that the team that feels the best in these conditions can probably go on and win the match.
Yeah, it's a massive psychological advantage to really get in the field and hold your catches in these gale force winds at the moment.
And worked away. And we just mentioned wind, and it howls in. You can probably pick up the wind on the old microphones. I know a few people that came in from our crew up to do the afternoon shift and said that there's down where the coast is, of course, where our hotel partner Sunset Beach Club is. Now there's quite a few warnings, like orange warnings of wind, so it is pretty strong. I can already see some of the flags being blown out of their holders. So yeah, I think fielding is going to be key, and also getting the ball in the right areas. And I think one thing that Ireland did wrong in that last match against Italy, they bowled a lot of hit-me balls to the Italian batters. I mean, Bartram was getting just the right ball into a hit zone. So I think they've got to execute the lines better and be looking to get the batters to play outside the off as Dempsey comes in again. And that's a loose one down the leg side, but Dempsey gets away with it.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the left-hand, right-hand combination for England as well. You throw off the bowler straight away, especially dealing with these winds, having to adjust your line for each batter. So that's a challenge that the captain here will have to deal with. Just straight down the leg side there, but she'll look to come back strong on this ball.
Back into her mark. Good rhythm. And yeah, that's better. I think that's the areas where she's looking for. It's just out of the reach off the bat of Amy Gordon. And basically this is where the bowler's saying, okay, if you're going to go after me, then you've got to go after me on the offside. And that's where she's got 5 of her fielders all inside the ring. The 2 fielders back, because the field that Ireland have set in most of their matches, the 2 back are on the leg side, square leg and mid-wicket. And that's hit pretty well, but to one of those 5. That's nicely stopped there by Addie McGee.
I do think it's quite an interesting field they're setting, given that she's tailing away from the right-hander a bit, not having any protection out on the offside boundary. I know it's the power play, you only have 2 out, but maybe back yourself to keep it outside off stump and say, if you want to smash it through covers, you can, but I'll have a boundary rider out there.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You could quite easily push back your third or put a backward point in and bring behind square up. Right in the air. Opportunity on a blustery day, and it's not taken. It's in and out. You've got to feel a little bit there for the fielders. It's not going to be easy. That's gone a long way up, but you can see how this ball is moving around in the air, and that's why, Tina, we both said that the team that performed the best in the field could go on and win this match.
Yeah, it's the swirling wind, it's the cold hands as well. They've just been sitting out for a few hours after playing early this morning. It's not the easiest conditions, so I feel for her there. Yeah,
McNulty not able to hold on to it, but in the action straight away, could redeem herself with a good throw. And I think a direct hit would have made this a lot closer than what it is. They're still having a look at this, but I just feel that the batter, because it's not a direct hit there, Amy Gordon just gets home in time. Only just.
It's always the way in cricket, isn't it? You drop a catch and then the ball just keeps on coming to you, and it gives you a chance to, I mean, that would have been an amazing scene then for her to get the direct hit straight afterwards, but she did well, good pick up, but it was a good single there for England.
Yeah, really good. Now, how are you? Because I know you had a little bit of time to sort of, I suppose, savour the final. I know that the result probably didn't go the way that you wanted, but it was a superb performance from you all. And a lot of reflecting, I think, went on before the team departed. And yeah, how are you? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I think I've got a bit of the post-tournament blues, feeling a bit under the weather. I think it's always the way when you have such an intense tournament coming off the back of that. And yeah, I mean, as we see the green arrow there for Jersey, it was a deserved win for them in the final. I think they'll be a great enrichment to the Premier Division as well. So looking forward to seeing them. But for Germany, it was a case of learning, developing. We're still quite a young team in terms of cricket experience, so we'll take it from there.
This one is a straightforward one, and when you've got the gloves on, you shouldn't miss those, and they don't. So Gordon is going to be the first to go. Goes for the big shot. Again, good areas from the bowlers, making her play away from the body. And Jenny Jackson was probably one where she wasn't able to get it right to Amelia Bartram. But this time round, she's on the money, and she'll take a wicket of her very first delivery. And that is the end of Amy Gordon.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shorter delivery, but if you got that line outside off stump, it's actually a really difficult shot to execute, because you get a bit cramped up and the ball's coming, especially on AstroTurf, it comes around past your head, and all Amy Gordon could do there was kind of slash at it, and it was a solid take by the keeper. I think all the fielders will be wishing they had big warm gloves on today to take the catches, but that's who you want it going to.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are learning already from what I've seen is go out there, be brave, play your shots, and just see what you can end up with. I think, I mean, going back to the performances that we've seen so far, of course, this is day 2 of the Premier Division. The one comparison that I was talking to Vinny about is this is played out. They will take the quick single and they will get there despite a direct hit. So another one to the board is. I think my feeling was that in the Challenger Division, that there was a lot of emphasis put on not losing wickets. We probably saw that some of the scores when expecting team to accelerate on. I think Germany early on could have been guilty of that. Whereas I think in this Premier Division, there doesn't seem to be that. Batters are going for it straight away, right from the beginning. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's tough when you have quite an inexperienced team that you do often have top-heavy batting orders. So it's always a balance to strike between you want to go hard, it's only 10 overs, but equally, if you're 1 or 2 batters, you know if you go deep, then you've got a chance, and your team's got a chance. So it's always a bit of a toss-up, but I do see that, you know, you want to also get some wickets maybe and give your other batters a chance. So yeah, it's a difficult one to balance, I think.
Jenny Jackson. That's good bowling. Very good bowling. You can see that when it comes to the matchup between her bowling to the right-hander, I think that's where she's at her best. She's got that angle, which we know not a lot of batters do like. It's a left arm coming over the wicket, the ball going across you, and at the moment she's getting the ball in the perfect areas. Good start from Jackson. That's been well struck in the gap. Nobody there. 4 runs. A little bit short this time. And it was almost like Jasmine Wesley was ready for this. Now, Wesley, her first match yesterday was, I think, quite outstanding. She was superb, wasn't she? She bowled beautifully. Took a couple of wickets. Took a great jalebi catch. And then, of course, 28 of 11. It's good to see her back out in the middle.
Yeah, and that was right in the slot for her from the left arm seamer. If you stray a bit off that line, then you know you're going to get hit. It's the lovely in shape that always gets you wickets as a left armer, but slight stray down leg side and it's been deposited over mid wicket as it rightly should be. But yeah, great shot by Jasmine Wesley, but great response by Jackson there, finishing the over with a dot ball. Yeah,
good finish to the over. Look, one thing we haven't touched on, we might just have a quick look at the standings here. We normally do after this second over, and what you will see from that is it has been a change at the top, but I think England have the right of replying, take that top spot back again after this match. But while we leave the viewers to look at that, one thing we haven't touched on, and maybe you can give us an update, it was a slightly later start to this match because there was a bit of an injury.
Yeah, I think we were sitting here in the commentary box looking at the England warm-ups, and Ria Fackrell seemed to take quite a nasty blow to the head. I think she top-edged it into her forehead, and as a result there was a last-minute change. I think she was due at the top of the order. I think she's okay. She had a concussion check, but obviously there's so little time between these games that they made the decision to sit her out, and yeah, all the best to her. I think, yeah, she won't live that one down because it was a bit of friendly fire. I
think that was a precautionary measure really for make sure that it's okay, and I think it's the right move made when somebody does take a blow to the head, no matter how severe it is. Well, this one is an opportunity. Somebody should get there, and well, I just get the feeling here, Tina, I don't know what your thoughts are, that both the bowler and the fielder sort of thought, it's yours, no, it's yours, and then when they did decide, or one of them did decide to go for it, and in the end it's a Neve McNulty that it ends up dropping right in the middle of them. Yeah, it was a bit of a to me to you situation there, and it was tough because as a bowler, you're in your run up, you have to run back. So I think it might have been mid offs, but it was tough. She couldn't get there. That's well bowled, good length. The running between the wickets from England here. I mean, all right, they're taking a bit of a chance sometimes, but they're going on the hit. There's a good understanding between the two batters here, Kesteven and Wesley. So yeah, Ria Fackrell, we believe she's fine. We have seen her moving around, and yeah, I hope you're okay. So that's why we had a bit of a delay to the start of this one, and a change in the lineups, just to give you an update. So Dempsey, the captain, will continue bowling herself out here. That's probably straying down the leg side. Good length, but it's probably going to go on and miss the leg stump quite comfortably. Good early and easy decision there to be made by umpire Jasmine. Still good running there from England though. Even a good ball, half a peel, and they still get a run from it. And those singles do really rack up. Obviously, it's a boundary game, but every good ball that you can still get runs off is a tick in the box for England. Yeah, hello and welcome back to a lot of people in the chat. I see that the Premier League Cricket Club is with us as this one's going to be up and over. McNulty can't do anything about this as she's stranded in the 30-yard circle. That'll be A welcome 4 runs for Kesteven, gets her first boundary. And England, remember, they will look to bounce back well after being restricted to a score of just 77 yesterday against Scotland. That was a tight encounter, the last match of day 1 of the Premier Division, where Scotland fell short by 16 runs. So England will be looking to get back in the runs. That's a nice shot. This could go all the way, and it will. Volley, Kinnasona. Shakalagia, the perfect end to the over for England. Not so perfect for the spell of Dempsey. She'll go for 18. That over, going for 14. What a shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just threw her hands through the arc of that, and it was a proper cricket shot. And good power play for England. I mean, despite the early wicket going to 25, I mean, we always say 30-ish in the power play.
Yeah.
But I think they'll be happy with that. They've got 2 batters who seem to be on the same wavelength when it comes to running and also clearing the ropes. So good signs for England, and let's see if Ireland can kind of claw this one back a bit.
Yeah, let's see. Hello also to Simon Walsh and Ghulam Mustafa. He's in the chat as well. Dave is there as well. Nice to have so many people interacting with us. And of course, this Monday morning. And get ready for the start of the 3rd over. And that's it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think power play scores, you're looking to get about 30. That keeps you about 10 and over. So England just fall behind that boundary, big boundary at the end of that that 3rd over certainly does help. A single gets taken here, and I think Jasmine Wesley showing that she's not just all about having a swing. If it's not on, she's happy to respect and take the single.
That's what we maybe saw from the Italian batters a bit, that you can get a bit carried away. If you go for a big boundary, you want to go for a second big boundary, but sometimes the dots and the singles are just as important as the boundaries, just to rotate the strike and also keep the pressure off the other batter.
McBride coming on the ball, and she and McGee, they certainly did put a halt to that charge from the Italians in the last match. But then, of course, it was McBride who went for quite a few in her second over. They then didn't go back to the spinner McGee, who bowled a very good first over, went back to base, and that's where it went again further wrong for Ireland. But good start from them so far, good areas. And that's nicely bowled, drawing the batter out of the crease. And when you do that, then something like Loughran will always be in the play.
Well, it's all about momentum in this game, and even just these 3 balls that have just been knocked for 2 runs, that's a massive pullback for Ireland. Just stopping the boundaries, England can go at a rate of knots, so just pulling them back is a really good sign for them.
It's a good leave, good judgment, early judgment there from Wesley. Allows that one to go by. Wayne is in the chat saying hello to me and to yourself. Hello, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
That's been drilled pretty hard in the gap, and that's gone quick. And once again, it's the second boundary that's been played and pulled beautifully in the gap between square and mid-wicket. And it looks like they are just making a slight change there. Everybody, as we like to say in cricket, is moving round one, just going round a little bit and not being so straight to try and cover that gap. But it's a good-looking shot. Tries it again, but this time we'll find the fielder, just a single.
Yeah, I'd love to see the wagon wheel just of today. The amount of times the ball has flown through that mid-wicket boundary is tough because you can't cover every blade of grass, but I think I'd put someone in there. They kind of have now. Well, no, it's moved around to the left-hander, but I think I would cover that. Yeah. Move the square leg around a bit, because it is going forward a square a lot of the time.
That's a lovely shot, and that's right up there. Well, we did see Delisha played a beautiful shot this morning, straight down the ground. And this is right up there with it. That's a great shot. We've seen plenty of big hits, but there's always time for a little bit of finesse and a little bit of timing like this. Top shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, in this crash bash game, you sometimes forget about the proper shots, and that was a lovely shot. Just waited for the ball and, yeah, smashed it down the ground for 4.
Nicely played. So going well, England here, getting a good partnership. I think this is probably the best we've seen of Tilly Kesteven. I think we said the more time that she spends out there and more she gets used to this format, the shorter format, we'll see her improve, and that certainly does seem to be the case. And she's there with Jasmine Wesley, who seems to be made and built for this format. She's made a good start, good partnership forming here. And that's been clubbed, and that is what Jasmine Wesley brings to the occasion. Well, the scorers, well, that's Bolo again. Well, Bolo almost got taken out by Riker in the last match. Well, I think Bolo is going to need a little bit of counselling at the end of this day. And, well, there's Jay, there's Paolo. He doesn't look too happy. And Judith in there as well as Nilkesh and Shazad. And watch this. Knock, knock, incoming. Well, that one doesn't quite make its way in. But still, it shakes you up, you know. It shakes you up. Yeah. Top hit.
Scorers have definitely been in the game today. 1 or 2 landing in their box. So watch out. Get your helmets on.
Now this time a bit wider. I think that's the place to be. Yeah, going back to your point on the fielding, I think you're absolutely right. I think teams have been very hesitant. They've been very quick, I think, outside of the power play to push the 3 back on the leg side. They normally have somebody short inside the second on the 45, but they're literally leaving the whole area for batters to take easy singles. I know when I'm bowling, I'd hate that. I'll be saying to my captain, hey, Skip, I don't want to be given a single every time. I want someone there.
Well, there's nothing worse than a good ball from a bowler going for runs. Because you think, oh, I've done all the hard work here. If the fielders could just help me out. But of course, as you say, if they're not in the right position, then you're just watching on helplessly as they just jog on through. But it's a boundaries game, so every boundary they can save is obviously worth its weight in gold. So I understand why there's 5 out. It's just the fielders in the ring are then so important. They've got to do the job of more or less 2 fielders to stop those singles in the ring.
This is Louise Little, who is known for a bit of hard hitting herself. Now she might pick up a wicket, and it's another one that just doesn't get taken. And frustration. This is where Ireland let themselves down, I think, against Italy. They didn't take the first 2 opportunities that presented themselves, and it's the same here. And it is the captain this time, Georgina Dempsey. I think the reason why Ireland be very disappointed with these drops is that in their warm-ups and their practice, they don't drop a thing. But when they get out in the middle, of course, it's the pressure of the moment. And I think you know that's a big wicket. If you can get Wesley early, then you can save a lot of runs. But it's another one that goes down.
Yeah, you can see the way she threw her head up in the air when she dropped that she was disappointed with herself. And it is tough conditions. It's worth noting how windy and how cold it is out there, especially if you're just in a short sleeve shirt. But she'll be disappointed with that one.
It's nicely played. It's not a bad delivery. And whipped away onto that leg side. So this is what we're talking about, that leg side. Just nobody in the circle, which allows it to always be a single. And, well, it's an opportunity for myself and Tina to wish all our viewers well around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. You know, one thing I want to do here, and it's, I know Vinny normally likes this, I've got a question for everyone that's tuning in. And my question is, the question of the day from me, and it will probably give you to between now and the start of the next innings, is going to be, who was the first player ever to score a one-day international 200? That's my question. So you can get your answers in, send them in on the chat, and you can give us some answers as well. I'm not going to reveal who it is, but that's my question of the day. So who scored the first one-day international double century? So I'm going to leave that out there for people.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I like it. I've asked a few people, and it has totally thrown them, even a lot of the blue crew here. So I thought, you know what? I think we're going to ask our viewers. Down the leg side, will be quarter wide. Good work behind the stumps from Joanna.
I've had Dave in the chat asking me how I got to play for Germany. Despite my accent, not the most German of accents. I'll admit that.
Gone. Well, let's talk about this first. It gets caught on the back foot. Not able to get anything beyond. Probably the wrong choice of shot. I think Jasmine Wesley will know this. And that's a big sigh of relief, really, for Dempsey, the captain, having dropped Wesley on 19. It could be expensive, but it proves not to be. And it's Ellie McGee who saves a bacon, if you like. Ellie McGee, I think, bowled wonderfully well against the Italians, and she starts well here with that corner bowl.
Yeah, Wesley seemed a bit caught in 2 minds. She's picked the ball early and then was trying to slap it, I think, back over the bowler's head. And just, I think the lack of pace on the ball kind of did for her there. And all she could do was hit it straight back at the bowler. Still a good take from Ellie McGee. Those aren't easy when you're bowling, to have the ball fired back at you. So good take for her there. Yeah,
so well done. So McGee does get that breakthrough, and she continues. So come on, let's answer. You can answer Dave's question.
Yeah, so born in Germany, German mother, moved to England when I was 3, and then grew up in England, hence the accent. but I've been back in Germany for 8 years now, living in Hamburg. So as German as they come, German passport, but British passport as well. But when I speak German, I do have a German accent as well. So
Okay. And is Germany, like, because it's a big country, Germany, of course, I've had the pleasure of being at Dresden and also there at Krefeld, two wonderful facilities. But is Germany the same in some parts of England where the accent changes depending on where you go? That stump tennis is going to be too spicy for the fielder. There's going to be 4 runs. A bit of fingertips on this, but not enough to stop it. There's another one that gets past Dempsey.
yeah, lovely shot there. Just pure power on that one. She moved her feet a bit, didn't quite get to the pitch, but it was enough to just slap it past the flailing arm long on.
And now that's even better. That is a beautiful shot. It just bounces before the rope. That'll be cuatro carreras. And it's a really good shot, quality shot. It just doesn't change the line here. So even though it was a good start for Ellie McGee getting the wicket of Jasmine Wesley, but Tilly Steven gets herself on strike, and she's batting well here and moves on into the 30s. 30 of just 16 deliveries. The score at the end of 6 overs, 58 for 2.
Yeah, so German accents, similar to, I guess, a lot of countries, that they're massively different. Germany is a big country, as you said, so an accent from the north, where I'm from, would be very different to a Munich accent. So
Okay.
I don't want to offend anyone, but I have my preferences. I'm sure we all do. And then Swiss German is a whole different thing entirely.
Swiss German, yeah. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Well, we're talking languages. The only language at the moment that Ireland are talking is holding the catches finally and taking wickets. There's another one that goes. And Rachel King, she did get one to her name, but she also slices out to this one outside the off. Nice catch taken. Another one goes, and Sophie McMahon picks up the wicket.
Yeah, you can see how important it is to take your catches. Suddenly, 2 wickets, and it's a whole different ball game. They've already learnt their lessons from the first couple of overs where they did shell a couple, and that was a safe pair of hands there to send Rachel King away, just 1 off her 3 deliveries, and this is a good comeback from Ireland.
Yeah, Jackson holds on to the catch. It's a really good comeback, and England showing signs of doing the similar sort of thing they did with the bat against Scotland. And no, one batter, Steven getting in, but others finding it a little bit hard out there as Ward comes out. And tight one to take, and I'm pretty sure we'll have a look at this side on. I think we'll ask our great production partners, 2 Circles, to give us the side view. I reckon if this hits Tina's out.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a good turn and throw. Would have been very tight. I think that's maybe 1 frame past. Yeah. I think rock and roll it on that one, Rico.
If that hits you, a risky one to take, and probably a risk you don't want to take. You don't want to be losing Steven now. She's got started, 30 of 16. Now this one, can the fielder get back? Oh, it would have been an absolute gem. It would have been a gem. She does brilliantly well just to get a hand on this. This again is the wind taking it backwards, and she's backpedaling as quick as she can. Now I think it's worth just checking she's okay. She falls backwards and does bang her head. It wouldn't hurt for the umpires just to check that the fielder's okay, because she hits her head very hard when she goes down. Watch this. Yeah, I mean, they're going to carry on here. I think that's the fielder. There's Neem McNulty, I think, again, in the action. She says she's all right. It's just doing a little bit too much, I think. Good bit of swing, though, from the bowler.
Yeah, I think Neve's got the ball magnet at the moment. She was down at mid-off with the few chances early on, and that would have been an incredible grab. It went into her right hand, and just the momentum of flying backwards, and I do hope she's okay, just popped the ball out, but it was a fantastic effort.
Great effort, but once again, the wind, as we knew it would, playing its part, especially in the field. Once it's been scuffed onto the leg side. I'm just having a look if anybody's come back. I don't think anyone's come back with the correct answer at the moment. Chris Gale is what Ghulam Mustafa was saying. Good guess, it's not right. Priya Sabu was saying Sachin. No, it's not Sachin. There is a right answer, but I'm not going to reveal it at myself. But yeah, keep guessing. The first batter to score a 200 ODI. That's hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. How about yourself? Any ideas? Any clues? Any guesses?
I was thinking when ODI started. It was was it late 90s, early 2000s?
Yeah, it was late 90s. You're correct.
Jack Callis.
All right, very good answer, Jack Callis. He did feature in prominently in one of the questions that we asked earlier in the broadcast, but not the right answer for this one. As we have a look at the European Cricket League, this is the Champions League of cricket, where the club champions come together, and you can see Germany feature in there in Group A. What are your thoughts about that? What are your chances, you reckon?
I think Darmstadt is a solid team. They've obviously got a local rivalry against the French side as well, so German-French relations being tested again. But I mean, T10's anyone's game, isn't it? So I'll be really excited to tune into that and see the best of the men battling it out.
Yeah, great over there by McMahon, but now England come back with a fight, and it's Tilly Kesterman at the moment that's leading the charges. Another glorious shot from her. It's quite a remarkable innings, actually. She's got 36 of the 66 that England have, and they're counting on her, really, I think, to bat all the way through here. Just gets played, and they will take the single. I'm surprised that, I mean, in a way, I suppose it's a good sign. You're taking whatever run she can take, but you would think that she'd want to sort of dictate the strike.
Yeah, I mean, it's sensible cricket though. You get a boundary, you can get a rush of blood to the head and want to go again, as we saw with Italy earlier. So getting a boundary and then getting yourself off strike, backing your batting partner, I think she did the right thing there. Oh, a bit of invention.
Yeah, wants to go the reverse Malachi. We'll get a run. Once again, very good backing up. The running between the wickets from England has been good. The sun comes out momentarily as it breaks away from some of the dark low clouds that are circulating at the moment. The Sierra de Katama mountain range. Flighted up, hit and hit hard. And that will go all the way. Manos arriba from the Albitro. 6 carreras. It's a bit of a gentle full toss. One thing that Kesterman has done well in this innings, she's very quick to pick the length, and look at that, she's a couple of steps forward and crunches the full toss for a big 6 in the 40s now. 43 or 22, and she'll go down the ground again. 6 más, que guay, que genial, que grande. Batting there, que suave आ गया. It's another wonderful shot.
She's just playing shots that you can't set a field to as well. The amount of times it's gone straight back over the bowler's head. It doesn't matter where your long on and long off are. They're just watching it sail past them. And it's been an amazing innings so far. That takes her to 49. Just one off her half century, and it would be a thoroughly deserved half century if we get there. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, but
yeah, you ain't had one of those yet, have you? Yeah, that's when everybody blames you. Everyone says, that was you, Tina. You said that, it was you. I don't believe in it. I think she's going to get a half century. There you go. You can blame me. And
yeah, there we go.
Gets played away. That will be a single. Well, here we go. Let's see if I've cursed her or not. Maddie Ward gets the single, moves to 4, and says, there you go, Tilly. Let's see if you can bring up a half century. We saw one, of course, yesterday from, well, a player in the opposition side, Lewis Little. Let's see. Here we go. The person who's going to try and stop it is McMahon.
Well, Vinny did tell me earlier that everything happens in the 9th, so I'm here for it.
And there you go. See, no such thing as a curse, and very well batted. She's going to get a lot of applause because this has been a very important innings. 50 of 24 deliveries of the 82 that's on the board, and on her way to that 50, 3 sixes, 3 big sixes, and 5 fours.
Yeah, really impressive, and mature innings as well. She had a couple of her partners fall away, but she just stayed solid and kept plugging away in a thoroughly deserved half century.
And edge, and it's going to be a long chase. Iva. It's going to be well captured by a camera down the other end of the ground. And for a moment, I thought the fielder was going to end up in there as well. It's nice and cozy in there, but I'm not sure who's down the camera there, but probably no guests are invited inside there, but pulls the brake at the right time. A few people have got the right answer, but are not correct with the second part of that, Chris Smith. I will reveal all a bit later.
I do like these quiz questions. Gets the brain. The juice is flowing on a Monday afternoon.
That's well bowled and really good keeping. Keeping's been good, right? The standard of wicket keeping. I have to say I loved what I saw in the Challenger division as well. But, I mean, with Maddie Ward and also here we've seen Joanna beyond the stumps, it's really gone up a notch.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie Ward just signed a pro contract for Yorkshire, I think, and thoroughly deserved. I mean, her glove work is impeccable. And just standing up to seam bowlers makes it a whole different game for the batters.
Go on. A great comeback from the bowler. I mean, if you want to move around in your crease and you want to try and get funky, well, the bowler, the best thing to do is go full and straight, and that's exactly what Sophie McMahon does here. Full straight. Maddie Ward wanted to get funky and ends up getting bowled.
Yeah, I mean, the bowler held her nerve there. It's always a bit disconcerting when you're running in and the batter's doing funny things, moving around in the crease, but you just got to hold your nerve, aim for those 3 sticks, and that's exactly what she did. It was good attempt at invention from Maddie Ward. Didn't quite pay off. I know how she feels. I did the exact same thing last week. Yorked herself, but all credit to the bowler there for sticking to her plan.
Yeah, well bowled. Well, we do say, as you said, all happens in the ninth. And at the moment, this is a what you call a sort of perfect ECN ninth over. We've seen a wicket, we've seen a boundary. What will happen right at the end of it? And it's going to be a swing and a miss. Good over, well bowled, 86 for 4 England, with an over to go.
Yeah, I think Ireland have done well to keep a lid on the England innings. England have had a couple of chances where you think, okay, they're going to go over 100 here, but every time Ireland have come back with a wicket, and important wickets at important times. But with Kesterman still in there, do you think over under 100?
Yeah, I think, I mean, 14 is definitely gettable, especially if they pitch up and Kesterman goes big down the ground. I think what Ireland will be hoping for is just a single or something. Be interesting if Kesterman takes it. That's what I want to see. So far, England have ran no matter what. I just wonder if it is a single, whether Kesterman says no, and Gammon stays at non-strikers. That's probably not the ball to bowl. It's going to go down the leg side. It will be called a wild. Probably would have been the one for the over as well, actually, as a little comes on to bowl the last.
Yeah, I guess with Kesterman always taking the singles, it is the left-hand, right-hand combination, so it does throw the bowlers off their lines, and if you get the extras through wides, then they all add up, but has to bowl that first ball again. Yeah,
I don't mind the length because he has batted very well. You see what I mean? And they could even go 2 here if they wanted to. They decide not to. But yeah, I like the length because if you look at the wagon wheel, Kesterman, all the boundaries, I think, have all sort of come straight down the ground. Very few. I don't think we've seen a pull and hook. So a short ball, and she does take the single. So she is confident that Gammon here can play a couple of big shots herself.
Yeah, well, she's got nothing to lose here. 5 balls, throw the kitchen sink at it.
And, well, that's how it looks if you pull it off. Well, we saw the batter earlier not able to do that. That was Maddie Ward. Well, Maddie Ward, you're going to have to take some lessons here from Bethan Gammon, who plays this absolutely superbly. There we go. That's the way we do it on the Costa del Sol. It's showcase time here at the Cardamom Oval. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, that was less kitchen sink and more work of art. Pablo Picasso would have been proud of that one.
It's a lovely shot. And it's a very good leave and very good running. So there you go. Well, that's why Kesterman said, I have no issues with Gammon being on strike. He plays a funky shot. And now with that wide, which is well left, difficult one for the keeper, Joanna, she'll go back on strike. So, well, they're almost at the 100 mark here and got plenty of balls to do it in as well.
Yeah, it's interesting what difference a big last over makes to the score and also to the momentum of the game.
That's hit beautifully, and I think that brings the 100 up in style. It will be 6 runs, the perfect pull shot. And Tilly Kestevan, what a knot this has been from her. Remember, started yesterday without getting on the scoreboard. Then she scored 19 of 19 in her second match. So wasn't really blazing, but she just got the feel of it. And here now in her third match, she's saying, yep, I'm ready. I know how to play this game now, especially this format. And she is clubbing it. Whips this one away. Fielder's got work to do. Can't stop it. 4 more, 6 and 4, all together now in the chat. She's hungry for more.
Yeah, and she's really putting her foot on the gas for the last couple of balls. And this was exactly what we saw this morning as well. The Netherlands had a strong final over, and it really can pivot the game. I think Ireland would have gone in happy to keep England around 90, and now I think they'll be happy to keep them under 110, and it's a different game entirely then.
Yeah, well, Tilly's probably heard me saying most of the shots were down the ground, and she said, eat this, Rico. All right, you can't play there as well. And she says I can play over cow corner as well. That's another biggie. Ginna Sona Shakka Lagya. And Tilly Kesteven turning on the style at the end of this innings. Well, maybe it all happens in the 10th as well. That is a beautiful shot. And Louise Little, well, she's going to have to come out and fire a few of these off her own bat because she's going for a few here. This over has gone for 24. Slower delivery. Is it going to get in the gap? Yes, it is. And 4 more to the screams of delight from England. What an over. What a finish. Well, you were asking me, will they get to the 100? I'm saying, well, it all depends how much strike Kesteven gets. And when she was took the single early, I thought, maybe not. But then Gammon with a funky shot for 4 takes the single. And after that single, well, it was 6-4, 6-4, 28 coming off the last over. And England probably now well in front, 114 for 4. Well, I tell you what, Vinny, even the 4-legged animals are running away from him. Vinny, he's desperate to make a friend, isn't he? Desperate to make a friend. And desperate to get some service from the bar as well. Well, that's Vinny Sandu enjoying his match off, and I think he would have enjoyed that not from England.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow burner from England. They started off slow and steady, and Ireland, they dropped a few chances, but they stayed in the game, took a few catches then. But towards the end, England really accelerated, and they'll be very happy with their 114 for 4, puts them in a very strong position to defend that.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland, they're going to have to bat very, very well. Once again, I think it gets to a point with that 114, Ireland, they're going to have to weather the early storm from the fast bowlers. I think Wesley is going to be pretty key again with the ball. Amy Wheeler in the side, so she's not going to make it easy. They might even struggle to try and get a point, or can they do what we saw Italy do earlier and really turn the form books upside down? But they're going to have to go big. But early on, Ireland, they were chipping away, they were picking up the wickets, but the one they couldn't get was that of Kesteven. And I get the feeling that was a chanceless knock from her. I don't think she gave a chance.
Yeah, I was just about to say, there was a few chances, but I don't think any of those belonged to her. So hats off to her. And despite what we said, only hitting down the ground by the end, she was going 360. So yeah, a brilliant knock, ending 71 off 29 balls. So that was really, yeah, what was that, 2/3 of the England score? So yeah, key player for her, for them.
She just kept it going, didn't she? I mean, this was a soft dismissal. The cordon bowl there for Wesley. She, we know, when she's in full flow, can play some lovely shots. So that just gave Ireland a bit of hope, but that's when Kesteven really did step up a notch. 5 sixes and 7 fours, and all of those sixes were big as well. So she certainly got the power, and it proves that she is one to look out for. As I said, it took time to get going. This one would have been a great catch if she could have held on to that.
Yeah.
Banks ahead, but got up and kept on fighting.
Yeah, and Ireland will learn a lot from that as well. I mean, we have to remember they're a very young team, and they're playing against some players who've just turned professional, so they shouldn't be too disappointed with that. They took some great chances. They bowled well there, for example. You just got to hold your nerve as a bowler. If someone's doing something funky, just bowl at the stumps. That little guy was probably enjoying it as well. I'm not sure if he got the ball in his direction, but yeah, a big blast at the end by Tilly. Just, I think, probably put it out of Ireland's reach if I have to bet now, but you never know. 1 or 2 big innings like we saw in the Italian game earlier, and this game could change.
Yeah, I think that last over hurts you. I think, you'll know it as well, as Maximo was, well, I'm not really sure what you call those moves, but let's just say that a little 4-legged friend didn't like it too much. But yeah, I mean, you'll know it yourself, when you're sort of in a game all the way through the overs, and then when the last over goes big like that, when you go back into the dugout, you go back at a bit of a downer, don't you? And they've only got, 10 minutes, and they've got to get back out there and try to knock the runs off. 28 going off the last. I mean, if they kept it to under 100 or maybe under 105, they would have taken that. But going past the 110 mark, I think that hurts a little.
But it's always good to take the positives from the game. And Jennifer Jackson, for example, I'm quite surprised she didn't come back and bowl. She only went for 5 off her over and did take a wicket.
Very good point, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure why didn't it go back to Jenny there, because she did bowl a fantastic first over, and she certainly would have been probably the one to go back to. But they went back to Little, who went for 10 herself in the first, which wasn't the worst. So maybe they just could have managed the bowlers slightly better there. But Sophie McMahon, you can't take anything away from her. Her bowling gets her 2 overs in, 2 for 10. But I think there's one batter that stood in the way, and that was Tilika Steven. But I think Ireland will be saying to themselves, well, okay, we've got the batters as well, and maybe our batters haven't clicked straight away. But if we can do, and if we can get going like we did against Scotland yesterday, get off to a flyer, if somebody like Lewis Little can go and score 50 runs, then this game is very much alive. So join me, Ulrika Full, and I'm loving my conversation and my time, and also watching a little bit of cricket with you, Tina. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the second part of this all important and very exciting match number 7. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello and welcome back, viewers, and a very big thank you, of course, to all our partners that make fantastic events like this possible. And a big thank you to everybody in the chat today as well, and it's been absolutely lovely to have so many people on the chat. And of course I did put a question on the chat earlier, and the question of course was, who was the first cricketer to break the 200-run barrier in one-day internationals? I can reveal the answer. Back in 1997 it was Belinda Clark who did it on this day in Mumbai against Denmark in the 1997 Women's World Cup. Her unbeaten 229 came off 155 balls, including 22 boundaries. Australia reached 412 for 3, and in reply, Denmark scored 49, just over a fifth of Clark's score. She held the record for the highest one-day international until Rohit Sharma made 264 in 2014. So there you go. And you're guessing on this day of reconciliation in South Africa, a big day is all about bringing harmony to a region after decades of injustice. And this is a good one. Today is an interesting day in USA. It's Barbie and Barney Backlash Day. Oh, I love the sound of that day. I'm Rico Full, and I'm joined back by Tina Goff. Tina, were you a Barbie or a Barney fan?
I mean, I watched the latest Barbie movie and I was a fan of that. I can't say I was playing much with dolls when I was younger. It was more bats and balls, to be honest.
and it worked a treat. I tell you what, another question for the chat. Who would like to see Christina's MVP trophy? And, well, if you would, send us a little message, because I think we can oblige. And when we go to the comms cam, Tina can show off this little beauty. It is a lovely trophy as we start here. And of course, Ireland, they can't be hanging around if they're going to get to this 115. The bonus point equation, by the way, is 80. If they get to 80, they get a point. But with shots like that, they're looking to get beyond the 80. That is a beautiful hook shot. That will go all the way to the boundary. And Louise Little, we know what she's all about. She's all about the bang, and that's been whacked for 6.
Well, yeah, she's going to be a key wicket for England if they want to not have a repeat of Tilly's innings from just now. And conversely for Ireland, you want Louise Little to go big if you're going to get close to this total, and what a brilliant start from her there.
Yeah, good hit, Wheeler. That goes a little bit fuller. You can see she really puts effort in getting that ball nice and full and not short. And that gets played away. And in fact, beg your pardon, it wasn't Little who hit the maximum. I'm just saying that the batters were the wrong way around. It was actually McMahon who clobbers it. And this is now Little on strike. And, oh, that's a difficult one for the keeper. I think she probably does get, man, he probably gets a little bit on this, because otherwise I think that would have flown to the boundary. So, if anything, she does save probably 3 runs here. That would be 2 wides.
It's always difficult when you're standing up and you don't see the ball at all until it's past the batter, at which point it's too late. So if she did manage to get a little paw on that, then she did save an extra few runs there.
It's chipped up in the air, no run this time.
Good response from Wheeler after going big on the second ball. She's now reined it back. Yes, a wide, but her lengths are quite good. She's trying to not get it too short, because then it will go, but doesn't want to get it in driving distance either, because she's got mid-on and mid-off in the ring.
It's good to ball, well pitched up. Well played though, in fairness. Wasn't tempted to disrespect it or go across the line, plays through the ball, gets a single, gets another one to the name. As Little yet to get off the mark. The only ball she's received was the one down the leg side, so no legal delivery as yet. It's Wheeler again. And that's a good shot down the ground, and that will be 4 runs. It just bounces just before the rope. I think the umpires quite rightly will want to check this just to make sure, but it's happened right in front of us, and unless our eyesight is starting to fail, this bounces just inside the rope, just there. You can see the divot. It's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. A nice looking shot seen a lot of nice straight shots today.
Yeah, and that's the slight risk. And it's the danger as a bowler. You go too short, you get hooked for 6, and you go a bit too full, you get driven straight back down the ground. And it's always tough bowling first up in the power play. You only have 2 outside the ring, so you got to be pretty precious with your boundary fielders. And she has no protection straight, and it was, to be fair, an amazing shot to end the first over.
Yeah, so 14 come off it, so they're on track as where they need to be. It'll be interesting to see how long Kiara Green waits to take the pace off, because certainly today, pace off has been the trick. It's worked a treat, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And of course, the temptation as a batter is to always go after the spin bowlers, but they're foxy little bowlers, the spin bowlers, so they're going to try and outfox you. And yeah, it looks like they're staying with pace for now, but as you said, I don't think it'll be long until they turn to spin. I guess we'll see how this over goes. And yeah, might see spin any time now after this.
Yeah, with the Premier League Cricket Club, of course, saying, come on, England. And England got plenty of sport here as well. That's well bowled and well taken by Ward. Of course, we were talking a little bit in the break about how some of these players have got good things up and coming for them. And I know that we had a question in the chat from Chris Smith. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the Project Darwin has come in, which is a real boost for women's cricket. It's moving towards professionalism. So it's a 3-tier system. Tier 1 with just a handful of counties for now, and that's the professional setup. And I know a few of the girls who are involved for England have signed professional contracts. Ria Fackrell, who's not playing in this game, she's just signed for Yorkshire. Maddie Ward, I think, also signed for Yorkshire, so a bit of a Yorkshire double act there. Yeah. And it's properly professional, meaning they can devote their lives to the sport that we all love.
That's great news, isn't it? It's wonderful. And about time too. This is a real hanger, and oh well, that could have been something quite sensational if that catch was taken. When we were just talking about some of the players, and Amy Wheeler is one of them, and that could have been unbelievable. Yeah, I think they'll have to check. Are they given a decision on the boundary yet? I mean, it's pretty close to being 4 or 6. It probably just bounces before the rope. Yeah. I mean, if she caught that, that would have been sensational.
Yeah, she did well to even get a finger on it. I got dizzy just watching her trying to negotiate that in the wind.
It's another boundary, up and over 4 runs. So, once again, we've seen batters do like the pace on the ball. And Sophie McMahon has made a sensational start here.
Yeah, it's a really good start from her. She's been really positive on the front foot, as you'll probably see here. Yeah, just it's a bit of width. She doesn't have to move her feet too much. She just plants her foot and trusts her hands to guide that over. They've now moving around the field a bit. They are going to provide cover because, of course, if you're going to bowl outside off stump, which is a fair enough line, then you do want protection. So we've got cover out now to stop that slash shot again. See if she'll go again for that one.
And she will go for it, and she may get lucky, but you won't, you know, because that is outrageous. What a catch. Now, we've talked about the part the wind plays, and I think the wind actually is against her here. The wind is sort of blowing this ball away from the fielder. I didn't think she was going to get there, Tina, but she does. That is an outstanding catch from Amelia Lamb.
Yeah, you can't underestimate how good that catch is, coming in off the boundary. When the ball is slashed like that as well, it's difficult to judge how far it's going to go. She dives forward, gets both her arms out, and manages to hold on as well. Not easy when your elbows hit the good deck to not let the ball pop out, and you can see by the big smile on her face that she's pleased with that grab.
That is a catch and a half, and in these conditions, we said before this match started that the fielding and the team that fields well could end up being the team that wins this match. Catches wins you matches, and when you're going to bat it that makes a start like Sophie McMahon did, and she was clubbing it pretty well, 16 she gets to, that's a good wicket to get. And this one is another similar sort of opportunity. Wheeler throws herself forward at this, and this one just out of the reach, though. Again, tremendous effort.
You can quite clearly see what England's tactic is here. They're just banging it in short, outside off stump, and saying to Ireland, you know what, if you want to go for it, go for it. We've got cover out. It's going to be an amazing shot to get it over the boundary from there. There's not enormous amounts of pace on the ball. And Ireland are kind of falling into the trap a bit here of just slashing it outside off stump. It's a good tactic by England. It looks like they're going to carry on. with pace, despite what we were saying. But if Ireland keep on falling into the trap, then why not carry on with pace? And Amy Wheeler then returning for her second over.
Yeah, she's coming for a second. 1 wicket there, 1 for 9 from Belcher, 23 for 1. As Annabelle Squires comes in at number 3. Now, she had a good knock early against Italy. She scored 34 of 20. It was her and Louise Little, really, that did the damage. Those two are out there at the moment as the sun comes out and caresses his beautiful Cardamom Oval, the field of dreams. And both of these two teams have certainly got dreams of going all the way and lifting that magnificent trophy. Oh, wow. What a shot. I mean, what a shot. I'm sure she gets a bit of bat on this. Yeah, she does. That's a great shot. I mean, it really does tuck her back. The ball really jumps up. And look how well she deals with this. That is an incredible shot.
Yeah, she did everything right. I'm not quite sure that she knew where it came off in the end, but it gave the keeper no chance. When the batter is coming at you and scooping, you've just got to do your best to not get a ball in the face. So it was a good boundary there, an inventive shot. I think she's surprised. I don't think she gets herself out of position, but decides, well, I'm going for it. I'll just carry on, gets the faintest of touches, and we'll get 4 runs. So using the pace of Wheeler against her at the moment. This one won't carry to the fielder. That's Green, who's in that short mid-on area. So Wheeler's got 2 boundary riders out on the leg side, so she maybe is going to try bowling a bit straighter than what we saw in the previous over. She's got the protection out there. It's going to be a big shot to hit it over those boundary riders, but Ireland have to go for big shots if they want to chase down the big total from England.
Well, that one just scuffs off. Probably looks like the pad. Let's see what's given here by the umpires. No, they're saying that there is a bit of battle there. Maybe it's some gloves. And Chris Smith just touching on in a bit more detail what you were talking about there, talking more about Glamorgan and Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's important, I think, from any domestic structure that it's from the bottom up as well. The tier 1 will look after itself, but the tier 2 and 3 really need to get appropriate support as well.
That is going to be a minimal because it's quick, it's fast, but it's ill-directed. And I think Maddie Ward probably makes the right decision here. Not that she knew too much about it, but if she caught any of this, it would have certainly done some damage. That ball took off, and once it got going past Maddie Ward, that was about shoulder and head high. That's a nasty delivery to try and deal with.
Yeah, Maddie's not the tallest keeper, and when you're standing up to Amy, who has got a bit of pace, and she is tall as well, on an AstroTurf, she's now been sent back, has Maddie. It's a difficult one to take behind the stumps, so don't blame her for getting out of the way of that one. But she's been sent back now, so slightly different tactic from England, maybe.
Well, she sort of did highlight the fact she was going to bang this in short. She was getting the fine leg on the boundary position for it, and that gets pulled away. It's going to be just a single, but Wheeler, I think Wheeler here, I know we've talked a lot about the pace off being a threat and being dangerous here today. Wheeler's just trying to bowl as fast as she can at the moment. She really is steaming in. Mid-wicket now comes up. She's basically saying, look, mid-wicket's up. If you want it, you can go for it. Well, she does want to go for it. And a nice little battle between these two batters and Wheeler. Wheeler banging it in, and the batter's saying, we're not shying away from the battle.
Well, it's a tough life as a fast bowler, and when you're used to playing on mostly English pitches where there's a bit of nibble in the pitch, gives you a bit, but you suddenly come onto an AstroTurf and it's a whole different game.
Oh, that one could be a wide. Yeah, it will. It's gone over the head. So Wheeler sticking to the plan of banging it in. And now she's got to be careful because that will be the one for the over as well. If she bowls another one of these, then it will be a no ball and free hit to follow. She's held that bouncer back though. Held it back for the potential last ball. And now she goes down the leg side again, getting just a little bit frustrated in this over, Wheeler. It's gone for 15 now, and Ireland, it's a pretty decent power play. You said that, you know, teams will be looking to get to around 30. Ireland knew they had to go a bit more than that. They win the power play, don't they?
I think so. Wheeler now at this point just wants to get out of the over and finish her spell.
It's being clipped away. Fielders chasing hard, and it's a good lay-on, good bit of fielding. Batters, though, good running from them. They'll take 2. The over will be a productive one, go for 17. And at the end of the 3 overs, Ireland, they've got to 40. So they actually win the power play by some 15 runs. And that's a huge advantage to have early on in the innings.
Yeah, not only have they got to 40, they've only lost 1 wicket. So they know they have batters in and batters to come who can clear the rope. So, of course, you have the 5 fielders out now, but they would back themselves to still clear those boundaries. And they wanted to, or they needed to get off to a good start, and they certainly have, and they've certainly put themselves in contention now.
Well, that last over, how much will it hurt Ireland? 28 came from it. I think it's the bowler who bowled it is Louise Little, who is out there. And, well, she has the right of reply if she gets going. But at the moment, I think they've been helped somewhat by a number of extras. I think England, whatever the outcome after this match, they'll have a look at that. 9 extras already, and all 9 are wides.
And England have clearly had a look at the matchups here and the opening batters for Ireland and said, we're just going to go pace, which is interesting. I can't say it's necessarily worked for the first 3 overs, but they're sticking to their plan. They've, of course, been able to spread the field now, so they've got a bit more protection for their seamers, and they're really backing their seamers to do the business here.
Yeah, this is the Ria Nolan-Davis, who came into the side because of the injury to Ria Fakra. That one, well, we're talking about injuries, that was close as well. It just bounces before the fielder, who has to give up on the catching opportunity, but it almost catches up with Chile.
It's not easy in the ring when the ball's hit hard at you. You want to go for the catch. You find yourself in the wrong position, and suddenly the ball's flying at your head. So she did a good job to get out of the way of that, and they run through for a single, but no harm done to any fielders.
Davies, I think we're just going to have a slight pause here. It's probably to do with the graphics that just needed to be updated. Just got stuck really at the end of that last over. So I think the scorers have just had a little chat with the umpires that said, hang on a minute, let's pause for a moment. Well, while we got this pause, I was going to say while we had the pause, we could maybe have you shown off this beauty that you bought, the MVP trophy of the Challenger Division, but we'll just hold fort on that for an over or 2, as that one's a good start from Kiara Green. Now, I expect Kiara Green to come on, maybe bowl the next over, or at least take the pace off here, and because I really think that Ireland are getting themselves in to the quicker bowlers. There needs to be a change here from England, and I think probably will come in the next over. In comes Davies once again. Up in the air, it's another teaser for the fielder, who just dropped short as the throw gets fired in this time by Gumman. She feels really well in that area, by the way,
yeah.
this Gumman. We saw her take a great catch yesterday in exactly that spot in front of the Rado flags that are blowing quite forcefully in this wind at the moment. Oh, that's interesting one, actually. It's an outrageous shot. It really is. I mean, this shot is just, it's ridiculous. But you go for 4. I wonder what the height is like here. It's worth having a look at the height. It looked like it was high. She realised she was out of position and then thought, you know what, I'm still going to play it.
The beauty of that shot is that it's a seam bowler. She doesn't have much time, but the way she executes it makes it look like she's got all the time in the world. She played about 3 different shots, but the one she chose in the end was absolutely the right one.
Squires. Well, what a shot that is. And now this one is too wide, so another one to go on to the total. 48 for 1 Ireland are really making a good fight of this. The rate stayed around the 10. It's just over 10.5 and over required here. They should comfortably get the 80 to seal the point. Just gets a little bit carried away here. I mean, gets beaten. Wrong shot to play if you're not moving your feet. But that's what Maddie does. She creates those false shots because she's standing up. Question for you, I mean, how often is it when you play do you get a keeper that's standing up?
Not too often, especially on seam with seam bowlers.
Yeah.
And it just makes it a completely different game. You can, the freedom to use the depth of your crease and to come out of the crease when the keeper is back, suddenly all that freedom gets taken away and you think, okay, well, all the things I could have done, I can't do now. And it gets in your head as well. You think, there's someone right on my shoulder here.
played away pretty well. Fielder comes across, makes a stop. Good, nice hands from the fielder. Good throw in. A single to finish, 49 for 1 at the end of the 4 overs. Yeah, I certainly noticed that. I mean, especially yesterday, there was a lot of stumpings. And that just had me thinking that maybe a lot of batters are not used to the wicketkeeper standing up, because most of them did come from seamers.
Yeah, well, it's a real art to stand up to seamers, but then also to be able to take it cleanly, have the strength and the presence of mind to then take the bails off. So it's a real skill, and it's no wonder that she's got a pro contract on the back of the skill she has. And yeah, it's mind games for the batters as well, isn't it?
Here comes the spin, and it will be a full toss to start. That's going to get whacked away. Not the ideal start. There's a bit of a loosener, and Kiara Green says, right, it's time to get to business, as she takes the shades off and says, right, time to get real, because this is now a concern. That brings the 50 up.
I think they've lost track of the ball by the looks of it, but I've lost track of the amount of times that the ball has gone straight through that mid-wicket area. I know you have several fielders out there. I know you can have a deep square, but I would just move someone around a tiny bit, because it hasn't actually gone through deep square that much, but the amount of times it's gone straight through the middle of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And when you're having a look at this field, so England have kept with the 5 on the offside. They've got a sweeper in cover. They've got long off back wheelie. So you could put one across, even if you didn't want to put it on the boundary, but you can get it in that gap. And this one is going to get through the fielder, but doesn't go for any extras. It's always going to be the one, and it is the one. Nice shot played though, using the crease well. Now, Louise Little hasn't had a lot of the strike actually. She's only faced 5 deliveries, she's on 8. And she's somebody else that could just explode at any point. And it's firmly hit, hand on this from Green. I think that one goes into the pitch before it gets stopped, so it's not a catching opportunity, but just a single. Green just trying to get a good over in and put England back on top here. The momentum just starting to switch with some good hitting from the Irish. This one's another teaser, and it's going to get past. It's a good slide, but Ireland just finding a way to get the ball in the gaps there on the leg side. Once again, just probably strengthening what we were talking about there, about just putting another one out there so they can be a little bit closer to each other and plug some of these gaps.
I feel like this Ireland innings is just simmering away slowly. It's not all guns blazing, but they're getting up there. They're staying on the run rate, and yeah, almost at halfway now.
Well, wants to play the switch. There is some deflection, and once again, it will be, I think, a little bit of bat on there. Yeah, it will be. It's the end of the over, so they don't quite get to what they wanted out of it. I think they would have liked to get about 13, 14, but still they're staying up with the rate. It's a fine opportunity to welcome our viewers into our commentary box. I've got Tina Goff with me. Now, you were the MVP, and deservedly so. You're the only person so far that has scored a century in the Euros of women's cricket, and you got this little beauty to show off. And it's a good time for it as well. Watch the bling. Put your shades on, because
the sun is shining.
The sun is shining
well,
right cute. Now, yeah, go a little bit closer. Look at the detail on the top there. I love the detail on the trophies. Of course, a big shout out to Locker Lifestyles, our trophy partner. But yeah, they are sensational. That's got to be one of the best looking trophies that are going to go into your trophy cabinet, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm going to have to find a spot for it. And I'm also going to
It's heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to have to check in an extra bag, I think, just to get it back to Germany, because it's got quite some heft to it.
Well, I've just seen the box it comes in, so yeah, it's launched, absolutely launched. Well, we were talking about your MVP trophy having to be packed up before it takes off. Well, this Grizzly has taken off, and it is gone. It's gone into orbit. What a hit! Wow.
Where did that come from? I mean, her innings so far, Little, she's kind of been slowly chipping away, being more of the supportive role to Squires, and then she just thinks, you know what, I'm going to put this into the next town. And I think that the medics were in danger there.
That was enormous. The thing about this is, and it has to be touched on, though it could be 6 and out, and it will be. That is a terrific catch. loving the technique. I don't know if you'll see it when you see the replay. We just mentioned, and you saw it when we came to the comms cam, the sun just came out, which mentioned it's gone back in now. So the sun was out. So the first thing that she had to do is put the hand out, find it, keep the sun out of her eyes, then take a very good catch, an important catch. So that's Tilly Kesteven, who's played a big part in this match already. And just when Little fired a enormous 6 out of the ground, very next ball she gets out.
Yeah, it kind of sliced off the bat. I think if she got to the middle of that, then I think it would have gone into the town the other direction. But it did just squirt off the bat, and it was a brilliant catch because those aren't easy when they come off the bat. The sun is out for 10 seconds, and the ball is spinning around in the air, so she did really well. She took it quite low, but she got in a good position and safe pair of hands, and that's another contribution for Tilly on the back of her outstanding innings in the first half of the game.
Very good catch and really good technique as well. And I've got to say, as I suspected, the slow stuff was going to get the breakthrough. So Amy Gordon turning her arm over to good effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did call it, didn't we, Rico?
Yeah.
We said at the start, we said spin might be the way here. Ireland, the deeper the game goes, will have to go after a bit more of the bowling, and spin is notoriously hard to go after. You think it's there, and suddenly it squirts away from you, as we saw just then.
It's good over this. It's an over that. It's all about changing momentum. We just saw Ireland start to get themselves to a point where they were bringing that rate back down to about 10 and a half. Well, that's one you got to go after. And that's the thing here. It's so important, isn't it, to, if you get a bad ball, put it away and get the boundary, because there's not going to be that many, especially from the English. If you get one, you got to put it to the boundary.
Yeah, indeed. England won't give you many bad balls, and if they do, you can't afford to miss out. Every run now for Ireland is precious. As you see, Annabelle Squires, she's going to be the key now, 30 off 17. If she can go deep, she can get a half century, then Ireland will be well on the way. They need, 43 off 24. One big over now could really change the momentum of the game.
It's interesting, isn't it? When you have a look, probably when you look at the over by over, it's a bit of a coach killer, because most overs, a boundary has come off the last ball, and that hurts you. It happened in the first over. We saw it happen in the last 2 overs as well, more or less. And overs are going fine. You're winning the over. The next thing you know, there's a boundary, and it levels it up. So England just haven't been able to get away, and Ireland, they've been in this all the time, and that's going to start with a boundary this time. So Ireland, they're fighting. They're keeping it at that rate, around about that. It keeps going up between 10 and 11. If it stays this way and goes all the way to the last, well, what a finish we're going to have.
Well, that's the perfect start to the over for them as well. And you say last ball of the over, but first ball of the over is a great time to get a boundary as well, because it just sets you up, gives you confidence, puts the bowler on the back foot.
Caitlin Belcher with the ball, so they do go back to a bit of pace, and that's well bowled. Good Yorker, but well played as well. So Kiara Green, not at the moment, doesn't really want to bring herself back. However, it wasn't the worst. It did go for 11 though, and that one from Amy Gordon going for 12. So maybe Green having a rethink about when to use the paces and the spin. Belcher though, it's a good option to go for. Now bowling to the captain, Georgina Dempsey, who gets a wide, and this is going to be very close. I think it could be out. The wide is called, but I think Dempsey is caught outside of a crease. Yeah, it must have been given on the field of play because they're celebrating. So that, again, terrific work. Maddie Ward, I mean, we can't say any more about her really, have we? Because I think her head will get so big she won't be able to put the helmet on. But she's just class. She's just top draw.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than a batter than getting out on a wide, but this is all about Maddie Ward's keeping her hands to get her hands from so high up, because it was quite a bouncy wide, to then get them back down, take off the bails before the batters even had a time to think. So amazing work there by Maddie Ward, and frustrating for Ireland to get bowled or to get stumped off a wide is never a nice feeling. But Annabelle Squires, great contribution, 30 off 17. Ireland will be disappointed to see her go, because she could have anchored the innings to the end, so they're now going to rely on one of the newer batters to really go deep. 37 needed off 22, still in the balance, I'd say.
Yeah, Joanna Lochron is the new batter that comes out, just gets pushed away. It's losing a wicket at the wrong time and losing the wrong batter, and I think the manner of dismissal is what hurts you. When you're on 30 and you get stumped off a wide, I think when you've brought the rate down to around 10.5, you don't have to go after it, I don't think. So she'll be disappointed because it's all about set batters going on, doing a little bit what Tilly did, go on, get a big score and win the match for your side. And I think that wicket is certainly a game changer. And this could be another one here as they take on a dicey single. So now it could be Joanna Loughran who could be in danger. Let's have a look here. Actually, it's Dempsey, isn't it? The captain running to the danger end. This is close, you know.
Well, it's an excellent throw in from Amy Gordon, I think it was at point. Comes one-handed pickup, fires it in. I think she's short, isn't she, Rico?
I think she's gone. That, first of all, the pickup, that is just electric, and the bails. And let's see if we can just go back here.
It's going to be a tight one. They're going to have to inch forward. I think bat's in the air. Yeah, she's gone. And that was a tremendous throw and exceptional keeping as well. In one movement, the throw was absolutely fired in one movement. Pick it up cleanly, pivot round, and it's a matter of milliseconds. And she does the business there for England.
I want to focus on this fielding. I mean, this could be your HCL software player of the day, I think. This is just outstanding fielding. You've got to feel for the batter. I think you're in a position where you have to go for it. You can't fall too far behind. And I think Dempsey feels that she needs to get on strike. The fielding here was just exceptional. Look at the pickup here. This is unbelievable. Pick up and throw all in one motion. That is class. Your HCL software play of the day. Back to the action. Now that's a good strike. And guess where it goes, Tina? In that gap. 4 runs.
I think we need to rename that position. It's been picked out so often. There's a gap in the advertising hoardings there as well. So the amount of times the ballers threaten to roll up the stairs there. But that's what Ireland need. They're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. 33 needed in 19. So it's still, I say only, it's still only 10 and over needed. A couple more boundaries like that definitely won't help harm their cause.
Yeah, it's a good shot. First up, boundary. Thank you very much. And now gets beaten outside the off. So the over will come to an end. This time no boundary of the last, but it started with a boundary. And there was a second boundary in there as well. With 2 wides, they will get 10 of the over. So just falling a little bit behind Ireland, but they will believe if they can get a good over in here, then it's still possible. Got to believe in themselves. Got to take it to the last. At the moment, that rate around 11 and over required. Remember, just to remind you, the last over from when England were batting went for 28. This is the next one coming up. I know that Vinny Sandu will be back in the commentary box for this one. You'll have a bit of a break, but how do you see this one going?
I think this is going to be a really interesting one. Of course, Italy are going to be full of confidence following their win this morning as we return to the action. But Scotland they were on the bad end of a loss this morning, so they'll have a point to prove as well. So I think if I'm going to call it, I'll go for my friends in Italy. I'll have to go.
Your friends
go
in
local.
Italy. Go local. That's edged away now. Will this go to the boundary? The chase is on. Iba just slows up. Well, they flick it back, but the batters run hard and will get 2. Gotta really keep pushing, keep working. Yeah, I think it'd be an interesting one. I know that Scotland haven't had the best of starts. I did say yesterday that I think that they will come into their own. We saw a bit of that. I mean, it was a close encounter, that game you did with Vinny against the Netherlands. So close, 89 to 85. And it could have happened in the last, couldn't it? I think Fraser just getting out at the wrong time there. That's well hit down the ground. Should be just a single. And Wheeler keeps it to a single. I think Scotland coming good. I think it'd be a very close game. I'm gonna go against form and say Scotland might win that one.
Yeah, I think a balanced approach from our commentary box. I think it'll be a great game nonetheless.
And it's good contact. There's that fielding again. So important. Doesn't quite get the power because there's no power in the ball there from Gordon. I've liked this from Ireland. I like the shot selection. I like the fact they're being aggressive. But can they have one big surge at the end of the innings? Well, they can, because that one is going to test the fielder, who does brilliantly well. Great bit of fielding. That is wonderful work. And I think that looks like Wheeler out there. Excellent bit of fielding. Jasmine, said Wheeler, didn't I? Sorry, Wesley hasn't bowled, has she?
She hasn't, no.
And that's a bit of a surprise, Wesley. She was probably picking the bowlers when we saw her yesterday, so they haven't gone to her today. Swings hard at this one, goes to the fielder, in comes the throw, they'll take the single. Need to try and find some boundaries here from somewhere. That's the end of that over, and it's a great over from Gordon. Take the pace off, they don't get a boundary. Only the 7 come off that over, so now starting to fall behind. The rate starting to creep upwards and around that 12.5 now. This next over, we say it all happens in the 9th. It has to happen in this over for Ireland. 89 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, it's interesting that England have only used the 5 bowlers so far, so they're keeping it to a tight bowling unit, letting their bowlers bowl 2 each, and I mean it's working for them so far. You want a big 9th over if you're Ireland. If you're England, you just want to keep it low and make it very, very difficult in the final over. Of course, anything can happen in the final over as well, but if you're going into the final over needing 15 plus, it becomes very difficult.
Well, of course, that final over that England played out, went for 28, is going to be a big game changer, because look, 26 required in the 12 deliveries. And that's a delightful shot. That's exactly what they needed to put the pressure on. They go with Lamb to bowl this one, and jumps right across her stumps. That's Joanna, and plays a beautiful shot for 4.
That's what Ireland have done so well. They haven't just relied on brute force. Maybe they don't have the biggest of hitters, but if you can scoop a shot for 4 like that, then it doesn't matter how hard you can hit it. The inventiveness in Ireland's innings has been really, really impressive. Using the crease, playing 360 shots, and for players that are so young to have that bravery as well in front of the cameras against some really excellent bowlers to pull off those shots is really incredible. Off front,
Joanna, 4 runs off the first ball. In comes Lamb. And that's out. It's a different level. It's a different level with Maddie Ward. It's just outstanding wicket keeping. There's people watching around the world at the moment probably saying, who is this keeper? Who is this kid? Because she is exceptional. And, well, she's somebody who is up and coming and is going to go a long, long way. And this is just lightning quick. It's superb. I think if you commit as a batter and you got Maddie Ward behind you, you better make sure you make contact. If not, adios, you're a goner. And Loughran, after getting the boundary, loses her wicket, so another batter has to come out and try to keep the momentum going here for Ireland. Ireland, they have picked up a point. They do get past the 80, so they might as well have a go. They've got a point, they might as well have a go.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose now, and who knows, 1 or 2 boundaries, and again, you take it deep into the final over, and then anything can happen.
Yeah, plays and goes on the hit. If this hits, you're out. Now, they're going to have to look if the ball hits the stumps. Is it the bowler? That's what they're looking at here. It's we're going to have to look at this really close.
I thought that was the bowler making contact with the stumps, but it could have been that the ball came through at the same time. It's going to be one of these tight ones where you've got to see what part of what body part made contact with the stumps, and the ball came in at some point as well, but on instinct I thought the bowler broke the stumps here.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Let's see how much of this we see. So she's always struggling. Now, yeah, does the ball hit the stumps there?
It's definitely a tight one. The ball does hit the stumps. I think it's so difficult to tell. It could have been her little finger hitting the stumps as well.
It's so difficult, isn't it? From this angle, I mean, that's where you, I think, probably have to go with umpire Jasmine, see what Jasmine sees. I reckon this has to go down to on field. There's nothing conclusive. Is it the ball? Is it the hand? There's so much happening there. And in the end, they decide that it is the ball. I think they go with the on-field umpire. And I think Jasmine, credit to her, was in the right position. So unfortunately, it's going to be another wicket to Ireland, just fading in the run chase towards the end of their innings.
Yeah, it's such a difficult job for any batters coming in now. You have no time to think, no time to warm up. You've just got to go and stand and deliver. And when you've got a bowler who is on form, as Lam is, this is her first over. They did go to the 6th bowler after all, and it's paid off so far, that gamble. difficult run out there. I mean, I think we could watch that another 100 times and not be completely sure what was going on. As a bowler, you also have no idea. You're just hoping that the ball comes in and you can take the stumps cleanly.
Well, that one's up and over, but straight to the fielder. It's another wicket now. Wickets falling here quickly. And hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. That's a team hat-trick. Team hat-trick, because we've seen, let's just talk about, we saw the stumping, we saw the run-out, and now we saw Cats England have pulled off a team hat-trick. We've not seen a hat-trick, but there's every possibility that it could happen in this over. Amelia Lamb, remember, it started with a 4, and then after that, for Ireland anyway, it's gone very pear-shaped.
Well, I haven't been here long, Rico, but I have already learned that everything does happen in the 9th over. It's been an eventful one so far. Not a good one if you're an Ireland fan. But credit to Amelia Lamb as well. She hasn't bowled yet in this innings, and she comes in the 9th over. It could go either way. She could easily be hit over the rope a few times, but no, she gets involved in the action. A couple of wickets and a run out, and really pulled the game in England's favour. Yeah,
responds to the pressure well, doesn't she, after going for 4th first, and that's a good delivery. And it's full and straight. Now, folks, that's 4 wickets on the spin. So this over, it's the 9th, everybody, has gone 4 wicket, 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 wickets. And now, now we are talking about the hat-trick ball. So hat-trick is on, and we could see something quite sensational. We could see a hat-trick and 5 wickets to fall in an over. So Ireland batters coming and going, and let's just say the Golden Ducks are having a good time at the moment, as this is another batter that has to go without troubling the scorers. Good bowling though at the death, just full and straight, and that one is just too quick. Scorers are having a nightmare, I can tell you that now. When wickets fall like this, especially when you get a stumping, you get a bowl, you get a run out, then you get another caught, you get a bowl. Oh, the scorers are having a nightmare. It's the worst time to be a scorer. I'll tell you who's not having a nightmare. Amelia Lamb is on a hat-trick. Hat-trick ball coming up. And it is Jenny Jackson on strike. And it's great glove work again from Maddie, who seems to be disappointed that she's, well, I think she was hoping that she was going to catch Jackson out of a crease. Very quick work. It's going to be a wide, but Jackson does the right thing and keeps her feet inside. So there will not be a hat-trick. But there's still a possibility of another wicket because it has to be bowled again. And it's a big swing and a miss. It's the end of the over. What an over it's been from Lamb. And she's come out and bowled beautifully. Just the boundary off the first. Then we saw 4 wickets on the spin, a wide and a dot ball. And Ireland now, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do exactly what England did in the last over and go magical.
Well, it's all about the scoreboard pressure, isn't it? It's one thing going big in the first innings when you don't have runs to chase down, but it's a big uphill task now for Ireland. Of course, 8 wickets down, thanks to that flurry of wickets just then, so 21 needed. And credit to Amelia Lamb, she got 3 for 9 off against Scotland, follows it up for another 3 for today, so she might have been a bit disappointed to not bowl until the 9th over, but she certainly made the most of it when she came on.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, just imagine if she had another over left in her. It could have been some sensational figures, but they will go back to Davies, who will bowl a bit of a full toss on the leg side, gets clipped away, and will just, well, I was just going to be gone here. And that's just not reading the situation at all. So there's no need for this. That's Jackson is going to have to depart also without scoring. She'll go for also, I suppose, technically, a first baller because she did face a ball, survived, and now this time running to try and get, I think, McBride back on strike, but there's no need for this. So another wicket goes, and I think that is it. Is done and dusted. So sounds like, I mean, that's the 9th wicket, is it? And maybe there's a batter that's not coming out. There might have been an injury in there somewhere. But that's it. It's done, and England, they get a win. Ireland, look, they fought hard here. And I think it's fair to say they just lose out because of that incredible 9th over from Lamb.
Yeah, credit to Ireland. To get to 94 and be quite comprehensively beaten is quite an effort. And yeah, until the very end, they were slowly cooking along. They were in with a chance, and yeah, that one killer 9th over just killed the game for them. So they'll be disappointed, but I think they can hold their heads up high against a very strong England team, and Ireland, a very young team themselves. I think they did themselves proud, and 95 is a good score. It can be a winning score on many occasions, so they'll take a lot of heart from that.
Yeah, handshakes all around. England once again proved that they can respond when they're under pressure. They were put under pressure on 2 occasions, I think, in this match alone. First, when they were batting, when they were being restricted pretty well. Remember, they were 80 for 3 at the end of that 8th over. And Ireland, to be fair to them, all the way through up until that 8th over, were always ahead. And then off that 9th over, at the end of that 86 for 4, but 28 off that last over. And look, nobody wants to focus on individual things, but that over from Little Game for 28, certainly you could say, ends up being the game changer in this match.
Yeah, certainly, and there's always these small margins in T10. 1 over can change the whole complexion of a game, and Ireland, when they were batting, just didn't quite have that one big over that went for a big score. Had they done that, then yeah, I mean, they lost the game by 20 runs. 1 over went for 20 plus, then we might have been standing here with a different result, but as it is, it's a comprehensive victory for England, and I'm sure they'll take confidence from that going forward.
Yeah, Niamh McNulty was the batter that in the end it didn't come out. She was absent, hurt. I've just seen that on the scoreboard. So they will be all out. It's the first time, I believe, that we've had an all out actually in this Euros of cricket. I don't think we had a team bowled out in the Challenger, and so far we didn't up until this match. But the catching, that catch, brilliant, came from nowhere, and it came when Ireland were on top, and that wasn't the only time Ireland were on top. I mean, there was some huge hitting. That was another example of it. Absolute massive strike that got whacked away. Well, there's Wheeler doing, but don't ask me to do that. It ain't going to happen. But just wickets at the long time early on, and especially that one of Squires, who was going so well. Her getting out the way she got out, getting stumped when she's on 30, I think that's when, for me, the direction of this match changed.
Yeah, and it's certainly maybe a lesson learned for her that she was going so well. Yes, you want to score off every ball, but don't chase after a wide, especially when you've got the keeper with the quality of Maddie Ward behind you. Stay in that crease, live to fight another day, and take it deep. But as we said, they're a young team, and for a team so young, some of the shots that they displayed, the inventiveness, scoring runs with scoops and going for reverse hits, and they can really take heart from that going forward, and I'm sure they'll get another win sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they're going to work hard at it. I mean, it's going to be disappointing for them. They only had, of course, just that one match yesterday, and it was a dream start for them really against Scotland, but they come back down to earth here in day 2. They didn't get anything out of that match against Italy, but at least here against a very strong England side, the reigning champions, of course, they have picked up a point, and that'll be important. And I think that's the positive vibes that the coaches will be installing on this young team. First of all, to say, look, well done for the way that you went there. They only lost small snippets of this match. You could say they lost an over when England were batting, that over for 28. And when they were batting themselves, they lost that over number 9. If it weren't for those little things, they could have gone off and pulled off a bit of a shock and a win against England. I like their attitude, I like their style. As you say, they're a young side, but they're learning every time they step out there in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and the bonus point cannot be underestimated. We saw last week in the Challenger division that a point can make all the difference between first and second, second and third. So taking points off the reigning champions is no mean feat, so they can take heart from that as well, and I'm sure they'll want to make it 4 points next time round. Yeah,
no doubt about the batter there. Once again, Squires was sensational, supported well there by Little and also McMahon. What about the bowlers? Who's your pick of the bowlers there?
Well, it's hard to look past Amelia Lamb for England. That one crazy over. I mean, it was a good over. I can't say she did anything extraordinary, but she did what had to be done in the situation with chaos reigning around her. And Sophie McMahon as well for Ireland, 2 for 10 off her too, and that's an impressive return for her, and she'll hope to build on that in the next game as well. So there's a lot of positives for both teams, and if Ireland can just put together these individual performances into a one-team performance, then I'm sure it will click for them sometime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the word impressive. I think you've made a very impressive start as well. I've loved your company. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm looking forward to calling a few more matches with you as well. Great to have you on board. Great to have you as part of our good time crew in the commentary box. I know that you're going to sit the next one out.
Yeah.
And hopefully the sunshine will stay out and you're able to sit somewhere nice and enjoy maybe a beverage or two while you're watching the next match. So the last match coming up here is going to be Italy taking on Scotland. I think I've asked you already. You were saying you fancy Italy, so I've got to go for Scotland, haven't I? Let's see which way. Let's see which way it goes. Well, look, thank you very much, and I look forward to calling some more matches with you. Not tomorrow, because I've actually got a day off tomorrow, so you'll be busy tomorrow all day with Vinny, and you can tell me all about it when I see you on Wednesday.
I'll let you put your feet up tomorrow, Rico, and then you can have the beverage, and I'll do the hard work with Vinny, and then we'll chat about it the day after.
It's a deal. Thank you very much, and thank you, of course, to our viewers watching around the world. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. So we're going to take a short break, and well, just keep an eye on the timings. I know this match started a little bit later than scheduled, so we might have maybe about an extra 5 minutes. So I might be starting in about 15 minutes' time. Join myself and Vinny Sandhu when we return for match number 8 of the Euros of European Cricket.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back, and it's going to be a Battle of the Blues to come in match number 8, the last match of day number 2. It's going to be Italy against Scotland 11. Scotland 11, of course, still searching for their first ECC-W win, although they went so close this morning against the Netherlands. For Italy, they had a really good start to the day, didn't they? They took all 4 points in their first game against Ireland. So we've gone from Italy playing a Battle of the Eyes to a Battle of the Blues, but it's Ian, another eye, out there in the middle with the two teams. And the giant coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 8.
Italy, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Scotland, the away team. You'll call.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket. It's come down European cricket, so you won the toss.
Ball.
Okay, toss won by Scotland, who will bowl first.
So Scotland win the toss. They've been pretty lucky with the toss of the coin, and Catherine Fraser says we will have a bowl. And it kind of makes sense. I think both teams probably wanted to bowl first just so they know what they have to do in the second innings, also potentially keeping the options open about maybe chasing it in 7 overs. But Italy certainly were very, very impressive this morning against the Irish. And Methanara Ratnaika with the top score of 98 on the network. Still searching for that elusive first ECN 100, but she's been hitting the ball nicely. Delisha is likely to bat up the order with her as well. But it was Amelia Bartram that came out and absolutely smashed the ball, hitting a couple into the jungle. But Alenia Sims also in form. So I can understand what Scotland are doing, but they're going to run into a pretty in-form Italian batting lineup. For Scotland, though, I just think they need to put a whole game together, don't they? They got so close last time around. I like the way the captain, Cat Fraser, batted towards the end, but it wasn't quite enough to pull her team over the line. But is this the game where the Scots will be smiling and bring up their first ECC-W victory? We're about to find out. Big thanks to Tina Goff. She is now on the bus back to Sunset Beach. But Rico Full will be the next voice you hear as we get ready for the start of the next game. I can tell you, Scotland, they're going to bowl.
What an arm. Well, he's everywhere. First he was throwing the ball for the dog to fetch, and now he's doing a little bowling. And it's not bad with his bowling. Obviously, those wicket-keeper fingers prevent the ball from always going in a straight line. No, but Vinny will be joining us back shortly for this one. You know what? I think we're going to end the day with another very good match. I think all the matches here today, apart from, of course, the very first when Italy pulled off that great run chase against Ireland, they've been pretty close. Netherlands, Scotland could have gone either way, couldn't it? That last one, England, Ireland, if it weren't for that last over, or that 9th over, we say it all happens in the 9th from Lamb. Yeah, I think Ireland were in with a shout. This one, look, I think that's about right. 51% to 49. It's going to be a very close match. All about the start, and maybe, as myself and Tina, by the way, well done, Tina. It was great to call that match with Tina Goff, the MVP, of course, of the Challenger Division, and she'll be in the box, well, all day tomorrow with Vinny. But yeah, we said then that with the blustery blowing condition, I think that wind will come and go throughout this match as well. The team that probably feels the best may go on to win. You can see that all the fielders to start off with here for Italy, apart from the 2, are all on the 30-yard circle, so very, you'd say probably a pretty defensive field. This is all about, I think, Scotland and not allowing, not worrying about Italy taking the singles, but they don't want the boundaries. So pretty defensive field, and gone. It's going to be a royal duck. A royal duck. Methanara Ratnaika will go first ball. And once again, another example of how the cricket on the European Cricket Network is not predictable at all. You never know what's going to happen. And Methanara was in good form early this morning against Ireland when she scored 26 of 10 deliveries and she hit some big sixes. But she just gets done by this one. It sort of surprises her. Doesn't play along the right line, goes across, and the ball cannons into the stumps. It's a disastrous start for Italy. They lose one of their big guns. And for the first time in the Euros of cricket, we see the Royal Duck. Speaking of ducks, I have a good idea for our duck of the day. Of course, we opened the advent calendar day number 16, and we'll talk. Well, let me show you the duck first. Probably after this ball, if nothing happens, I'll show you what duck came out of the advent calendar. That gets clipped away. It would just be a single. So this was the duck that came out of the advent calendar. Now, don't you think it looks like an umpire signaling a 6? So I thought, why don't we present this one to the batter that has hit the most 6s in the day? How about that? So I think little Ducky likes it. Snowy, we've named the duck of the day. So I'll put that to Vinny when he comes in, because we said that this time round we'll probably present the ducks for different things. And because it does look like an umpire putting them up like you just don't care, the 6 signal, maybe the batter that scored the most 6s in the day. So it's been a number of them. We're going to have to work it out. So Nanyakara gets off the mark and just chips this up. It's going to be another single. So we've got Ileana Sims and Delisha Nanyakara. Ileana Sims, by the way, what Italy have, they do a presentation at the end of every match for the best fielder. And I presented her with her medal. She was the best fielder in the last match. You can see a lot of focus is being put on the fielding element by Italy, and a little in-house medal being presented to the best fielder. I wonder who will be in this match. And well, maybe we can help the likes of Prabhat make that decision. But at the moment, they need to come back strong here. Bartram hasn't come out. They go with Ileana Sims, who comes in at number 3. They don't look too worried there at the moment. After Nika, of course, disappointment for her, but she knows she'll get other chances. That's hit down the ground, and that will go all the way. And maybe that's why they don't look too worried. Well, Matanara, she doesn't get going, but Sims does. Boom! Shakalagia Kinnasona. 6 runs. What a lovely shot. That is sweet. Sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs. It's just timed to perfection. Not overhitting it, just timed. And even with that early wicket going, very first ball, it's going to be 10 for 1 off the first. And you know what we say. It's what hurts you more is when a batter sticks around and chews up a lot of deliveries. If you go first ball, don't matter. Somebody else may click. Loving the interaction from everyone around the world. And I think Vinny Sandu, who joins me in the commentary position, will agree. We've seen some great messages.
Yeah, we've seen some great shots as well. That was one from Sims, who has to get on her bike here. Look at one. Delisha on a ball 3 so far. Catherine Fraser comes on. I thought she really flew the flag for Scotland, who got so close to the Dutch, didn't they? Just going down by 4 runs in a bit of an ECN classic in match number 6. Now that's a little leading edge. It's going to be luck, really, for Sims. But the way that Alenia was able to time that down the ground for 6, it was just a little push. She's got an inch of grip, and her hands are actually quite far apart in her back, which gives you extra control, but sometimes can affect your power. Delisha will get a single here. At least she's been pretty good today, Delisha. She's flown under the radar a little bit, except for an exquisite straight drive, but she hasn't really eaten too many, if any, dot balls. So she's at least kind of rotating the strike, keeping things moving. Ratnaka, no disappointed to go first ball, but hey, you'd rather make a first baller than a longer duck or a kind of 2 off 8 or something like that. She's probably never going to do. Now this is in the air, but it could be trouble. Is it going to carry? It doesn't. Another slice of luck. 2 balls in a row, Sims has just kind of mishit, and it hasn't quite carried to the fielder.
Yeah, that's where that grip you're talking about can work against you. So this time, though, she does get a little bit of luck. And that's beautifully played, but it's well fielded as well. Good anticipation of the fielder, and that's early movement from Neve.
I heard what you said, and I love it. It's a great idea to give Snowy to the biggest 6 hitter of the day.
Yeah, I think
so. Can I tell you, at the moment we have a tie, though.
Uh-oh.
And
now this one.
Down the ground, it'll get past the fielder this time. Well covered, though, by Abby Aitken-Drummond.
I wanted to check in the height, Vinny. It looked, I mean, it didn't look like a pace-on delivery. but it looked high on contact.
Fine.
Yeah,
Dropped at the right moment.
no pace on it, so it does drop.
End of the over then. So 2 overs in, and you can see the score there. Italy 16 for 1. So they won't be spooked by the early wicket. I think, Italy have improved so much in the last 12 months. Not the last 12 months, but over the last couple of years we've had them on the network. That's the table. Interesting, isn't it? Tightening up. England obviously undefeated. It's were put through their paces by Ireland in the last game. Ireland are the new Germany. Not something you hear said out loud too often, but Germany in the Challenger Division had an undefeated first day and couldn't get a win on the second day, and that's the tune that faces the Irish as well. Yeah, so at the moment, Kesterman, didn't she bat really well in the last game? They went the 28-run last over. She hit 5 sixes, but there's a player in this game that's on 5 sixes as well, and that's Amelia Bartram. Oh, big trouble, and gone. Just a misjudgment there. Delisha took off, didn't really wait for the call. Alenia, I think, had no option but to try and send her partner back. Masira jumped all over it like leftovers on a Sunday morning. That'll be the second wicket down at 16 for 2.
Yeah, didn't we see something like this yesterday from Italy as well? I think it might have been Delisha then as well. She's not really looking. I think a couple of things wrong here. Not looking at the partner, because the partner doesn't go here at all. And also, she's not aware of where this ball is going. She just takes off and then can't get back in time. And that's excellent work from Macy, who turns around and hits the target.
I'm a little bit surprised she threw, and I was nervous for her when she did, actually, Maisie. But, yeah, she hits middle stump. And Delisha, I'd rather there be wickets kind of looking for runs rather than not. But that was just a slight misjudgment, an overcommitment from Delisha. It cost her a wicket anyway. That's probably good timing in a sense, because the other player to hit 5 maximos today has just come to the crease, Amelia Bartram. And didn't she hit some monsters? I had to feel her muscles, actually, and she said no. She told me, Vinny, it's all the technique. She's done it before under pressure. Remember when she hit that famous last ball 6 down at the Rock to bring the...
Wasn't there to see it, but I know it was sensational, and I know they went wild when she did it as well.
It was a blast, actually.
Wasn't it? They needed some sensational amount of runs to do it as well.
They needed, I think, 18 off the last over. They needed 6 to win.
Yeah.
6 to win last ball. Iris Filling, very, very good bowler. But it was straight. It was true. It was, in a lot of ways, it was the shot that really put women's cricket on the map on ECN. Match 9, back in the first ever ECI-W.
Yeah.
First real kind of thriller. Anyway, Masira round the wicket. Kept out this time. It's a slightly tight one. I suppose it's perfectly judged in the end from Bartram. But I don't know what we're going to do if there's a tie. But I think that Amelia might win it because she's here.
Yeah.
But we actually still have 2 ducks.
We have one. Yeah, we have the one from yesterday, which we never got round to sorting out.
The one that came without an accessory.
Yeah, so we can have first and second if you want.
Okay.
Or if it's a tie, we can toss the coin who gets which.
I'm really fascinated by this delivery Maisie bowls, that it comes out with the same arm action, but it's like there's no air in the ball. It just kind of might be a bit of a back spinner. Or it might be, it's actually kind of like a rolling leg cutter, actually, now I've had a close look. It's a good change-up that she's got. That one's hit pretty hard, and that's going to be 4. Well, Sims, she was a bit quiet and played second fiddle this morning, but she's taking the lead here, and that's a cracking shot for 4 down the ground.
Very good shot, and it's timing. When she steps into the ball and she gets the follow-through here, the ball literally is just pinging off the middle. That's another good shot, and I wonder if Scotland here will actually be thinking about getting that fielder a lot straighter, because it's the second time that she's played that shot.
Maybe Southern Cross candidate. There's that rolling cutter. But how about that for a run? Just almost actually creates an overthrow off the stumps as Ellen Watson, who, by the way, I think it's a great move to put her at the top of the order. She hits the stumps. So I want to say hello and happy random question time to everybody. Hello to Thomas Martinez. 23 for 2 here after 3. Hello to Gollum Mustafa as well. And Wazimatron looking good as well.
Nice start, and good over that from Macy. Remember, she would have been under pressure. She bowled very good first over in that last match, but remember, second over did go for 22, and it ended up being a bit of a game changer, the same way that Lucy Little's over against England went for 28 and ended up being a game changer. those big overs can be so important. So it's good. She had that to contend with in her mind. She comes in and bowls a very good over, only goes for 7. So she's got that out of her system. And that's good from the captain as well, giving her the responsibility, and also the captain showing her that she's got trust in her to come back from it. Catherine Fraser, who herself was so close to getting a victory for Scotland in that tense and close match against the Netherlands.
Looking forward to seeing this player, Molly Barbara-Smith, into the side for the first time. She's getting a bowl here in over number 4. You've got the ability to go 5 outfielders. Looks like that's what Scotland have done here. But yeah, let's see what she's bringing to the table. She's going to have to deal with a rampaging Sims at the moment, who's raced to 17. Fraction short. It's going to get over the fielder. It's going to be 4. Good shot selection from Alina. Probably one thing, just looking at that last game from the fan zone as well, sometimes I think the premeditation can go too far. I know there's moments you might be able to use it, but you know, we've seen a lot of batters kind of charging without too much of a thought, especially with the keeper up. Obviously, that's not the situation at the moment, but just kind of stay back, have a look at it, choose the right shot, hit the right shot. Sims does all those things and gets 4 runs. Italy just creeping ahead now in the percentages.
Yeah, Italy, I think they'll believe they can get to that 85-90 score. But then having said that, it's going to be a wicket, and it's a soft wicket, really. Sims gets a short ball, but she just guides this, you feel, into the hands of the fielder. The catch gets taken, and well done to Molly Barbara-Smith, who, off a second ball, after she gets the loosener out of her system, picks up a wicket.
Yeah, well, she'll be so disappointed here. Never really goes after it, tries to guide it. And that's fine if it's in a gap, but it was straight to the fielder. And Sims will pay the price. So it's a wicket for Molly Barbara-Smith in just her second delivery. Yeah, it was a good catch as well by Charis Scott. Right place, right time. Sims, 21, but has to step aside. It's 27 for 3.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointment. Disappointment because that's really 2 wickets, including that of Dilsha, and now this one from Sims. That really, they've sort of given away. That's the feeling that I have here. They've given that one away. There was the run out, which I think was just complete misjudgment from Nanyakara, and that one from Sims didn't really hit it, just guides it, puts it straight down the throat of Scott.
All right, here's Chatu, batting 5. First one, she's happy to just work around. I've got to say, I know she's still listed. Where is she listed actually? Number 8, Emma Moore came out and whacked a 6 yesterday. I thought maybe she might sneak up the order a little bit, but Mahamlagi, I don't think she's going to hit too many 6s, but what she can do, she can be busy and she can just try and play that role, give the strike to Bartram, who, as we mentioned already, has hit 5 6s today.
And the length that you bowl to Bartram, very important. We saw her open her stance slightly, and anything that was short was, well, hit big over the leg side boundary.
Goes after this, just creeps it over the top of Charis. He's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. Bartram will have to settle for 1. It'll be interesting, hey, because Italy will know the Scotland batting has faltered a little bit so far in the tournament, so they'll probably say, okay, look, let's just make sure we have something defendable and then try and execute. Even if we've got kind of 70 on the board, it might be enough against a Scotland team that struggled. 61 was their high score yesterday. We'll see a bit better earlier on. I think it's got 85. That's a no ball, and Mahamalagi's going to hit it out to deep mid wicket. And one thing about Mahamalagi, her waist is about my knee height. So I don't see any way that this isn't a no ball.
She does so well to get bad on this, you know. She really she's on tiptoes.
She's even jumping.
She's on tiptoes doing a ballerina move to get bad on.
Pretty good shot, actually. Yeah. Anyway, first one that Barbara-Smith's really lost upstairs. But
Probably
what
does.
they get the one and they get Bartram back on strike.
I was going to say, probably does the right thing and says, there you go, Amelia Bartram. You haven't hit a boundary yet. I'm going to give you a good opportunity to go after this one.
Like the matching headband, by the way, from Molly. Free hit. Oh, and Bartram misses out. She was really good on a free hit earlier.
I think they're
Swings
checking.
away.
I can see the umpires on the walkie-talkie. They must be checking the height on this to see if it's over the head or not.
Yeah, maybe they're checking to see it's 1 for the over.
See, they're calling a no ball here.
Well, that's weird because
The one
that
first
didn't
pitch,
bounce
it?
shouldn't
It
have
didn't
been one
bounce.
for the over. And so, because it's only if
think-
it bounces.
Yeah, that
If it
if they're calling
pitches.
that for the bounce, you've got to say it's a wide, not a no ball. Because the other one was a full bunger. So if they're saying it bounces over the head of the batter, it has to be a wide, not a no ball. And I think that's what we're getting. Now, hang on. You're getting nothing now? Well, I don't get it.
I think maybe they've reversed it. They're saying that's the one for the over. So they're saying, hey, don't worry, it's not. I think they just got the wires crossed. Because the one might have, even if it was over shoulder on the full, it doesn't count as one of the over.
MBS is really confused, but put it behind you. So this one now is a league. Oh, there, this could be. I think this misses the pitch. Now they're going to have to look at this one as well. Oh, well, let's see this again.
Definitely bounces off the pitch.
I did see dust.
Yeah, does it bounce before the stumps? Yeah, that's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, that has to be a no.
So now actually, we had a no ball that wasn't, and now we have one that wasn't that was. So the universe is in perfect alignment because that pitch is off the pitch, and that's why it's a no ball, not a wide. It means that Molly's had a real mixed bag so far. She's going to have to deliver another free hit to Bartram. You won't want to miss out this time. She goes after it, goes after the offside, gets a good piece of it. In fact, she gets it all the way. Maximo! And that sound denotes that Amelia is going home with Snowy the Duck as a prize for her big hitting. Hey, unless someone else hits more than her during this game.
You never know what could happen. How many is Fraser on, by the way? Good, she hit a few biggies in that last match against the Netherlands. But, yeah, it's unfortunate there for Molly. It's a real mixed bag in that over. But the thing that hurts her more is that all the good work is sandwiched by 2 boundaries, a 4 to start and a 6 to finish. And Italy, they'll be pretty happy with the way things have gone so far. They've lost 3 wickets, but the score is okay. 38 for 3 at the end of 4.
Yeah, well, Fraser did bat well before, but she just had the one Maximo. So
Just the one.
I think that Snowy and Amelia are going to be best of friends. Here we go. Start a new over, and it's gone. Just lured her out of the crease. And it's going to be a wicket. And they turn to spin once again, and it works. That's Darcy Carter coming on. Mahamlagi just kind of almost smother this for a single. It was a slight fumble from Ellen Watson, but she did really well to keep her cool. She ends up grabbing it eventually and still had time. This will be a good view of it. See, just fumbled it. Slightly kind of rattled around in the gloves, but hey, all's well that ends well. And Darcy Carter breaks through with a wicket. First delivery, Italy, 38 for 4.
Well, it's almost like Mahamlage. She's smiling there. It's almost like she heard the DJ playing a bit of music and started to dance and then forgot that she had to stay in her crease. And she just tied herself in a knot, didn't she? And then couldn't recover in time. And, well, to give a little high five there to Prabhat, but it's not what they needed at this time. Now another batter comes out. Plays that with a nice, good, straight bat. It's Alexia.
Yeah, Alexia gets the bat. This has thriller written all over it again, doesn't it? Anyway, Carter. Oh, she's overcommitted here. Chance to run her out, they miss. Oh, Amelia was on borrowed time there. Carter had a good look at the sticks, but couldn't run out the Italian captain.
Brilliant backing up, because I thought it was going to go to the boundary because it gets past the first fielder backing up. First of all here, I mean, the hitch is gone. Gets past the first, but it's been double backed up.
Oh, this is tense. We're only early as well. Alexia, mentioned earlier, she's from, well, I suppose she has Italian and Greek heritage, but plays her cricket in South Africa. Just gets a bit careful here. Not so bad though, gets one. 75 listed. I actually think 75 would be a really interesting score.
Yeah.
I think it's a score that both teams will feel they can win the game. But yeah, the power of picking up wickets. Anyone that says wickets don't matter in T10, they haven't watched enough of it. Because the ability to get new batters out there, especially in the women's game, where sometimes we don't see the depth of kind of boundary hitters, and we do in the men's game, even with these kind of ACN dynamics. Well, that's going to be 6. That's a really good shot from Bartram. Maximo to finish the over. And the Italian skipper very close to losing her wicket thanks to a run out, but she puts that one into the jungle. Not for the first time today. 45 for 4 after 5. Just kind of played that on length, uncorked it and put it out of the park. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And once again, it's Rico Full with me. It feels like ages since we've been together in the box because we had Tina filling in the middle 2 games. Well, not filling in. She's part of our ECN commentary family now.
She's part of the good time crew.
Yeah.
We know it's random question time. Did you get the one that I put, which a few people did get right?
Go on.
First batter to score 200 runs in a one-day international.
Yeah. Was it Rohit Sharma?
It was not.
Was
a
it
lot
Sachin
of people,
Tendulkar?
No, it was not.
Was it? Hold on, give me a country.
Australia.
Was it?
Australia.
200 individually.
200 individual.
Oh.
You're struggling here. Women's cricket. Who led the way? Belinda Clark.
Belinda Clark.
1997
Thank
World
you.
Cup.
Yeah, I did know that actually.
You showed.
But again, showing.
You know, it throws people.
Because
Nobody thinks it would be a woman,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Yeah, Belinda Clark did it.
you've shown me up there. It's actually something that I do know, but it shows you when we're talking about the game, and obviously it's great that the women's game is now on an equal footing with the
Isn't
men's
it
game.
fantastic? And that's the point.
And it's
really.
probably from an era where it wasn't, to be honest, and that's why it probably doesn't. It's not first to mind. Right in the air and caught. Contreras is going to have to go. And how good's Molly Parker been? Already moved the dangerous Pratnaika in the first over. And now has the wicket of Alexia Contreras. Italy now lost a 5th wicket. It's 45 for 5.
Well, give Scotland a due. I mean, apart from that close run out of Bartram, they've taken the chances. Anything that come their way, they've taken it. I said at the beginning of this match, the team that feels the best. And, oh no, says one of the Italian players. There's another wicket goes. But look, I think you've got a good batter coming in that can put a good partnership together now with Bartram. It's the ex-captain and a very good team player, Commodore Pedrick, comes in at number 7.
She won't mind if I call it, she's like the team mama. Even though she doesn't have the captaincy, obviously she can do a good job, and she's going to start doing a great job. Oh, mamma mia! Maximo for Kumudu. Got every piece of that.
Well, it's almost like she's been waiting for this. It's all about getting your little highlights. It's all about fulfilling dreams, and it's a dream to come out and hit your first ball for a 6. You don't see that too often. And Commodore, well, I thought she was going to play a bit of a supporting role. She says, nah, I'm playing the lead role in this show.
Yeah, okay, she's happy to swallow a ball after that. 50's up, by the way, for Italy, in what might be a low-scoring arm wrestle. Those 6s are worth so much, aren't they? So you got probably the 2 most experienced players in this middle order out there for Italy at the same time. Parker's been great, though. I mean, if she didn't get the wicket of Ratnaka, who knows how many Italy might be on by now.
Uh-oh. Now, this is another one that's going to have to be looked at. It looked high. I don't think Molly bowls with a bit of pace, actually. I don't think this is going to be coming down.
My spider senses are tingling. Let's have a look on the replay.
There it is, and yeah, I think you got to call it. There's no doubt about it. That's too high.
Yeah,
And
that's a no ball for me.
it's waiting for the umpires to, unless they've given the signal already.
I think it was it not called? Oh,
Tell me that's called. Tell me that's called. There's no way you missed that, surely.
Wow, no, well, I'll get away with it. I was going to say, they wouldn't want to lose the wicket next ball after that. It wasn't called.
How not?
I don't know. But, oh well, Italy, they will get a boundary if the last ball over anyway. So, yeah, Italian fans, I think their hand gestures are going to be off the charts there, but yeah, don't see how that was a legal delivery, but Scotland probably feel like they're owed a few. So the last ball goes to the boundary anyway, and the score is 56 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, I must admit, I mean, the umpires have been absolutely brilliant all the way through here. They worked well, but that's one that's got away. We saw one yesterday that rectified itself, but of course, you can't rectify a call like that. That's, I think if you're Italians now, you'll be knocking on the door of the tournament referee and saying, hey, what's that about?
I mean, hiding the sharp objects. If there was a wicket last ball of the over, the Italian fans would have stormed the field. Anyway, 56 for 5 after 6. Let's not take the gloss off Molly Parker's 2 for 21 off 2 overs. She does get the benefit of a fortunate interpretation. Anyway, here we go with over 7. And This looks like it's going to be Lucy Smith. By the way, she likes to go by Florence Smith. So, yeah, I'm happy to go along with that. She's a very promising bowler as well. Lucy Forrester Smith, I should say. Pardon me. I think I've got Italy in my head. That's why I said Florence.
Been picking up a wicket.
So Forrester Smith.
Picking up a wicket in every over. That's what served Scotland well so far. Italy will be looking to stop that happening now with these two out there.
That's a full delivery. Bartram misses out. 50-50 game before that ball. Maybe before that ball, Italy were 52-48 because I don't think they would have gone up after the dot ball. But you can see it's tight.
Some discussion now between the umpires and the bowler about something. I think probably the umpire just said, hang on, let's just wait a moment
They said,
here.
hey, reckon there was no ball last over? Like 2-minute rule.
It's too
Play it as it lies.
It's too late now. I mean, Rado are brilliant, but they can't turn back time, you
We
know.
learned yesterday, it's never too late. But anyway, I don't know exactly what the discussion's about here, unless she hasn't bowled it too, has she? No, she hasn't bowled yet.
No, she hasn't bowled
Because
yet,
that's
so-
something we've never seen.
Do you reckon they? I don't know. Maybe they confused her with Molly Barber Smith. I don't think so. They do both have Smith, but you got.
Well, they've got. I don't think they're that confusable.
we get it
Sometimes
sorted.
we don't
get
know
it
exactly
right.
what's happening.
We get it right. We'll be
Okay.
back on it.
All right. All is good. Down the ground. I think it might have been because. Yeah, so maybe it was to do. They said, who's the bowler? And she said, Forrester. And they said, well, no, Forrester on our sheet. They said, oh, Lucy. So
Lucy.
her name is Lucy Forrester Smith. But she said she prefers to go by Forrester. So that's what we're happy to call her. Second seat, the F. Smith. That's gone. Yeah, it is straight through the legs, I think, of Kamudu Pedrick. And Forrester comes good. Now call it what you like. That's a good delivery. It's full, it's straight, and it knocks over Pedrick, who did hit a 6 while she was out there, but now she has to go for 8. And Italy 58 for 6.
Well, Forrester digging for timber at the moment and gets it. It's a bit of an ugly shot, to be fair. It's a full delivery, and if that hits the pad, you're going to be LBW as well. It's a wrong shot to play. And just when a few of the Italian supporters were saying they're glad that Amelia Bartram has finally got a partner that can stay there with her, then, well, Commodore Pedrick plays a filthy shot. Ganda shot, Maria. Bapas Agia, the batter, and that's the way not to do it, Pedrick. That would be disappointing because I think that's exactly what Prabhat is saying. What was that shot? You should have played straight. Too late now. She's back. And now, well, Emma Moore. You wanted to see a bit more of Emma Moore.
I want more and more. Here she is. She's going to get a Gundy ball first up. Again, I have a feeling this is high,
It
just
looks
because
high
where
to
it
me.
bounced.
It looked high.
So let's have a look. This one.
Look at the
past
shadow.
about-
Look at the shadow of the boundary fence. And yeah, that is far too high.
You got
If they don't call this, I'm out of here. I'm out of here, and I'm Frank Dux. No, I'm going. I'm going. I'm going.
Well, again, no. I mean, you can't trust your perception of this altitude. And that did seem to be. Well, it wasn't waist high. Give you that much. Thing is, at least they got the extra ball that time. And but it meant they would have known it was a free hit and maybe would have approached it slightly differently. This is going to be hit away, and it will be one. Yeah, well. Now one of the challenges, I suppose, as probably the end of the 7th over. We'll come back to that in a second. 61 for 6 after 7 coming up tomorrow. Well, Rico actually has the day off, so he's just practicing for that right now. Scotland versus England first up. It's rematch time there. Ireland 11 to take on the Dutch in the second game of the day. England 11 versus Italy in a rematch of an ECN Classic from 2023. And then the Scots and the Irish to go toe-to-toe in match number 12. I'll be here, and Tina Goff will be with me for the third day of action here in the Premier Division. Join us the same time, exactly the same place, 8:35 a.m. GMT, which is 9:35 in Central Europe and 2:05 in India.
I'm back.
And to pay the TV bill in the third umpires.
Listening.
Something you can tell me.
That's too unbelievable, misses. I don't get it. I mean, I give you the benefit of that one, but it's on the camera. You can see it. Why is it not being called? Going to have a word with the third umpire. I think
change the channel.
I think it's Metaguchi who's out there is the third, and she's got the monitor there. I don't know. You got to be calling those. I don't look. You know me. I'm being an umpire myself. I don't like to go after the officials, but they're big calls. That's 2 balls missed, 2 free hits. You could be talking about anything from 8 to 12 runs.
Oh, that was almost an amazing catch from Jarrett Scott, and actually it's going to finish being 4. I think it's 4.
Yep.
Called. So it's going to be 4 carreras. Nice shot from Amelia Bartram. I suppose what it is obviously umpires doing a very important job, and there's always there's judgment versus kind of process errors. So judgment errors, you can never really. Well, that's up in the air. It's close to the fielder. What a flying effort that was. Good effort though on the boundary from Neve Muir, who's able to stop it before it goes to the boundary. But how about that? That was Catherine Fraser down there, hurled herself, no regard for her own safety. Yeah, so judgment error is always going to be a part of the game. So you might see something wrong, or you might not be sure. You only see it once. That's one thing. But when there's kind of process errors, so maybe not calling for something you should, okay, or not following kind of the process, they're the ones I think that people have less patience for. That's gone. It's actually pretty much off the middle of the bat from Moore, but she plays it so late it goes down into the bottom of the off stump. And so, well, the 66 for 6 is back. That was a bit of a pattern yesterday. It cost Wayne a bit. But now it's 66 for 7 in the 8th over. It's Darcy Carter with her second wicket.
Yeah, they apart from the second over, they've lost a wicket in every over. That's been the pattern here. I suppose they're also scoring. They're getting a boundary more or less in every over as well. So it's going to be one of those niggly sort of scores, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, a lot now relies on Bartram, who's 25 of 13, as Luana Sims, who I thought was incredible with the ball earlier. Just 16, I'm told, is Luana Sims. I think she bowled beautifully, took 3 wickets. Let's see how she handles herself with the bat.
I don't think she's that young. But
I
maybe she
heard
told
16.
you Porky.
Are they telling me a Porky?
She told me a different number.
All right, then.
Well,
Let's
definitely
check
going to need an inquiry. Anyway, this is going to be 1. She'll get off the mark here. Nice little knockdown. Yeah, so she is actually 20.
Is she?
But she was 16 at one point. So it's partial.
I think I need to have a word
Rico,
with
you
Prabhat
need a
here
day
now.
off.
I need to speak to
You need
Prabhat.
a day off.
I got sold here.
Prabhat.
Sold down the river.
So do you reckon Luana's said to Prabhat, I'm 16? And she's like, oh, I'm going to pick a good young 16-year-old. Well, Bartram pins the ears back, but this could be trouble. It is trouble, and Bartram goes. It's a blast to mid-wicket, but not quite out of the middle of the bat. And Scotland have done something that they've been trying to do for a while. They've gotten rid of Bartram. Masira takes a good catch there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's 67 for 8. Italy running out of batters here.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. Well held. It just comes off the toe end of the bat, so it doesn't get the power in it, and is neatly taken. That's a big wicket, and they know it is. Now that wicket, when you think that after this there's still 12 balls to go, that could quite easily be the difference of some 20 runs. So Amelia, the captain, departs a fine 25 or 14 balls, and leaves her team looking to try and find, for me, at least another 20 runs from somewhere.
This is one of those rare situations that you take a run of ball for the rest of the innings, that you just take it. So run a ball from here would be 79, 67 for 8 here after 8 overs. Because this could be a real nail biter.
Yeah.
Now, if you get a ball you think you hit for 4, go for it. But what you don't want is to throw your wicket away, be 9 down, and then you have to be super careful. You're on your last legs. Here's Masira. She keeps the ball, bowling the 9. And she bowls Luana Sims. What an excellent piece of seam bowling there from Maisie Masira. Has her first wicket, and Scotland 11 continue to pick up wickets. In fact, Italy now are down to their number 11 with 11 balls remaining at 67 for 9.
Yeah, well, Pasindi is out there, and Cindy Kanagiage. Now she's going to be joined by the number 11. Now, in the last match, because there was a batter that wasn't able to come out, was the first time in this time around the Euros of Cricket that we saw a team bowled out technically. Now this time it could be legitimately as Sonia Toffoletto comes out at number 11 and goes straight on strike.
That was a good in-swinger that gets Luana there. Just kind of got her through the gate. Hey, she bowled well though earlier. And she'll get her chance in the second innings. Rika has some questions about how she's aged 4 years in around an hour since you asked her age. She's 16 now, she's 20.
Yeah.
Now Toffoletto is in. And to be honest, if I was in Scotland here, I'd probably bring the field up. I just think that she's happy with one, so don't give it to her too easily, but the field stays back.
Blocked out.
I'm happy to see Sonia, getting an opportunity. Obviously, she's quite an important part of this side. I mean, honestly, her biggest value probably at this stage, because they've got their batting and bowling sorted, is as a fielder, and she is a very, very good fielder. But she's been working hard in the other aspects of her game. You can see she kept that first one out nicely. How many can Italy scramble here? Well, that'll help. And just by virtue of not being bowled out, you're going to get the benefit of maybe a handful of extras if you're lucky from the Scots. Messira just misses the mark.
Yeah, that's good also. Toffoletto reads it well, moves out of the way. Well, that's one. That's well, what is that? That's a multitude of hats.
Hood hat I've never seen before. That's a very impressive combination.
Indeed, isn't it?
It's like Dr. Seuss. There's another wide. Good batting from Sonia, letting these go past. So Italy maybe thrilled, like I said. They get run a ball from here. 79. You see that the supercomputer doesn't have too much hope, has them 71.
Maybe that was a bit of an Avatar we saw there in the Italian dugout. Well, Avatar is a movie that came out today in 2009, and what a blockbuster it became to be. It's another one that's down the leg side. 3 wides and a spin. These are hugely valuable runs.
Just by virtue of being left-handed, Toffoletto scored 3 for a team already. So yeah, this is one time you just bat the 10. Even if you were to block every ball, you'd be hoping that the bowlers make a few little errors, especially in this windy atmosphere. That's better. That's well done by Sonia. She'll push. She'll get a run. Well done to Toffoletto. We have seen working really hard. Like I said, we've been to Rome many times, haven't we? And the Roma cricket grounds, one of the nicer cricket grounds in Europe, I think.
Wonderful grounds. Nestled in the countryside there in Rome. Yeah, today, 2009, Avatar, science fiction thriller directed by James Cameron, was released internationally. It went on to make more than 2.7 billion worldwide. Okay,
here is Pasindi, who's getting a bat, facing her first ball. And I think this is intelligent batting. I don't often see this kind of defensive batting, but I think it is what your team needs you to do at this stage. And if you do get a ball you think you can really go after it, sure, but don't throw your wicket away. Now, Avatar, good that you bring it up, because look at the colour of the two teams out there.
Yeah.
Very, very blue. The Avatar blue. Oh, that could be trouble. It is. And it will be a duck for Pasindi in the end. Just plays across that. Good bit of bowling. Messira certainly looked a bit more on song against the right-hander. So Italy are bowled out with 7 balls left on the table for 71. And this sets up a sensational second innings. We've talked about grade 80s in the past on ECN, but sensational 70s. And a Scotland side here that feel like they are certainly within range of their first ECC-W win, but an Italian side that will have belief that this is enough runs on the board.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting for me to see how Scotland go about this. I've seen a big change in their approach. I think Scotland will always bat themselves with the ball. I think they've shown that already. They made England sweat yesterday. They made Netherlands sweat a little bit here today. Their bowling is good, and I think their batting is certainly starting to come along. But Italy, they rely a fair bit on their batting. They'll be a little bit disappointed with this score. But as I mentioned throughout this innings, only in that second over, and they were 10 for 1 at the end of the first. In the second over, they didn't lose a wicket, scored 6 runs. But every other over after that, they lost 1 or 2 wickets. And that was the issue. They just couldn't get a partnership together. And when you can't get partnerships together, you're not going to end up with a healthy score. So it's going to be 71 to 72 required. But we have seen a low defense. It was a bat in the finals, the Challenger division, when Jersey defended 70 to be victorious against Germany. And that is the kind of thing that Italy are going to have to do in this match.
No doubt. ECN thriller loading. And we saw a really good game before. The Scots went down to the Dutch by just 4 runs and went right down the last ball. Well, Snowy now has an owner. We know that. Amelia Bartram is the leading 6-hitter of the day. And will be the new custodian of our latest Duck friend. This was just one of those times maybe Delisha felt that her partner gave an indication that the run was on, but obviously it wasn't. And a nice bit of fielding to hit the stumps. But one thing Scotland did do, and it's something they did this time yesterday against England as well, they continued to take wickets. It's a bit of fun here in the fan zones. Well, Pravath and Mars just trying out their dance moves. Chathu just overbalanced forward there. It was a wicket for Carter. And yeah, despite kind of Bartram trying to hold on to this innings, kept losing partners, and really Italy, they'll be disappointed, I think, that they don't actually survive even 9 overs in the end before getting bowled out.
Yeah, that was the story. Wickets just kept on falling, and this one only just got to the boundary. It was a good effort there from Catherine Fraser to try and stop it, but what Italy couldn't do is stop the bowlers. They were bowling a good line, getting it full, getting it straight. Well, that's when we saw the old hoodie hat action. And, well, that's something that could catch on. But Italy, they know that if they're going to get the win here, they're going to have to come out fighting. And they themselves will have to be taking wickets at regular intervals, because they certainly were losing them at regular intervals. 21 there from Deanna Sims. She'll be very disappointed the way she gets out. She just looked like she was timing the ball beautifully, and then she just put one gently into the hands of Scott. And then Amelia Bartram, I suppose you can't blame her really. The captain felt, especially when wickets kept on falling, that she needed to try and play a few big shots, and gets one that comes off the bottom end of the bat and presents a catching opportunity, and it was well taken. And once she went, then you knew it was going to be a struggle really for Italy to try and get to that 85-90 score that we thought could provide this being a close match. Having said that though, we know that Scotland themselves have had a few wobbles with the bat, but with the ball they've been tidy. Darcy Carter takes 3 from 13, Macy Misera 2 for 11, and Molly Parker continues her good form with another 2 wickets in this one. So an exciting final innings of the day coming up. Scotland, can they get their first victory of this 2024 Euros of women's cricket? If they can, they need to get to 72. Join myself, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in around 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the last innings of day number 2 of this ECC-W Premier Division. It's the Euros of Cricket, and we're bringing it to you on a beautiful sunny afternoon here on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you as I can tell you the story so far in match number 8. It's Italy versus the Scotland 11. Italy 71 all out in 8.5 overs, and that's what they've got to defend. And of course, bonus point is in play. So if the Scottish 11 could chase this in 7 overs or less, and who's to say they can't? It's about 10 and over required for that. Then they would take all the points. But if the Italy side could restrict the Scottish bats to 49 or less, then they would take all the points. Otherwise, it'll be split 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser. Great to have you here as well. And credit to Scotland. I mean, obviously, with the bat, they didn't have the start they wanted yesterday, but it was a much improved effort as they were able to put 85 on the board against the Netherlands earlier on in the day. Went down by just 4 runs in that. But I liked their approach. I liked the little change they made in the batting order. And they've gone for the same openers here. So we've got Neve Muir to face up, and you've got the keeper, Ellen Watson, at the other end. Okay, here we go. 72 to win. Oh, it's tight. I wonder if this foot is on the line. It was a little skip forward, and Muir tried to double back, but did she get back? Let's have a look at it on the replay. Tried to get back. I think she's just back. And kind of sensed the danger, didn't she, Neve? And one thing about Maha Malage, she's so slow that yeah, you could probably read the first chapter of a short story, and the time the ball comes down to you, and it sometimes gives you enough time to get yourself in trouble. Quick work from the keeper, Mahamalagi, pardon me, Ratnayaka behind the stumps, but yeah, fortunately for Scotland, it won't be a wicket. Almost had the rare double royal duck, the double duck royale. We had double duck up here as well, of course, might realise that. Another little away drifter. I think that's good, you know. Takes a bit of the tram line. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the commentary box to finish the day before his day off, which I hope he enjoys. It's Rico Full.
Yeah, good to be back, and Mahamalage starting well. Those little gentle drifters that go away from the batters, that's hit pretty well.
Bartram, geez, she got there really quickly. That might have even been out. It was to a non-preferred side there, Amelia, but it was textbook fielding, wasn't it? Kind of covered the angle, came up firing. I just got a feeling that Muir might have been in trouble had that hit the stumps. Watson gets the strike for the first time. And she's going to belt this, and that's 4. Oh, Fielder had absolutely no chance out there, Alenia Sims. And this is why Watson, you know, sometimes you just know Rico. I saw her yesterday, and I just thought, she has to open. Yeah. She's just very comfortable playing shots from the get-go, and she creamed that.
Oh, that's been clobbered. That smashes into the fence in no time at all. That's a really good shot. Well, Mahamalage is going to change the angle. Going to try and drift this right across. Oh, no, she's not. She changes her mind.
It's a double change.
Yeah.
My coach used to tell me to do that in indoor cricket. I said, why? He says, because you just confuse them. Goes after this down the ground. What a shot from Watson. Maximo over the fence, over the other fence. Time to fetch it. Scotland, completely different team with the bat here on day 2.
Yeah, look at the smile. Love it. Look at the smile. The smiles tells you the story. Just had the feeling, I know it's still a long way to go in this match, but I had the feeling that Scotland, it wasn't the best start, they know it, but I know they're better than that. They know they're better than that. And now they got very close, didn't they, earlier against the Netherlands, but they're looking to get a win here. If they take all 4 points here, they go from bottom And I think they jump up to third.
Well, that's the thing. One thing that we know is every team's had a win except one team, and that's Scotland. So you'd hate to be that team stuck on the zero after 2 games or 2 days of matches, half your games. Now she goes around the wicket for reels. And this will be hit to the gap as well. That'll take some catching. This outfield gets quicker as the day goes on. That's 4 more. Watson is a force that Italy have to stop and stop soon if they're going to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, I'm liking that from the Scots saying cuatro carreras. They're right. They're learning the Spanish pretty quickly here in Andalusia, aren't they? What a lovely shot and a lovely start. And that's 15 off the first over.
Good first over. 116 matches since the Golden Ball. And yeah, something else that it might even be tomorrow. I'll have to check. But we might hit game 1,700 for the season, which is a mark that we haven't met before. It seems crazy. I mean, the first year, I think that I did full time, we did 1,200 matches. And we said, well, that's crazy. When we got to 1,000, we thought that's absolutely insane. But now we're doing 1,700. Who knows where it'll end? All right, Pedrick gets the second over. So I affectionately called the Spanish bowling attack the Slow Sisters earlier on because you got Chatu opening up. They've gone for Pedrick in the second this time. You've also got Luana, who I thought bowled really well. Also got Delisha, don't forget, with her spin. I'll get through for a single here. Time to get a bit nervous. One thing is for sure, if Scotland 11 don't win this, they're going to be a tough. They're going to feel like it's a wasted opportunity. 72 to win here, especially with such a good start. The run rate required to win is back down below 6.5. That's going to help as well because it's down the leg side and Nike not quite able to cover the angle, so this will be 2 wides.
Yeah, it's another wide. Pedrick, who, remember when she came out to bat, hit the first ball for 6, and we thought, okay, she was out there with the media. We thought that's going to be the partnership, and a lot of people in the chat thought that, but she then got out playing an ugly-looking shot.
Oh, that could be out, you know. I actually think this is out. Just going on the reaction. I think Ratnaika likes it. Again, she does tend to kind of drag this back foot out. This time, I'm not so sure. Well, we know that she's out when the bails come off. But I just wonder, does Methnara get in front of the stumps here?
Let's have a look here. Where's these gloves here? Oh, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I mean, you've got to go with the angle, the camera as well. So does she go in front? I think she's probably just okay. It could be a bit of an illusion because of the angle of the camera. You know what worried me? Just as that wicket fall, that the old Policia Local drove into the complex. So, well, luckily they just stopped to allow the batter to go up the steps. I wonder who they're after. Maybe they saw some dodgy dancing from the man dressed in purple earlier. And no, we'll just keep a look on that one. I mean, they're looking at it here closely, but it looks like they're saying it's okay. That will be a wicket.
Not completely side on either, don't forget.
Yeah.
But maybe Scotland felt there might have been owed one. But it's just obviously getting that close at something that Methnara just has to be wary of, because I think if she'd gone any further in front of the stumps while the ball was still on its passage to her, then it probably would have been a no ball. We know that that'll be enforced. Aitken Drummond comes out in the 3 spot, hits down the ground, hits the mini Bermuda Triangle, and actually Delisha fumbles, but if she picked it up, maybe looking at a run-out opportunity. Okay, Watson is a huge stumbling block. You see Scotland at the moment 86%, but if she was to get out now, they have to take a bit of a hit. But she's not going to get out this ball. In fact, she's going to get 4. Again, such a natural striker of the ball, and it's clear. If you just watch her for a couple of minutes, she's so talented. And just what Scotland need, I think, in this format. That'll be the end of the second over. Scotland 11, 23 for 1.
Yeah, look at the tables that we see coming up here. They have lost a wicket, but they're going so well. So just look at it here. If they get the 4 points here, they leapfrog the likes of Ireland and Italy into that third spot, just a point behind the Netherlands. Thing is, though, they are playing their fourth match, so that's one thing you have to remember. And they know that from here on in, they've got to keep picking up those points. Now, you are wearing your purple number here today.
Yeah.
And I need to make you aware of a day that's celebrated in some places, particularly in the USA. It's Barbie and Barney Backlash Day, a day to deny their very existence. Perhaps it's also time for parents to take a break from picking up their children's Barbie dolls or turn off Barbie's famous sing-along songs that have charmed many. But not today, as that's a risky one.
So hold on.
But they will take it.
Say that again.
It's Barbie and Barney Backlash Day.
Barbie and Barney.
Barney, yeah.
Or you just deny their existence.
Yeah, because parents are a little bit fed up with Barbie dolls and Barney singing I Love You and all of that. As that one, well, I love this, because that's going to be close to a 6. I think with the sun in the eyes of the umpires, they're going to check this, but 4 has been signalled. But, well, that is a thumping strike. The timing and the placement is exquisite.
Yeah, absolutely belted, fraction short. I think what we've learned is you don't want to let batters just settle on that back foot and pull with immunity. You've got to try and draw them forward into an error. How about Watson? She's 22 off 5. She has 22 out of the 28 runs so far. And a bit of head scratching going on at the moment between the Azuri players.
Yeah, I think it's trying to come up with the right plan. And Naniagara. So it's very much an effort to keep the pace off. That's what Italy are trying to do here. But Watson, for the moment, pace on or off, is still managing to find the boundaries.
Good stop. Really good stop. Stayed inside the boundary as well. This just shows you what it's such a topsy-turvy tournament this is. So yesterday, Ireland absolutely thrashed Scotland within 4 overs. So if you just look at that, you say, okay, Ireland up here, Scotland down here. And Italy have played them both today. Right? To be continued. Better length this time, and there's the error. And it's gone. Pitch it up. Good things will happen. Aitken Drummond just gets that skewing off the outside edge of the bat, and it ballooned out to Basindi Kanankigu. Doesn't drop too many catches. So Delisha breaks through with her first wicket, and the Scotland 11 have lost a second now. It's 29 for 2.
Wickets are falling. Drummond will go for just 2 or 4. But of course, the one that Italy need to remove is Ellen Watson, who is clobbering it all over the place. Yeah, Pasindi, she is back. She took a catch earlier. Takes another one here now. Nice, neat catch. Watches it all the way into the hands. Another one bites the dust. New batter coming out. And the clock might be ticking on this one. I reckon she's got about 15 seconds to get there.
We haven't had, 60 seconds to get there. I have seen, when I was down there, a new batter trying hard to get out there in the 60 seconds.
It's very casual. Well, I'll tell you what, the Rado
she's getting the hurry up, actually.
clock is tick-tocking away. Once you get there, she probably makes it just in time.
She might have judged it perfectly. Doesn't bother taking guard. Says, right, let's rock. She batted well earlier, Fraser. Misses out the first one. So what I was going to say is if you just looked on just yesterday's game, Ireland-Scotland, Ireland up here, Scotland down here. But Italy potentially could sweep Ireland in the morning, so take all the points, but they might not even get a point against Scotland.
Yeah.
So now who's where? No one knows. In the air, this one won't carry. And, good backing up. Luana Sims does the fielding. And so Luana is a player we haven't seen on ECN before, but we have seen her sister, Alenia, of course. I think they're playing together for the first time. So, first time on ECN. I'm sure not first time ever. Yeah, good to see the Scottish side soaking up the sun as well. 30 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, 2 better overs. Pedrick goes for 8. Nanyakara there for 7. Also, 2 wickets gone down, but the big one, of course, has to be finding a way to remove Watson. Now, wonder, I mean, Italy, you can almost feel the brains sort of working away here, and they're trying to find a solution or trying to find who can get the breakthrough. They're going to stick with Pedrick for now to bowl the second.
Such a weird Manhattan because there's like a tooth missing, like a back tooth. With no 10th over because we never got a 10th over. Here's Kumudu. So they're sticking with spin. Specifically with Kumudu Pedrick. This first one isn't that well located, but kind of ties up Fraser.
I think she gets a little bit of this, a bit bit of the hip. Otherwise, if she was able to step inside, it probably would have been a wide.
A bad-looking shot, but Bartram's got to look at them, and she hits. What a piece of fielding from the Italian skipper. One stump to aim at, and it's one captain running out another. Well, move over. That could be the play of the day, Rico, because it's an outstanding bit of infielding, direct hit run out, and Scotland lose their captain 30 for 3.
Amelia Bartram has had some day here today, and the pick up and throw was just electrifyingly good. Well, they're wearing the electric blue, and this is the type of fielding you expect to see, and that is definitely the HCL software play of the day. Takes aim, fires, hits the one stump that she's got to aim at, and that is going to be Catherine Fraser. Will be run out for one off the 4-ball she faces.
9 times out of 10, you're making that. I'd even say even more often than that, potentially. This is all that training, all the times you're throwing at a stump, all the times you're having ground balls hit at you to get around, get in a throwing position, get the throw off quickly. But it wasn't just an accurate throw, it was a very fast throw. It hit the stumps on the full. And really, Fraser had no chance at all.
Yeah, no is the call this time. Of course it is, as Amelia Bartram now has them shaking at their knees. Yeah, you're not taking on that arm.
Oh, Watson's still there, though. She's set. Carter, we know she can bat. She's a good player. But just to feel like there could be more drama ahead. They run the first one hard. This time they'll only get one. Italy have 4 outfielders back on the leg side. What a piece of fielding, though. That was kind of prime. Yeah, Ricky Ponting in his prime, wasn't it?
It was
just coming across, hitting the just big wrong side of the ball first, getting a body around it, and coming up firing and hitting one stump. That was a sensational bit of work. And actually, Fraser, I don't know if she has a sense of irony, but she pulled off one of the best run-outs we've ever seen yesterday, didn't she?
Yeah.
For the Scottish 11, where she actually hit the stumps from the outfield after stopping a boundary.
We saw a good one also from the English today as well. That's been hit away, and oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, you got to protect the equipment as well. You got to say to Delisha Nanyakara, because she misses the ball and then it almost goes into the camera of Dana Ores, who was minding her own business, snapping away here, and almost gets hit by one.
So the key with these ones is you need to try and stay fairly square on with the ball. So kind of get your feet perpendicular so you're ready for it to do anything, because you never really know what that bounce is going to do. 36 for 3 after 4. So I often would say, treat it a bit like a slips catch. Yeah. So be ready to move in any directions, because sometimes they spin one way, sometimes they spin another, sometimes they skid, sometimes they kind of lodge and pop.
Yeah.
But Delisha was kind of, she was kind of nowhere with her body position there, and it ate her up. Anyway, they're halfway to the target, Scotland in 4 overs. But yeah, I still think, Watson, obviously 28 off 9, she's going to make light work of this, and still might even be looking at the bonus point, 35 off 17 to do that if she stays in.
Well, she's on strike now.
Delisha gets the
Delisha
ball back.
Trying to get that breakthrough. See what they're trying to do. They're trying to get it to play across the line. She does like to play that shot on the leg side, likes to go across, likes to play the sweep. Oh, that's just too high.
Good shot. And oh, no, it could be a run out. Oh, just gets back.
They're still checking this, I think she does make it. I mean, it's the right thing to do, I think, especially if you're Watson. And
don't you want a free hit?
You're creaming everywhere. You don't take the single. She tries to get it away. Can't.
Good shot. First
but you don't want to take a single now. Let's just
21
see here.
jump shots.
I think she gets in comfortably.
Just.
But they're still just checking. You can see why the umpires will check that.
You would trade a free hit for Watson walking up the stairs. I do like that she went to hit it. Why not? It's like a free hit for a free hit. This is the real free hit, though. Watson will get it. Just got to keep it in play here, and they will. That's an excellent stop from Emma Moore. It looked like it was going to scoot away into the boundary, but she bats it back into play, saves 3 runs, and who knows? That could be the difference.
What a good stop this is. I think they'll just check it. Will they make sure that her feet stay in? I think they're quite happy it stays okay, so we go back to the live action here.
Definitely a clean stop.
Yeah, it just stops in a stride, so no action since that excellent save on the boundary. Let's play this.
Are you talking about
Is
the
she
neck
wearing-
warmer?
Yeah, is she wearing this? What do they call this? There's a name for them, isn't
what
there?
it's called.
There's a name for it.
It's a beanie for your neck.
There's actually, I can't remember what the name is. I've seen them all. I mean, she's actually, I know it's cold. I didn't think it was that cold. With Delisha, she's got,
There you go.
yeah, she's got, just like you in a scarf.
What is it called? I think it's got a name.
Somebody in the
It's
chat
not a
will
neck
tell us.
brace, but it's warm. Time should just be a single. Scotland have it down below, run a ball. But you just feel, having seen what we saw yesterday, that Scotland 11 won't be taken too much for granted here. I don't think they're even thinking too much about the 4 points. They're just thinking about getting their first win in the ECC-W. Fraction short again, Delisha gets pulled away.
Yeah,
Italy can't afford too many bloopers or any bloopers really from here on in the field. That was well done by Alexia. But
Look, they're just got to go run a ball if they want to win. And I think the Scots understand that. I think that's the plan. If they get the odd bad ball, they'll put it away. They could get all the points. But you can see at the moment just focusing and getting the ball, bat on ball, and trying to just keep that scoreboard ticking. Good save there once again from Emma Moore. She certainly has thrown herself around it today. What an exciting contest.
43 for 3 from memory, I think was 45 for 4 after 5 overs in the first innings. Don't quote me on that because I don't have it right in front of me. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Wrapping up day 2 with Rico Fuller. Sonia Toffoletto, though, a couple of really good stops. I mentioned, she is a player. She's played all the cricket in Italy. We've seen her working really hard in her game. At the moment, obviously, she's in a real key fielding position.
Yeah.
And she's got a huge influence on the game. 2 very important stops under pressure. Well done, Sonia. We also saw her as the only not-out batter in the first innings. But I don't know, we've had a couple of ECN tingles today. Maybe we've got another one here because Scotland 11, okay, they're in the box seat. But we know that 1 wicket could change anything, particularly if that wicket is Watson.
1 wicket would change everything big time. And they're going back to the opener here. So Mamalaga didn't quite get it the way she wanted that first over, but can she come good when it matters? Here she is, coming around the wicket. That's played down the ground, and they've got the best fielders on this straight boundary now. I see that Pasindi has come across to join Emma Moore, who's made some good stops there. You mentioned that Toffoletto was there as well.
Toffoletto has been good in the field. Obviously, it's more made those last 2 stops, but this one is a fraction short, gets hit back, misfielded actually. And a late decision to go. It's the correct decision because it gets far enough away from the bowler.
Yeah, that's disappointing. You need dot balls here, do Italy. Dot balls gets you back in the game.
But you look at this Italy lineup in the field, and you don't really see too many weak links. You got Toffoletto around the corner at fine leg. Obviously, that's a bit of a hot spot as well. Hit straight again. Work to be done. Pasindi able to keep it to 1. Well, luckily that didn't get away too far. It'll only be a single.
You know what? You were right.
There's Craig, by the way, sorry. That's
Yeah.
Craig Wallace there. And we have seen for the Scottish side out here before. And he played full international for Scotland. Very, very good player.
He's a good
So
player.
lurking around the corner.
He's keeping an eye
Stay
on
where we
things,
can see
but
you, Wally.
Probably a bit nervous as well.
Get a run here, so dot balls. That takes it back to 26 off 26.
Yeah, what I was going to say, you were absolutely right. I mean, at the end of that 5th over, it was 45 for 4 compared to 43 for 3. Italy will, if they lose this match, they'll lose it because they left what, 7 balls out there.
Yeah, it's true.
7 balls out there. Those 7, and you said at one point, with 12 balls to go, that even if they were to take just a singular ball, that would serve them well. They weren't able to do it.
I just thought even if you're injured, if you've got a broken leg, just go lie down next to the pitch and at least make them bowl you out. You might get a few ones. Yeah, no ones and no balls. Who knows? That looks like the end of the 6th over. And a bit of a boundary drought, actually. That's 2. In fact, there might be still one to come, actually. So we haven't had boundary for 11 balls now, 12 balls if you can count the no ball, which he tried an awesome kind of jump hook. I might have jinxed it, though, because Chatu will have to bowl 1 more. Last ball of the 6 for real.
Yeah, that's
real.
fine. Taking her time because she just had to, she was in the rhythm. Gets thrown off, having to come back and bowl this. And
ooh, not out, but nice try. It's the end of 6. This time, I mean it. It's 47 for 3.
good over. It's only the 4 come off that one. So, this one.
By the way,
Yeah.
my memory was right. Was 45 for
No,
4
you're right. Yeah.
in the first innings, and it was 43 for 3 in this innings. So it just shows it's neck and neck. Yeah, but the big difference is that Italy ran out of overs. It's something we talked about quite a lot already. But the tough thing for Watson is, how do you, or do you change your game, or you just keep batting normally?
Bat normally. You shouldn't, from here on in, you shouldn't be bowled out. I think you have to accept that. And Watson, sometimes by changing it, so they might be saying to her, hey, you know what, we're needing a run of ball. Don't go big, don't give your wicket away. That's putting more pressure on her. She's far better playing a normal game. And I think that's what she's got to do here, play your normal game.
They got the beady eyes. The beady eyes. That's the Scotland coming out. Here's Lenia Sims. As this will just be a single. Get Watson back on strike. One thing that's for sure, we talk about it all the time, it's such a festival atmosphere here. It's colourful, it's action-packed. It's kind of can't look away cricket, isn't it? And Scotland 11, well, they've had a tense encounter already today. One thing also that we've noticed with the teams getting through the rover so quickly, the clock hasn't really come into it for the fielding side. So you've got a bit longer to set your field. You've got a bit longer to talk about plans that you might not have in the men's game, where we see a lot of the men think they're show about and they're running off the sight screen and burning up the clock.
Yeah,
Italy just 9%, but I still feel that the longer they hang in this game, the better their chances get.
They're just trying to they're just trying to tighten. Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure about this.
So they're playing no fine leg at all. So there's nobody in the top right quarter. You can see it there.
I wonder why they make that move. That doesn't.
But maybe
having
they're
the mid-wicket in makes sense, but leaving that unprotected doesn't.
Watson's not really a dinker. She's going to try and hit straight, and that's what she does here. So they probably feel like, okay, number one, she's not going to try it, or maybe she will try it, and it's not a shot that she's had to play, or maybe not a shot that she'll play well, especially against the ball that's not there for it. But Sims cannot afford to get outside the leg stump here. Just loses her run there. 24 off 22. Italy have managed to get the runs required up above the balls remaining again. Tense finish today too. Well bowled. They'll only get one here.
And that's very good from Sims. You can see as soon as that ball's hit at Marmalage, she's like, hold it, hold it, hold it. Don't throw it in. Singles are good for us.
It's always like, don't panic. Clearly the person saying it is panicking. Well bowled, sneaks past the keeper though, Ratnaka. We will have a run out here, and we will have a run out here. Oh, that's a total disaster, really. It got past the keeper. It's a good fumble from Methnara, really, because it creates a wicket out of absolute thin air. And I think that, I'm not sure exactly what's happened here. Perhaps Watson called a run and then quickly realised it wasn't there. So she calls, and so there's a response. And in that time, it's trouble at the old mill. That glove comes off for no reason in particular.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is on Watson, because I think Darcy does exactly the right thing. She knows that Watson is the key batter. She watches Watson. Watson starts to run. She sort of runs on the spot a bit and then goes forward. She's like revs it up and does a foot spin. But she sails Darcy down the river. Darcy responds to the call, but is never going to get back. So she goes. And now Pippa Kelly comes out.
Well, Watson probably owes her batting partner a drink, because Darcy probably then took one or two steps where she took her eyes off her partner, and that was the two steps where Ellen changed her mind. Probably rightly so. But yeah, that's all part of the chaos, isn't it? It'll be Kelly that gets off the mark. 50's up for the Scottish 11.
I wonder if they change anything here in the field now. I mean, you could afford to
just don't want to
push on the 30-yard circle. You don't really need,
mid-wicket up, trying to save the single. Yeah. Don't mind that idea.
Cleverly
played. Anyway, great manipulation of the wrists there from Emma Watson. She will retain the strike, and hold on to your hats. We could be going down to the wire. 7 overs down. Scotland 11, 51 for 4. Coming up tomorrow, day 3, live from the Euros of Cricket here in beautiful sunny Spain. And Rico will have the day off. Lucky you. Scotland and England going head-to-head in the first game of the day. England back with a 2-game program. The Dutch just have the 1 game tomorrow, and yeah, it should be a pretty good day of cricket, I'm sure. Join us same time, same place. Oh, okay. We don't have any glasses here.
We have no shades here. No. And
Maybe I'll put on my own glasses, and we'll have to go the odd.
well, I like the way that they're still looking pretty.
Let's go back
pretty
to the action.
confident out there.
Right there.
In the air and gone. Catch taken. Huge wicket. Watson will go for 35. Well, they'll have to dump those shades now and get ready for action, because a new batter's going to have to come out. What a big wicket that is. I was just about to say that the way that Italy are fought here, it means that they will pick up a point and stay ahead of Scotland. Whatever happens, Scotland had the chance to overtake them if they could get the win inside 7. But now the question is, are they going to get the win?
That's a great catch. You had to identify the situation straight away, and then it's not necessarily the easiest surface to take off for a dive, but Watson, she batted so well. She's a star. And she goes for 35.
Can I just say,
the skids are on, and it's real. It's 51 for 5.
Luana Sims, the first ball she bowled, took a wicket, and now again, the first ball she bowls, she takes another wicket.
Scott comes out, and then she's going to hit the first ball over cover. It's a bit of a plugger, so it should be stopped. It is stopped, I think, just.
Yeah, she does well here for Cindy. She wants to make sure she doesn't fall for the trap of using the foot. Remember earlier when she tried to use her feet? She gets her finger on it, flicks it back. It was always going to be 2, and it stays 2.
I mean, talking about using every part of the boundary.
Yeah.
I think she just pulls it in with one finger. But hey, good stop.
Good
Well
stop,
done,
good
Cindy.
save. Oh, this is going to be tight. Oh, what a match. Luana Sims.
Yeah, if that rope's in another 4 centimetres, it's 4. But luckily it wasn't. Yeah, Scott had to come out and try and hit last ball for 6 to win last game. That was the only ball she faced. She gets back for 2 that time. 19 off 16. This is hit pretty well. And these are all important stops. Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's well done by Kontaparakis.
Got to watch these balls coming in with the sun as well, which is starting to come down. Big shadows. And if the wicketkeeper or any fielders are looking right in front of them now, that sun's right in their eyes. Right, here we go. Sims. Luana Sims.
Oh, she's got such a lovely loop to her delivery, doesn't she? Luana Sims. Be tempting to go down to her, but if you don't get it on the full, she does turn the ball, so that's another thing you're going to have to contend with.
What I did see, that ball Scott played. Watch her feet. She goes right across. You can see what she's looking to do. She knows that the 45 is unprotected. They've left it unprotected, and she's trying to work the ball down there. Watch her move here pretty early. This time she actually goes the other way.
Yeah, kind of walkabout. But yeah, I don't know, maybe overcomplicating things a little bit here, because you don't need to do anything too crazy. If you score off every ball, you're probably winning the game if you're Scotland from here. 55 for 5. What is it with these 3 of a kinds in the last games of days here? Last ball of a brilliant over from Luana Sims. This time she goes offside, wants the leg side. Is that out? It is. What a catch from Ratnaika. It's a little scratch on it, and she stood her ground, and she bookends that over with 2 marvellous catches, different kinds of catches. We just saw kind of the dance floor moves there from Scott. Luana once again stepping up for Italy with the help of her keeper. It takes a lot of courage to stand in the line of fire there, and it will be a 6-wicket down. Scotland 55 for 6.
What are we seeing? What are we seeing from Italy? First of all, Matanana Ratanaika, she was out for a royal duck, remember? But you know what? She's now proving just how a key component she is, whether she scores runs or not. Behind the stumps, we've just seen her take 2 absolutely brilliant catches, and both very different from each other. One is about anticipation and diving to take the catch, and then that one is all about reflexes. So, Scotland, they've just lost their 6th wicket. You got a new batter, Molly, who's gone out there, Molly Barber-Smith is out there with Pippa Kelly. And now I think it's all, if Italy don't bowl too many extras here.
Still don't know why no Parker. I mean, how's Parker batting 9 after what she did against the England 11 yesterday? Okay, well, we get a look at Molly Barber-Smith. What a time for her to come out there. And it won't be facing just yet. We go back to, well, it's not Luana Sims, but it's Alenia Sims who's bowling the next over after 8 overs the score. 55 for 6, make that 8.1.
You're not looking to pitch up here, are you? Because
What a game.
she's looking to hit straight down the ground. I think you just try and keep this ball
That is
outside the off.
That is such a good catch. I mean, the catch itself, it kind of goes straight in the gloves, but the fact you're in that position and you have to hold your position with that distraction. That's hit in the air. Should just be a single. See now that
Not
kind
really attacking for Cindy here.
of. The thing is, now you're thrilled with a single if you're Italy now. You know, earlier you couldn't really afford to keep leaking singles, but now you're just literally protecting the boundaries. Italy hoping to join a pretty exclusive list. Only about 10 or 15 teams have been bowled out before the 10 overs and gone on to win the game. Not many have been bowled out in less than 9 and won the game. Alenia doesn't bowl too many bad balls. That's what I was thinking. Good jinx.
Yeah, don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Not at this point. You don't need to try and hide the ball. And you've got a new batter. Molly hasn't got off the mark yet. You just want to get a legal delivery and don't want to give away any extras.
Cracking shot this time, but Cannon Keege's got it covered again. Oh, well, if Scotland lose this by single digits, we'll have to get the grief counsellors over there, and that's 2 real tight ones. But, hey, this ain't over yet. 14 off 9. Can Pippa Kelly find the boundary? Just seems everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong for Scotland in the last 10 minutes or so. Oh, would have been a wide. In fact, umpire's starting to signal and said it'll be a dot. Add that to the list. And let's not forget, you know, the run out of Darcy Carter. And we saw Scott kind of missing out a lot of fingernails.
Well, might
Getting
have
done.
to
The glasses are staying on now.
stay with the live action. These overs have been bowled really quickly.
Explain to me, though. Explain to me what Parker's doing, sitting down,
I
not
still-
batting in the top 8 after the heroics against England yesterday.
I still think that something could happen to change this match. I still think there's a game-changing moment to come. And that's another wicket. You know, they're checking this, but I don't think there's any way she's getting back here. I think she's gone for all money because the body is leaning forward when the barrels are coming off. She's not getting back. And Ratalaika is just unstoppable at the moment. This time, no issue with the gloves, and that's gone. And trying to do the moonwalk back into the crease, but not going to get there. It's another one that bites the dust. And Scotland are losing another wicket. That's now 7 down.
Yeah.
So look at this again.
There's
That's
the
gone.
money shot. It's a great bit of keeping from Ratnaka. I mean, she got close to player of the match, Ratnaka, despite being out for a royal duck.
When has that ever happened?
Because she's been outstanding behind the stumps. How many's that she got now? She's got 2 catches, got 2 stump hits. But now, right, here comes Molly Parker. Here comes Molly Parker. And honestly, she was so good yesterday against the England 11. Okay, she's batting down low. She was batting 8. But she scored 25 off 18 against, you know, an attack that everyone seems to agree consistently is the best attack in ECC-W cricket. She hit 4 fours. And now she's got a job to do. I actually don't think a single here is a bad result. And she can try and get 13 off the last.
Well, it's the 2 Mollies. Well, the 2 Sims have done well for Italy. Can the 2 Mollies do it for Scotia?
Well, hello. What a shot. There's 4. Where have you been all my life? Molly Parker. I don't know where they've been hiding her because she needs to be out there. Never mind 1. There's 4. We're going down to the last. It's 62 for 7 after 9.
Well, Mum Lager, I don't know why she doesn't throw herself at this.
Well,
you just throw yourself at it, you dive, you go leg first, whatever, to try and stop the boundary. She can't stop it. They're going to get a boundary. We're going into the last. I tell you what, I'm tingling big time here. I am tingling big time.
Again, earlier in the day as well. And I know that maybe you wouldn't plan about her higher, but she's been effective. We saw the game creep away from Scotland earlier on. Anyway, if it is a tie, don't forget, we'll go to a golden ball. And the batting team will need 2 extra runs. Anybody can bat, remember. Anybody can bat in the 11. All right, so we go to Luana. What pressure for the the youngster. All right, 10 to win, 9 to tie. Last over of the day. And it's hit well, and it's going to be a magnificent stop. There's one. I think they're going to have to stop at one. But what a great piece of fielding.
Wow.
Well, sisters helping sisters. Alenia saves 3 runs.
Nina says, you know, hitting my sister for a boundary. She comes across and makes what could be a match-winning save.
Got to be brave here. Hit the ball hard and accept the consequences. Play the right shot, though. That's really important. So they've got 5 outfielders blocking basically long off all the way to deep square. There's nobody back really on the offside square of the wicket. That's where she goes. Score off every ball and hope you get a boundary somewhere along the line and Scotland can get home.
Yeah, Italy, you can see they've got to keep their calm here. I'd love to see a quick shot of the Italian bench as well, where Prabhat and are watching, and also of the Scottish bench. The benches are probably can't watch.
The thing with Luana, though, she's bowled really accurately, so you don't really feel she's a risk to bowl extras. Famous last words. 8 to win, 4 balls remaining. And there's a swing and a miss.
You don't mind. I mean, it's a dot ball, so I don't think you even reflect on whether it's an opportunity or not for a stumping or whatever. It's a dot ball.
No,
you take that.
I just think it's a miss. That's what it seemed like anyway.
8 of 3.
Scotland need to find a boundary. 8 off 3. Luana keeping her cool at the moment.
Oh, she
to the
goes for
skies.
it.
It's a big moment. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Molly Barber-Smith, come the moment. She has launched it into the skies, and Scotland now a 2-run from victory.
Ooh la la la. Well, I tell you what, that brings the tingle even more big. That's a great shot. It's a brave shot. Uses the feet and absolutely clobbers it, and he just gets over the field. This game is back alive.
Now I think you need to do a mixture. You can still block the boundaries, but you need to have people up trying to save a single as well. So you need to have at least 1 wicket in. So maybe, you have 4 outfielders leg side, but you have 1 in. And Delisha's going to come up, but she's going to have to come up and try and save this single. They've practiced this as well, how to defend 1 or 2 runs at the end of a game.
Yeah.
Still think she's probably too far back. But
wow, what a shot.
We know it was amazing about that shot. She charged, but then she had to actually get back on the back foot because it wasn't quite available to go through with the drive. All right, 2 will win it now. And 2 to come. Can Sims find a dot or a wicket? That's hit hard, and they've slipped over. No way, they've slipped.
Oh,
she
no.
slipped over Molly Barber-Smith and couldn't go through with the run. Well, we are on golden ball alert now. Now things change a little bit because you can have a 1 if you're Italy.
Oh, well. Yeah, look, you just got to go. Now, I wonder what Italy do here. Do they get a few more insight?
That's if we go to a golden ball, we'll come back to that. But remember, in women's cricket, anyone can bat, anyone can bowl. But here we go.
Wow.
So 1 to tie, 2 to win. And I think with Scotland, with 2 good hitters there, they should go for 2 no matter what. If it's the outfield, they should go no matter what and just see what happens. Okay, last ball of the day and a last ball finish. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win for Scotland. And it's in the air. Well, it's got to be fielded. They're going to get 1. They'll only get 1. We've got a golden ball.
Hang on. They're not. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. We've
Golden
got a
ball.
tie. We're tied at 71, and we're going to have our first golden ball of the ECC-W 24. Rico, let's not start the car just yet because we're going to golden ball 68 on ECN.
Oh, well, what a match. What a match. And there's a lot of thinking now to do here because remember, any batter, right? Any batter.
So, you know,
Any bowler,
I tell
any
you
batter.
who I'm padding up. I'll give you one guess.
Yeah.
And her name's Ellen Watson.
Yeah.
She thought she was done, but I'm definitely getting her out there.
Yeah.
And have a look at that. And we're back at golden ball 0, Rico.
Abracadabra.
We knew we'd get there before the end of the year.
Hang on a minute. Okay.
Yeah, so this is a change, and it was changed, I think, back in September, that any batter, whether or not dismissed, this is specific to women's rules, and it's due to the fact that scoring is slightly lower in women's cricket, and that's why.
Golden, baby, golden.
Golden ball. Wow, and everyone, no, the batters are walking off. I don't know why. Maybe I do know why.
They're making a change. They're making a change.
They're
Watson's
saying, right?
getting padded up. She's going to be on strike.
So
and they're probably finding the quickest runner at the non-strikers.
Yeah, you're right. It's the first time we've ever seen a golden ball played under these conditions, which were adjusted during the year, just to reflect, trying to keep it as even a contest as possible. And what it's felt is that, okay, in the women's game, we would like to see the best batting option and the best bowling option going head to head. So I think for me, even though Watson's out, she scored 35 of the runs. No one else scored more than 9. You had Barbara Smith and Parker, who weren't bad options, by the way, either, if one of them had to face. But then the question for Italy is who bowls? You can have absolutely anyone bowl.
Who would you bowl? Who would you bowl? I think you'd have to go with probably one of the Sims. There's Prabhat has been explained. Prabhat probably is remembering it from the men's game and probably think, hang on, what's going on here?
So I actually think I would probably bowl Elenia Sims.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I just think she's under pressure. I think she'll deliver 1 for 11. And it's also about what you bowl. So if it is Watson that's going to face, you cannot bowl short. You cannot bowl short.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well. But, we've got golden ball 68. And do not adjust your sets. We're not going home just yet. And let's not forget Scotland. They've never even won a game at an ECC-W. They are 2 runs away right now.
Golden ball coming up. Well, we've got a bit of time, so I'm going to mention this because you'll like this one. Back on this day, 1927, the greatest batter ever makes his first appearance in first-class cricket. Of course, talking about
she is.
Don Bradman.
Look,
Here we go.
There's Ellen Watson going out there, and she's going to have Darcy Carter to run with her. So, again, any 2 players can go out there for the batting side. Wow. Golden ball, something unique and special to ECN. There's Prabhathek Nalagoda just having the final word. So Italy, they have a real chance to go 2-0 in the day, or it might be 1-1. And kind of opposite applies to Scotland, who could go 2 tight losses in a day, or they could go 1-1. Feels like a huge ball. Come the end of the week, whatever the table looks like, we'll feel that this golden ball is going to have a big impact on it.
Yeah, and it brings me back to one thing. And when you're playing the game, limited overs cricket, you're always told, whatever you do, you bat out the overs. Now, remember that we were saying at the time, Italy, if they could bat all the way, even if they took a single and a single, I mean, that's 7 balls, 7 runs left out there. It could have been so different, but at the moment, they're just focusing on this. They've had to, if they do this, it will be the second best defence that we've seen in women's cricket. We saw 70 defended in the final by Jersey. Well, this is 71 being defended, but the drama at the moment is unbelievable. Look at Prabhath, He's speaking to his players, explaining them to all what has to happen. It'd be interesting what you do with the field. Would you just have mid-wicket square and long on back and everybody else around the bat?
I think a similar field, I think. It's a lot of pressure on the bowler here to bowl something that I think draws the batter forward. You don't want to give her something short to whack. And the other thing is that the batters know you need to be running for 2 no matter what. And so that puts pressure on Italy if it does go to the outfield to get a good throwback either to the bowler's end or the keeper's end, whatever. But it has to be a friendly throw for whoever's going to receive it.
Well, remember the day. Don't forget the 16th of December, because here at the Euros of Women's Cricket, we have a golden ball. It doesn't include Austria. It doesn't include Spain for a change. It is the 2 teams in blue. Blue is the colour today. Scotland searching for their first victory in the Euros of cricket.
We've got people coming from everywhere at the moment, but now everyone's going to leave the field, and we've got 1 ball to split the teams. Now, who are they going to bowl here? Look, Kamudu Pendant's taking her hat off.
Ooh,
okay.
Now.
So the thing is, Kamudu is the kind of bowler. Maybe she doesn't get as much kind of movement into the right-hander. But, it's a test of your execution as a fielding side. So you also got to make sure.
Interesting field on the leg side. Nobody in short mid-wicket for.
Well,
you could run 2 there.
I don't know.
You could push the ball out towards square leg.
I still think you're trying to hit it hard.
Nobody on the 45.
They got 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. now they're actually moving the fine leg across.
Drama.
It looks,
Nerves are still you need here.
This is a golden ball unlike any we've ever seen before, really. It's golden ball 68, an early Christmas present for our ECN viewers. History about to be made one way or the other. Pedrick to bowl the golden ball to Watson, 2 to win for Scotland. And they're going to get it. It's going to fly away. Nobody at fine leg. There's one. They need to make 2. They will. There was open spaces on the fine leg boundary, and Scotland join a very exclusive club. Their first ever win on ECN is a golden ball win, and it's also their first ever win at the Euros of Cricket.
Well done to Scotland, and also well done to Italy for providing us an absolutely sensational, low-scoring epic. The score's tied on 71, and it is Scotland that will win the golden ball. The field, though, Vinny, I was trying to say that to you. I just didn't understand why they left the 45 vacant. You got a slower bowler. It allows the batter to go across and play that shot. But still, you need nerves of steel to do it. And that's exactly what it took. And Scotland have done it. They get the 2 they needed. They win the golden ball. Italy will be disappointed, of course, but they do pick up a point here, so they will stay ahead of Scotland. But Scotland get their first win. They did not want to be going back to the Sunset Beach Club Hotel, our hotel partner, without a win after the second day of action, and they won't. They'll get a win, and it's the most closest of circumstances to do it. A golden ball finish here on match day 2 of the Premier Division of the Euros of Cricket. And it's a game that every neutral around the world will absolutely love and enjoy. Cricketainment is what we bring you, and there is nothing better than what we just saw in this match. What a match, what a game, and what an advert for cricket. And you know, there's one thing that we have to remember when the women come together. There's one thing they've got in their mind, and every one of them is the same. They want to put on a show. They want to go out there and play competitive cricket. They want to show the world what they can do. Because, why? They want to get more women playing the sport, more women getting involved. And in the words, of course, of Manuela Moulton-Weston, she said it's about going out there and attracting more players to play the game. When you watch that match, it achieves all of that. Yeah. What a match it was. Absolutely sensational. And I'm not going to mention the 2 no balls that weren't given. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Match day 3. Scotland take on England to start off with. And then Ireland and Netherlands. All big games tomorrow. England, Italy. I think that's going to be sensational. Can Italy pull off another shot? They've had a mixed day here today, but they could really come back strong tomorrow. Only playing the 1 match tomorrow, and then Scotland taking on Ireland. That could be an absolute classic as well.
You need a day off after that, but I'll be here. Tina Goff will be here as well. She's been messaging me. My phone's running hot. Let's roll into the highlights because we're probably running over time now, but what a way to finish the day. And Watson, not really an error. She scored a lot of runs, but she just felt if she got any bat on that, she's going to get the 2. She was able to. We'll come to that in a moment, but early on, she was fantastic in the initial stage of the innings, 35 off 20. In fact, the only batter for the Scottish 11 to reach double figures. I suppose she's the first batter we've ever seen brought back from the dead to win the game.
You're absolutely right. She came back. Never thought she would be putting her pads on again. And she's probably sat up there saying, what are you talking about? Yeah, get out there and go out and win the match for us in the golden ball. But before then, there was plenty of action. I just think the defence from Italy here, I mean, let's not take anything away from them. They'll be disappointed that they've ended up losing this match. But the defence that they put in, look at these saves. I mean, that one there, that was from Emma Moore before we came to the midway break. Everything good. And then, of course, the Metharana Ratanaika behind the stumps. She was sensational. The stumpings, the stops she made, the catching. And, well, we were watching them and they were watching us. Everybody was watching each other and the world was watching an incredible match unfold there in the middle. It really was quite amazing. There was that take again from Ratanaika. But this is the one that really changed it. That big 6, remember that happening, which meant that only 2 were required. And we felt golden. It was golden. And then that was the golden ball.
Just with the lack of pace of Pedrick, doesn't quite make it to the boundary, but certainly enough time to get to. So Scotland the Brave, they have to chew all the way through their fingernails, but they do have their first ECN win in the T10 format. Disappointment for Italy. They'll feel that's an opportunity squandered. They were in a winning position. And Rico, we are always thrilled when we see we are back. The world is at peace again because we're back at Golden Ball 0.
That's lovely. And I just felt that we'd get one here. Of course, the last one, of course, we were involved with in Barcelona, and it's another one. And it happens at the big stage here at the Khartoum Oval. Quick look at the scorecard, of course. If it wasn't for Watson in the first place, they wouldn't have got there, would they? 35 of 20. And when you have a look at that, nobody else really got going. Italy, give them credit for the way they were in the field there as well. Only the 4 extras that they gave away. That's why they stayed in this contest, and they stayed in it all the way right to the end. And, oh, what a match.
Yeah.
What a match. You got to mention that 6 that was hit from Molly Barber-Smith. What a shot, because you're right. She commits, finds that she's not there, then actually hops back and going backwards, still gets the momentum to hit 6.
Has to be shot on that. Don't forget also Amelia Bartram, the run out, the side-on run out. That she was able to do so much great cricket in that game. A game I'm sure that we will remember for a long time. Let's welcome you back into the box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. But yeah, you talked about those calls in the first half, and you think about that, but also, it's one of those unique occasions that maybe Italy should have had an extra ball, but they did leave 7 balls on the table.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the thing, that they didn't bat out their 10 overs. Even if they'd stay there, didn't score another run off the bat, maybe there's another extra along the way, but geez, what a great way to finish the day. We're running over, but I don't really mind. It's going to take a little while to settle down after that. And Scotland, you know, completely different team today. I think they went back, they analysed where they went wrong yesterday. They made a few key changes. Watson to the top of the order was a bit of a no-brainer. They made that change today, and it worked out in the end. Her 35 was crucial in getting them to their first ever win.
Yeah, look, when you play a match like that, I think Italy will still be upbeat because they pick up a point. They stay in a good position in the standings. Scotland needed it. And to get a win in a tight game like that, go to the Golden Ball, it's going to be watched around the world time and time again, by the way. But to get to the Golden Ball to win, their confidence now, not just purely because they won that match and it was a tight match, but because of their performance here today. And I had the feeling, I was saying this to Tina, and Tina was saying that, you know, she's back in Italy. I was saying it's going to be close, and I think the win predictor had it pretty close, just the 1% or 2, the difference. But I thought Scotland would come back because I think from what I've seen from them and where they've gone, they've got better and better, and I expected them to go big in this one. What a good match, but I didn't think it'd be that close.
No, it was very, very close. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, maybe one more time. And look, today, you would never imagine, based on watching the Ireland-Scotland game yesterday, that Italy would actually thrash Ireland, but then lose to Scotland. But that just shows you we've got no idea what's going on, so you can't turn away. We start the same time, 8:35 a.m. GMT, which is 9:35 in Central Europe and 2:05 in India. Stay tuned. First game's a good one. I think they're all good ones, really, but Scotland, England always has a special flavour to it if you're from that part of the world. Well, we're running over, so I'm going to keep the goodbyes brief, but I'm going to go through the chat in a moment, and I'm going to say big thanks to everyone in there for your support. I know you're just as excited as us. Thanks to Kevin, who's donated a membership, because he does that every time there's a Golden Ball. Luckily, he doesn't do it every time there's a century, because otherwise he would have been out a fair bit this year. But if you are watching on YouTube, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, our website, europeancricket.com. Most important thing, tell people about this. Where will you see this? You'll see it on ECN every day, every single day, live. Golden Ball, we've done it. Hey, well done. I think that's your 9th Golden Ball of the year. Almost had one earlier in the day. This is a tournament. Look, folks, you can't look away. Stay happy, stay safe. Enjoy these best bits of the day. I'm sure the Golden Ball will be the cherry on top and the end of this highlights package. Thanks to our crew at 2 Circles. But for now, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of ECN, the whole European cricket family, and Rico Full, and Christina Goff, who'll be back with me tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you here live for more action tomorrow morning. The Euros of Cricket for more ECC-W. For now, hasta mañana.
Ciao, ciao.